Welcome everybody to the Iesf 2024 World Esports Championship, or should I say the road to it, because Riyadh is just a couple of months away and we are getting there. The road has already been paved, and with that being said, Pubgm Mobile is going to be the game that is being played today. So once again, welcome to the 2024 Asia and Oceanic Qualifier. We have 10 amazing teams coming in today. My name is Felix and I'm going to be joined by Gideon, and we're going to walk you through these for today and the rest of the evening.
First of all, Felix, to get it out of the way, it is such a huge pleasure to be with here once again, and I'm so happy to be joining you. As my colleague said, my name is Gideon, and we're going to guide you through the day today. We're going to start out with Group A with 10 amazing teams, and I, for myself, cannot wait to jump into the matches. However, we have a couple of minutes before that will be the case, so we have some time to actually talk about what's going to happen. So bring us in, Felix. What awaits us?
Oh yes, you already said 10 teams today. It's going to be a little bit smaller than the usual lobby that we have, due to the fact that we have national teams, and you know, some teams unfortunately went out on the qualification stages already. So we gotta talk about these teams in particular, and we're gonna get a graphic very soon, because we've got some very familiar names. Some teams literally sent their very best rosters from their respective country into this qualifier. Some of these teams have already won, literally coming off European championships. We've got the winner of the PMSL EMEA literally playing today. So just to give you an idea on how great some of these teams are that we've got playing today. And yeah, as you said, I mean, I can just start with Bahrain. A country that I didn't really have on the map, and I want to start with them because I literally just said it. We have teams coming in that literally just won European championships, and these guys have. We've got Prepad, we've got 4Y, DL, we've got Neos, we've got Frizzer. These guys have played an amazing season so far, and in a 10-team lobby, sure, that might just change. You're going to get to that in a minute, but surely they're going to be the favorites today.
That's also one thing that I really wanted to talk about, the thing that you just pointed out. Having a 10-team lobby today versus having an 18-team lobby tomorrow. Obviously, it gets evened out a bit if you think about how many teams will actually qualify out of these groups, but still, 10 teams in a lobby. That is going to turn the tide quite a bit. How do you think gameplay will change before we talk about these other beautiful countries?
Yeah, that's a good topic. Honestly, as an ex-player, I gotta say, playing with less teams, you kind of get a different feeling for the lobby. It feels like you don't need to rely on strategy as much as you usually do, just because of the fact that everyone's got so much space to begin with, and that also makes it harder, because in the end, we know how late zone shifts can be influential in terms of who's winning a match, and due to the fact that everyone's getting in anyways, maybe zone shifts do get a little bit more important, and that's kind of the fact that I think why we're going to see a lot of these very strong teams, and I was talking about Bahrain, for example. I think why we're going to see some of these teams try to isolate fights very early on, where we might just see more aggressiveness than what we usually do.
I fully agree. It's going to be pretty tough in the end, and probably much easier and much freer. Teams are going to have much more zone control in the early stages of the games, but that can also trick you if you don't quickly adapt. But first, let's have a look at the daily. Some
of the guys that have been casting for the last 3-4 years, we just got a lineup up and running as well for the very first time for the European qualifier, and it is so tough. If you do not have 4 people that are already playing together, you have to coordinate scrims, you have to coordinate practice, and then also you don't know what you're up against, because some of these teams play in completely different regions, so you will probably play against them for the very first time when it actually comes down to the qualifier, which is today. So I think practice is a huge thing. These guys literally are coming off of their respective regions at the very highest level. They've played massive amounts of hours together. We're talking about hundreds of hours that they've not only practiced but also played at the national tournaments. So huge advantage to these 3, Mongolia especially, as well as Kazakhstan and Bahrain.
I tend to agree. I would say it can be sort of a double-edged sword as well. When you have these situations where players have to form a team based on their nationality, you can at times for once have these mixed teams that for some reason kick it off really well. Sometimes you have this new team bonus, basically. You also have this organization signing bonus that always happens as well with some teams. But sometimes you have these teams in national competitions, or teams where competitions where nations face off, where teams can kick it off really well, but also these teams that are used to play in a certain way, that are used to play in a certain structure, that definitely have a benefit by being used to their communication, they are facing off teams that will play drastically different than their usual opponents. So that is the other edge of the sword, basically. They will...
This is one of these teams that has so much experience going back all the way to 2020, even further than that, actually. Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see them play. Actually, AXA literally took first place just last year in the Africa Fall Split. He's had a little bit of a pause since then, but he's still going very strong, and I expect him to be a great fragger here as well.
Let's take a look at another one of these favorite teams that we've already been speaking about quite a bit. It is Bahrain. They have a team that has no options to actually switch out players. They came with a 4-player team of Neos, Prepot, Fryza, and Ido, and they will be playing with this lineup for the entire tournament. We have a good mix of 4-player, 5-player, and even 6-player lineups, so the options to change are there, but not for every single nation.
Yeah, and these guys, as we said, coming in from Brute Force, literally just won PMSL EMEA Spring 2024, took themselves home a grand prize pool of $70,000, so not to be underestimated. As we head over to Tajikistan, not to be confused with Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan that we are playing as well. No, this is Tajikistan. Very good friend of mine is actually from Tajikistan, so I'm especially excited to see them play. We have Maise, we have Anonym, Kudri, and Golden being the lineup for Tajikistan.
It's definitely gonna help if you're good with nation flags in this to be able to quickly decipher which team we're actually looking at. So let's learn another one. It's the Lebanon. It's Hassan who is actually playing today. It's Gringo, Kaito, and Rami. I would say another one of these teams that definitely has a chance. They are playing with a mixed team, 2 players from Heroic in this lineup, also in the lineup that is playing today, and I would not count them out. They are one of those teams, maybe 4th seed coming in based on average strength.
Yeah, maybe 4th or 5th. It's interesting to see that Zakaria is not playing. He's from the Heroic lineup as well. I'm not sure what happened there, but they've got Rami instead as the substitution. Normally they would play with Zakaria, who is a very strong, very strong player. We've seen them unfortunately not make it past the group stage in the PMSL EMEA spring season this year, but they have qualified and they are a strong contender in the EMEA region as well.
Let's have a look at Mongolia, a nation that used to conquer the world once. They might actually do it all again this year, but in a slightly more friendly way, I would say, in the game of PUBG Mobile. We have Demo, Zyol, Alex, and Godless showing up for the Mongolian lineup. They would have the chance to sub in Rogue, who is not playing today. Yeah.
Also, as we said, one of the strongest teams in this lobby. They can never be underestimated. IHC with their full roster, as we said, also a big advantage in my opinion. And these guys as well, coming off of a great finish from their respective regions, Central and South Asia spring season 2024, took themselves the 4th place and also the PMGO. We've seen them in this amazing tournament in Sao Paulo, actually in Brazil. If you've watched that tournament, you know these guys are dangerous, and they took 4th place and 15,000 there as well.
And then let's head on to Turkmenistan, one country with one of the most unique flags, I would say, on the globe. Not only in this competition, but that flag is going to be easily spottable on the map in just a few minutes when we jump onto Sanhok. They are playing with Klaus, Chappie, Aito, and Legenda, and they will be joining from Turkmenistan. So many beautiful countries in this list as well, even though every country obviously has a beautiful side to it. And I've just seen a couple of, I don't know why, but I've just seen a couple of documentations on Turkmenistan, and they have so many beautiful places there.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if it helps them in this qualifier. To be determined. They're definitely one of the more, I want to say, lesser experienced teams in this lobby. As we head over to Uzbekistan, they've got a huge fan base in PUBG Mobile as well, coming in with Fragger, Hardboy, Helios, and Tepok. Also I want to say, more experienced lineup in comparison to plenty of these other teams. They've, some of these players, Tepok especially, played in Central and South Asia spring this season as well in PMSL. In a different team, though, in Hardbaz, I believe it was. He's definitely one of the more known players from this region in general. I want to say one of the stars coming in from Uzbekistan, so not to be underestimated either.
Moving on to Palestine, a team with 5 players, actually. They also brought a sub to this competition. They're going to play with Uz, Mumbai, Dream, and Timon. And let's see what they will bring to the table in this competition. I think we're close to the end. Not sure if there's still a lineup missing, but definitely looking at Palestine for now. How do you think their chances look like?
Yeah, look, I want to say generally not a bad team, just not as experienced. We saw them last year in the Iesf qualifier as well. They had a great qualification stage, actually. They took 4th place in their respective regions. So I think they are not to be underestimated. Then again, with these big names like Mongolia, like Kazakhstan, like Bahrain, I don't think they can compete yet. But we've also said this is different in terms of structure this tournament. We've got 10 teams only, so who knows what's going to happen. If they frag out, if they've got a good day going, maybe a second good day as well, top 2 is doable.
I mean, also the amount of matches definitely is something that we should take into consideration. If you really hit it off well, and I think this is going to be... It's sort of a thing that we keep repeating almost like a parrot, but getting really well into a tournament is super important in every single Battle Royale esports setup. Definitely important for PUBG mobile esports competition, and definitely important if you only have a very limited set of maps that you will play, and only the top 2 out of 10 teams will qualify. So I think maybe these first 3 maps today will definitely show us where the way is going. Maybe one team will turn out to be so dominant that they almost already set in stone their position in the first 3 maps. It might happen. We sometimes see underdogs perform well in the beginning as well, and then when the lobby adapts to the state of play, the teams that have more experience in general turn up really strongly. But I think if a team that is not a top dog in this lobby on paper wants to make it, they will have to show up strong in the beginning.
You know, this is interesting because we saw Brute Force in the PMSL EMEA just now, and they've had a pretty slow start, I want to say. That is something that you just said just cannot happen here. You've got 12 chances. You've always got an entry into the zone. That's the good part. You won't really find other teams potentially harassing you in the early game, which is one of these things that sometimes you just cannot really plan against in PUBG, and PUBG Mobile especially. So that's kind of the one thing that makes it a little bit risky. If that is eliminated like we have in this lobby right now, it really does come down to your individual mistakes. And so once again, sure, these players are experienced, but if you've got a bad day, maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 games, you do a little slight mistake that might just cost you the qualification with the top 2.
Definitely. And there's going to be teams that will use the situation with the 10 teams in the lobby in various different ways, I think. Some will try to use it to their advantage in terms of covering more space in the beginning of the game. And then there will also be those teams that will just try to stay out of harm's way in the first 10 minutes and then think and plan that there's going to be more space in the later zones than usual, and then probably play 1, maybe 2 quite aggressive moves straight into the middle of the zone. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see, and I'm going to keep my eye out on that, because I want to see some teams taking a lot of space and basically saying, we are here, we are the top dogs, you can try to fight us, we're going to take it, but you will have to fight for every single inch of that safe zone. And then there's going to be teams that will be like, all right, we are on the edge of the circle, let's just stay here for now, because we can just wait for a couple of teams to drop out, and then we're at least going to be safe in the placement points.
Yeah, also the thing is, some of these players that we are playing for the respective teams, Palestine, in my opinion, is a great example of this. They've got players that maybe haven't played in a while at the very top level, but they have at one point. All right, they've got 2 players that originally played in the PMPL. I believe it was Africa region, actually. Batika Mamba, I believe it was Africa. No, excuse me, Arabia. And then before that, it was Middle Eastern Africa. But just goes to show you that these guys, they had this very, very high skill level at some point. Then they have retired to some degree, at least. I believe Batika hasn't played in the last 2 years. Doesn't mean that if he comes back, he's not going to be able to frag anymore, right? And ultimately, that's what gives you the advantage in these qualifiers. And that's what we've seen just a year ago as well, when Palestine had this great qualifier run. So, yeah, I'm just a very slight bit of worried for these very top teams, but not really. Also, you only got 2 slots, so it's Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and Bahrain, but not all of them are going to make it through.
I will add on top of that, I'm more worried than just a slight bit, to be honest. Especially given how fast-paced PUBG Mobile Esports develops in terms of strategy, in terms of adaptation strategies, in terms of how the lobbies play. And if you haven't played for quite a while, basically every other team and every other player in the lobby will have a natural feel for what is going to happen at which stage of each map. And if you don't have that, you have to put so much of your focus on not messing up instead of proactively doing something good. And we have seen that doing something good proactively is basically the #1 recipe for topping a lobby of this caliber. So I'm more worried than just a bit, but at the same time, I'm a huge fan for underdog stories, so I'm gonna be watching.
Underdogs, is there any... Look, you said you saw some documentaries about Turkmenistan and its beautiful landscape. We've got plenty of countries I really want to visit in here, by the way, like Tajikistan, like Uzbekistan. Is there any underdog that you think, and I'm talking outside Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Bahrain, and maybe even Lebanon, is there any team you see as a potential underdog for the top 2 spot?
I was going to say Lebanon. That would have been my choice, but you added them to that rotation that you just mentioned. I would love to... I mean, I would obviously love to take Turkmenistan here, but not in terms of the players on that team, but in terms of me just simply reading so much and watching so much about that country, that it somehow warms my heart. It has nothing to do with the experience of the players, even though they are definitely able to make it. But I just have a warm feeling for that country right now. It's purely coincidence. What about you?
I kind of want... Yeah, I want to say we've got some pretty experienced players in a team they haven't really talked about that much, Jordan. A cousin of mine actually lived in Jordan for some time. We've got some players also coming in from the Spring region, like... I believe one player from Onyx Raven. I'm gotta look back at it. I believe we have Lath in there. Yes, Lath from the Onyx Ravens played this season, literally this season in EMEA Spring as well. Unfortunately... Likewise, as Heroic, they found themselves at the very bottom, 17th and 18th place, so nothing really came off of it, but still, that's good experience, especially since that is also a player that we've known for some time. Same goes for Ragnarok, and even though I haven't really seen Ragnarok play in recent times, yes, I'm just looking at his profile, he hasn't played in a year in very big tournaments. He's also a player that, when he was at the very peak of it, he was absolutely amazing. He was also a big part of why they played so well in the Iesf championship last year, right? So he was a big part of that. So I kind of want to say Jordan is my underdog pick.
I'm gonna say something outrageous here, and I'm gonna, or at least potentially outrageous to some of our viewers at home.
Okay.
Number 1. We have nations facing off against each other instead of organizations. Number 2, we have a 10-team lobby. Number 3, we have a competition with a drastically different average skill level in terms of some of these players and teams. So I would say this is the perfect recipe for at least one underdog nation, for one of those teams that we might not actually think will make it to make it. But let's stop with that thought. Let's hold it for a little bit because we have kept you waiting long enough.
Oh, yes.
It's time. Let's jump into the first map of the day. We already told you it's gonna be Sanhok, and we're seeing the first plane.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first day of the Iesf Asian Regional Qualifiers 2024 for PUBG Mobile. Once again, we have 10 teams facing off in case you've missed the very beginning, so make sure to support your team in case it is playing today, and even if it isn't, in the chat. It is going to be very, very interesting seeing all these teams in Sanhok. I want to say Sanhok, with a 10-team lobby, is almost competitive, right? Normally I hate Sanhok and competitive, but I feel like in this case, it must be my favorite map today.
You're taking the words out of my mouth. I'm going to 100% agree. For a 10-team lobby, this actually is an amazing, amazing map to start out. We're still seeing a hot drop. We have seen that 2 teams, and it's not surprising, Painan, basically one of the 2 or 3 top-tier loot spots on this map, given the amount of zones that you can safely and easily rotate into, and given the smaller size of the map. So it's not surprising that we're seeing a potential hot drop, a potential early fight. At the same time, 10 teams, and you're fighting early in a situation where only 2 teams make it out. I cannot shy away from saying that I don't think that's a good idea, but let's see how it turns out.
Let's see, as we have the, I want to say, favorites. Am I just going to say it? Yes, we have a couple of favorites, but one of the absolute favorites on our screen, starting all lonesome towards the northern part of the map as well. I feel like we've only really seen one small contest. I think it was somewhere towards the middle. I don't remember if it was...
Yeah, it was in Painan. It was in Painan.
Was it actually, though?
Yeah,
in Painan?
I think it was. One team on the left side, one team on the right side of the river, if I saw correctly. And I understand it. It's, yeah, there we go. There we see it.
Ah, okay, so this is actually Painan.
So, and it's this situation right here. Tajikistan, I think, facing off against Palestine or Jordan. I'm going to say sorry right away because those two flags are so similar to each other that we might mess it up every now and then, but we're going to try to actually have a good look. But I think it was Palestine. I think we're correct. So, as I mentioned, this is one of those spots where I can understand the hot drop. Number one, it's not technically a hot drop. You have two different sides of that river. You can technically wait for the team on the other side to rotate away and then basically move after them, given where the first zone is gonna go. On the other hand, I understand the hot drop. I would even understand if they would fight for it, because strategically, this is such a good spot because you have access to both sides of the river. So you can play into the eastern bigger part of Sanhok, but you can also play into the second bigger of the three islands. So this gives you a lot of wiggle room, especially in a lobby that does not see 16 teams.
Absolutely. I want to say, if there is a contest anywhere on this map, I think Painan is kind of the most fair one. As we saw it literally just now, there is possibility for both of these teams to just exit it. Unless you really want to fight it, then you can kind of hinder the opposing team of really exiting it. But in this case, it was possible as well. For all the other cities, I want to say it's kind of more difficult because first of all, you won't really find enough loot. On Painan, you most of the times will, if you do split it correctly. And second of all, it's kind of easy to spot out where the rest of the players are landing. Like in this scenario, it was a 50-50 split, and just kind of, split by the river. So, pretty good spot for both these teams. More loot going the way of Tajikistan as well. As some of these teams are starting to rotate off. They aren't even sure. I think Tajikistan isn't even sure that they've left the city already because they've focused themselves so far towards the western side.
Do we only have 9 teams in the lobby? And if so, what nation's missing?
That is a very good question that I haven't even got an answer to at the moment. I'm going to take a look as soon as we see the map. Yeah.
We're going to verify that for you. We're going to tell you right now that Uzbekistan is not the nation that is missing. Looting Paradise Resort at the moment. And as we mentioned earlier, and it's not really that surprising, not that much movement in the earlier stages, especially for those teams that have found themselves within, and pretty well within, the first circle. It's not that surprising to be within the first circle on Sanhok, but still not much movement. We see one player in every single direction of the map, simply just scouting, making sure that no early contest is coming their way, and they're gonna probably stay here for quite a long time, playing the very safe game.
One of these teams that we said was going to be in an underdog role, as we have Palestine finally rotating in as well. Pretty good spot. A spot that, especially if you have less teams around you, like in this instance, is going to give you lots of information and less risk, because usually if you do play that hillside, it is there's a lot of risk involved. You can get third party pretty easily. But in this case, phase 1, as we said, with only 8 other teams around you, the risk of third partying is going to be less. I'm hoping to see some teams really try and maximize this kind of train of thought, take as much space as possible, because the distance between you and the rest of the players, it's going to be immensely big in the first couple of phases than what it usually is.
100%. I think the teams that get a really good first circle pop, they are going to play potentially even more defensive than usual, simply because they only have to wait for a couple of teams to drop out, and they're going to take a really nice placement point payday home with them out of each individual map. But the teams that have to play into the map, as Mongolia is doing right now, they will very likely take more space quicker than usual, because they have to think. They have to consider that there's much more room than usual. It comes with some potentially unwanted surprises every here and then if you take too much space and run into somebody that you didn't anticipate. But at the same time, I think it's worth it. I think teams can deal with losing a player early here and there in this competition, given that now we only have 9 teams, simply because the benefit of having much space is so big.
Absolutely. Lebanon on the very first rotate as well. And we were talking about all these potential splits and positions that lots of these teams can play with. Lebanon, on the other hand, it's phase 2, and they're just sitting very comfortably on the east side of the quarry, not really wanting to take much than what they really need to. I mean, they're having a 4-stack up on that hillside, despite the entire quarry being clear, and even the other side of the road, now that I say it, they finally drive over, being free and open as well. I'm going to have to take a look at the map to see whether or not that rotate is really going to be paying off. As the next rotate is coming in, we might just have our first fight as Kazakhstan is driving in, and the drive-by from Puncher is going to secure him the very first frag.
First frag of the round. 35 players remaining. That's a funny thing to see. We're seeing utility being used now. First grenade coming out. No knock just yet, though. Things have slowed down a little, but only for a second, as the DBS jump shot secures the second knock of the game.
Oh yeah, second knock and second flash go in the way of Kazakhstan. They find themselves in a very good spot very early in this game. That was one hell of an aggressive breach, but Kazakhstan somehow make it work. And you can see the remaining 2 players nowhere near to be found, so they will be very, very safe for the time being. And they've secured themselves a very good position as well. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see how the map is going to shift, how the zone is going to shift especially. But by the looks of it, Kazakhstan almost centralized as much as you can be.
Perfect example, by the way, for the advantage that a team such as Kazakhstan has in this lobby. 4 players from the Na'Vi lineup. You could see how quickly they were able to react and adapt to a situation that they did not see coming. I don't think this was a necessarily wanted breach. I think they were a little bit surprised finding 2 players of a 2-2 split there in the boot camp. And they reacted so quickly. Everybody took a strong position. Everybody played the angles. They quickly found out that there's likely only one more opponent with them in the bootcamp, and then they simply just flushed him out. That was perfectly played, and that's probably something that we cannot anticipate from these lineups that didn't really have much time to train for this competition.
Yeah, I think training time is one of the biggest differentiators, as we said, between some of these teams in terms of how much they've practiced. Some of these teams are coming in from the very top of the international scene in their respective region, while the others literally haven't played in I want to say 1 or 2 years. So that's how big the difference can be between some of these teams. And also that's due to the fact that, you know, in some regions, Pubgm Mobile just really is bigger than in others. We've got massive Pubgm Mobile nations. Some of these countries that you might not even think, because you might not see them at the very big tournaments like the Global Championship, but despite that, they might still have a very big community, like Tajikistan, like Turkmenistan. Some of these countries really do have a big community, and they've got scrims going on and on and on, and you might not hear from them, but they're there. And this is one of these tournaments that they want to show that as well.
100%. I actually have a very funny story to share in that regard, because I've just been asked to help a little bit with the first big esports exhibition on the globe. Now that not many things are happening, even though I see a knock against Turkmenistan there, and a flush. Again, they're actually going out. Also a little team knock situation here. 2 knocks, 3 knocks against Turkmenistan. They seem to be going out quickly if Klaus cannot do anything against this. And he can't. The fight is quickly lost. And that seals the deal. Turkmenistan, the first team to be eliminated in the first round of the day. Quickly getting back to topic. There are many countries that did not have esports in mind at all 5 years ago, being those countries where it is not that usual to have a computer, a PC at your home that is strong enough to run these games in their PC version. But since they all have smartphones, mobile esports and Pubgm Mobile esports exploded in those countries. And that's why we see all of these incredibly strong players in this competition.
Absolutely. Perfect example of this is Kazakhstan. As the Molotov comes in. Oh, he just missed the target, unfortunately. Didn't go in all the way. I think it actually bounced through the door and outside of the I think Little Shack again, and somehow that player is still alive. Now the nade is coming in from Asa. And surely this time around it's going to hit the target. Now it pops, goes in, somehow still misses him. And that's a green knock coming in as well. As they somehow falling apart for the second time now for Kazakhstan. But they still make it work as the smokes are raining in. And finally that player has been secured. Only one other player on that shack. And I'm sure they're going to have their targets and sights locked on him in just a minute.
Almost suffered their first casualty, but easily saved their player in the end. Lyth, he was the last one. And how on earth is that such a quick elimination? But we have to jump right over. How are so many fights happening? This is only stage 3 of the first map. You can take it slower, guys, but they don't want to. They don't want to. They came here to fight. They know that placement points alone are not going to cut it. They will need a lot of eliminations. And I think there are a couple of these teams that 100% know that they will need 2 or 3 really strong games, much rather than 5, 6, 7 average games, because these really good games where you take home the win with 10 eliminations, which is going to be tough in this lobby, simply being 36 players, but they will actually bring them to the top, and everybody's playing for it right now. I don't really see a single team playing super defensive.
No, absolutely not. Everyone wants to get a piece of the action as soon as anything starts. The same goes for Bahrain. But, as opposed to all the other teams, they haven't really made that cross towards anything in particular. They could have crossed the street just here, because we saw lots of these teams fight on the other side, right around these ridgelines where IEC is playing for at the moment. But they were probably, out of all the top teams that we have in the lobby, one of the most passive teams. Sure, they popped up their shots, but they didn't really want to get into it, and that's through the fact that that position is pretty good to hold out all the other teams. You can see they have a pretty good 2-2 split. 2 players up on that hillside. It's an almost unbreachable compound. And every 2 players just down below. And that compound in and of itself is pretty bad, but if you split it with up top, great position, great information. You can hold out everyone's coming in from the north side.
And then on top of that, you simply don't want to give that compound up, because it gives the other team, Mongolia in this case, an easy chance to rotate behind you and simply annoy you for a total of 5 minutes in that one compound that you're then left with. So, makes total sense. I would still say that this little competition over there between Bahrain and Mongolia was a little bit out of boredom. None of these 2 teams would have ever really pulled the trigger and went into the fight. They simply want to control their part of the map. Now after the next shift, Bahrain actually immediately rotating, and Mongolia with them. And so they meet again.
Oh, and this could be perfect for Palestine. They see Kazakhstan rotating on in. Good shots are being pulled against them, but no knock so far. And that's that first one coming in. I do believe it was Hamza finding the first one against Kazakhstan, but Hamza is immediately turned by Beck. And by the looks of it, it might just be a stand-up for the time being.
Yes.
Do remind me, Palestine has already lost a player as Hamza has just been flashed. 6 is going down as well. More shots are raining in from the other side. This could be a huge upset for the first round if Kazakhstan goes down.
They have secured themselves quite a few eliminations around bootcamp early on. 4 and counting, 5 and counting for now it should be. But as you said, this will be a standoff. Position of Kazakhstan was unpushable for Palestine, but they can take these safe shots out of the distance, just as Bahrain is doing against Mongolia at the moment. I'm surprised how many fights we're seeing early on here. Once again, now it's Kazakhstan actually pulling the trigger against Palestine. They know that they've taken one of their players out, but it is a 2v3 for now.
Palestine somehow still stranded with Wajam, trying to make something work as Kazakhstan is approaching slowly but surely with the 2 players remaining. They want to clear this side. One more frag is being secured. That's the 7th already, as Bahrain hasn't got a single one, and that might just come to bite them because they have to clear their side as well. There comes the shotgun as 12k in hand, not even the DBS, as Kazakhstan somehow clears their side once and for all.
And that's once again same but different basically. As their situation in bootcamp, they are surprised a little bit. They are going into the fight from the weaker position, and they are still winning it based on stronger execution. They have lost 3 of their 4 players, and now potentially actually getting back up to at least a duo with Puncher going for the revive here. But still, they've lost 50% of their team, but they secured 8 eliminations already. So this is a good game, even if they go out next.
You say that, but at the same time, if you start with 10 teams and you survive 2 in your own in the placements. I'm not even sure if it is a good game for them, because the second place is definitely going to get 6 placement points, and it's going to be more likely the teams get more and more and more placement points. So I'm not sure if I like this. We're going to have to wait and see. Maybe that what I just said is coming back around on me. Maybe
I would add something
it's going to look completely different.
I would say,
yeah, go ahead.
I would say, when taking into consideration that they had bad zones and had to fight 2 teams already, it's a good game, because over the entire duration of this qualifier, they will have 1 or 2 really great games where a team such as Kazakhstan will just get 8 eliminations for free and still be strong as a full squad. And that's why I think, given the situation as this map played, it is a good round for them, because this could have been horrible. They could have driven into bootcamp, lost 2 players, and then basically had a 3-point game or something. And they have an 8-point, 9-point, 11-point game already right now.
That is very true. I'll take it back. Yeah. If you put it like that, definitely. If you take the zones into consideration, I have to say that they really made the best half of it. Let's see, Uzbekistan still holding strong towards actually on top of the buildings as well. Frega finds the first one. IHC is in trouble. That might just be the second knock. Somehow he survives. That would have been massive for them, especially since Alex would have to rotate in just right behind them. He's getting shot in the back. That would have been the second knock. But it's going to take down only one as Frega is being traded and has to fall down, wait for the rest from his teammates.
Setting up a strong defense is crucial here in Paradise Resort. They can make it out easily into the current center of the zone. The southern way is quite easy to take, especially because they already have a player there that is currently holding that position, basically dead center of the zone right now. Uzbekistan, with a very strong position, they would have loved to actually get at least one of those flushes right here of the 2 knocks that Frega found. But still, they managed to stop their enemies in their tracks. It's Mongolia still, by the way. They have basically rotated around the entire north of the map by now and find themselves on the eastern side. And that's what I meant. If we had a look at the map replay, basically, of this round, you would see that Mongolia rotated across half of the map and still found a place that they can play.
Absolutely. And you can see now with this beautiful screen, props to the production, that IHC is slowly but surely trying to make their way into the next zone. This is disastrous. That knock should not have happened.
Yeah.
Tapper goes down very unfortunately, and that's going to give IHC a perfect opening and potentially crossing now towards the big resort, which they otherwise, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't have.
This must have been a huge communication mistake, because that team, they were aware of the entire 4 players. They had actually knocked 2 of these 4 players previously. No idea how you can get caught that much in the open. Guess it's going to be a first round mistake. Kazakhstan eliminated by now, so they actually got in 5th place. I think they're going to put this in the books as a sort of good game. They're not going to be unhappy. But you're right. The rest of the teams is getting so many placement points almost for free. If you're looking at Uzbekistan, all they had to do is defend their position for an entirety of 15 minutes now. And now they're only starting to fight.
Let's see if it's still going to be a problem. The one play that they did get the flush on wasn't actually Uzbekistan. It was Kazakhstan. So Uzbekistan still have the opportunity now to get him back up. Yeah, it was tough to spot, especially with all the new flags coming in. Usually we cast organizations. This round, it's going to be flags. It's still a bit more difficult, as Tajikistan is now rotating on in. For any Tajikistan fan, this is the most crucial spot in the game and in the tournament so far. They want to start off strong. You said how important it is to have a good first game at the beginning of a tournament. And so far, they really have 6 eliminations and 4 players still left alive. All the other teams are potentially going to fight themselves before being focused on Tajikistan.
Tajikistan forced to rotate now, though, while every other team is in a strong spot. And they will notice that it's never great being the last one to join a party, as they are immediately evaporated by several different angles of Mongolia. Tajikistan out, 3 teams remaining.
Oh, Mongolia. That is a beautiful skin, by the way. I gotta put that out there for a second. As Bahrain is now made its way in towards the western side as well. This is a deep shift down towards Tajikistan. That is massive. That is massive, massive stuff coming in for Tajikistan as well as IHC. Maybe even more so for Mongolia, actually. Maybe even more so for Mongolia than it is for Excuse me, I was saying Tajikistan, maybe more so for Mongolia than it is for Uzbekistan, of course, depending on how well they can play on top of the roofs, but we'll have to wait and see.
The one thing that we should focus on now is definitely utility play. I assume that Uzbekistan should have a ton of utility left, given that they have never moved and only fought on long distance. Also, another big advantage is that the other two remaining teams are kicking it off with a fight. Bahrain is basically being taken down already. So it looks as if it's gonna be a fight between Mongolia and Uzbekistan for the first win.
Pretty good shots. No knock so far, though, apart from the one against Tapok. But this nade could be absolutely massive. Goes in, doesn't hit anyone, unfortunately, as Dams goes down. And Mongolia find themselves in a 3-on-3 scenario. Let's see who's gonna pick up the rest of these frags. In the meanwhile, Bahrain is eliminated as well. One of the absolute favorites to take home this one. Might not even find themselves in the top 5 after they've only gathered a couple of frags in total.
Uzbekistan starting this fight with losing a player is obviously not optimal, given that they are the team that has to move more than Mongolia, and also the team pretty much pinned in the lower ground. This could be an easy win for Mongolia if they play it right. Oh, that nade almost gets a second knock. They also got a player really close to that wall already. Oh, and that knock is beautiful.
Wow.
Mongolia is gonna win this, I think.
I think so too. I mean, honestly, they have to. It's a 4-on-2. Next knock comes in, and now it's just Alex with a DBS in hand. Pops around the right side of the corner, and the last player goes down as a result of that. Good team play coming in as we have the first winner of the very first game of the Iesf Asian Regional Qualifiers, and it is Mongolia.
I want to see a tracker on that rotation of Mongolia. They have been all the way up north in that standoff that we spoke about against Bahrain, who ended up 3rd in this round. Then they rotated even further north when the zone shifted eastward. And then they rotated all the way around the map and ended up where Kazakhstan would have ended had they survived that 3rd or 4th rotation that they had to play. They must have moved, I don't know, a dozen kilometers in that round or so and still ended up winning. Also due to the fact that so many teams fought early and that we started with 9, obviously, but still, that was an amazing strategic move. Zone after zone after zone by this team that really deserves that first win.
Yeah, amazing how they dodged the fights that happened originally just across the bridge on the northern side, just north of Bahrain as well. They made sure to keep it at a distance and especially not to lose anyone. I want to say, this almost fell apart and would have if they would have gotten that second knock from Uzbekistan, the one where Fragger was on top of the roof. If that second knock from Fragger would have happened, yeah, Uzbekistan would have won it. And I think Fragger is going to look back at that round and be like, maybe I just threw the rounds. Maybe he's unreal. But it was really tough shots to hit to begin with. But honestly, Fragger is such an experienced player, so I kind of would have given it to him as well. But either way, yeah, first Sanhok, and the only Sanhok for today is going to go the way of Mongolia.
I also think that Uzbekistan maybe was a bit too shy to pull the trigger here. Fragger got that first wonderful knock, then almost knocked the second one, then actually knocked the 3rd player moving closer to him. I think they could have maybe chosen to actually pull the trigger, throw a couple of nades in the direction of the enemies to at least get 1 or maybe even 2 of those flushes. And you're fully right. If they get at least 1 there, they do win that round. I'm almost 100% certain. Mongolia only won the round because they could play so many angles from the high ground in the end.
Yeah, you could also see here Kazakhstan once again fighting against Palestine. I think even before that, clearing out people in boot camp. I believe Jordan was actually the team that they had to fight against originally. And then in the end, here again, once more, Mongolia is just cleaning up the circle. I felt like Bahrain had a little bit of a chance, but only if Mongolia wouldn't have cleared them before taking on Uzbekistan, and they did just that perfectly. So Mongolia, once again, very big props to them. They played this really methodical, and this is exactly the kind of thing that we said coming into this day. The teams that have played together, that are literally at the top of the international scene already in their respective regions, like Mongolia, IHC, they've literally just played one of the biggest tournaments this year. These guys are going to have an advantage, and you can see how methodical they played.
Yes.
These types of mistakes just don't happen for them.
100%. You could 100% see if you would basically turn every single team color gray on the map, and you would have somebody that knows at least a little bit about PUBG Mobile guess which of these players know the rest of their team really well and which don't, you would be so easily able to pinpoint Kazakhstan and Mongolia here. Kazakhstan, because they rotated so well and they took every fight so methodically. Also that fight on the western compound of boot camp where they used their nades. The first Molotov was not that great, but every single nade after that was pretty good. Also them not losing their player that got knocked in the process was so well done. And obviously Mongolia rotating perfectly. They spread up so wide in the northern side of the, I think, second and third zone it should have been. They covered so much area that even when the circle hard shifted away to the east, they so quickly had a new position to play from. So yeah, you could easily see that. And at the same time, you could easily see that those teams that had some openings, that had some good positions where they could have actually played much better, they simply didn't have the speed and they didn't have the accuracy to do the moves together that they had to do. And yeah, you couldn't have said it better.
I want to criticize on Uzbekistan because I feel like, sure, that fight against Mongolia early on with Frege on top of the roof was one of the scenarios that we talked about them, but even before that, we didn't really touch on them because they had such a centralized position for almost the entirety of the game, and I thought it was really interesting. They already contested them on it, right? Uzbekistan was completely fine with just taking the resort, and especially towards the eastern side of things, just taking the resort and just sticking to it, right? No matter where the zone shifted, they knew they were going to play this from edge to edge, and they're not going to leave it until they really have to. But that also only worked because no one really took the western side. Just until the very end, no one was really there. I think Bahrain was the only team even slightly contesting them, but they didn't even contest it to begin with because honestly they didn't have the players, and also they didn't really want to. They played that western side because they realized everyone else is towards the eastern side. So yeah, I gotta give it to Uzbekistan, but I think it's too early to tell whether or not that was just a one-off game or we're going to continue seeing them that strong.
I think that came a little bit due to the fact that playing aggressively against Paradise from the western side of Paradise is really difficult. There's a lot of low ground with not many safe positions to play from, so that's why Bahrain took so long to actually make that final move that ended up killing them because it's so difficult to play there. But on the other hand, I tend to agree, and I'm going to do something really boring here and blame it all on RNG. I'm just going to say the more active teams that wanted to fight early on were simply in the southern side of the map, and the teams that wanted to play it more strategically were in the northern side of the map. And so nobody actually decided to move close enough to Paradise Resort to ever be a real threat against Uzbekistan.
Yeah, I thought maybe Bahrain was going to be that team. Once again, I got to touch on Bahrain because they held that eastern compound towards the bridge and that compound just down below for so very long. And I thought they're only going to do that if they don't want to let anyone in towards the northern side, which they did, right? Mongolia had to rotate all the way around towards the eastern side. That was exactly what we said, right? If they play these positions, they want to make sure no one is rotating across the street and getting into that forest. Not even on their hillside, but even on the other hillside as well. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we saw it, but they lost a player at some point, and I feel like that threw them the game away as well. Imagine Bahrain being in the same spot that we saw them in the very late game, but with 4 players up. I think they would have had a great chance against both these teams, depending on how the next circle would have closed and would have gotten that first knock. I mean, Uzbekistan already lost a play even before that. Mongolia at one point had a knock as well. So I could have seen them win it as well. And we said they are one of these contenders. We haven't seen it in this match, but I'm pretty sure if we do look back at it and they don't lose that player, it would have gone all different. We would have seen them being a contender in the very first match as well.
I fully agree. In these late stages of a PUBG Mobile esports match, it all comes down to fast-paced decision-making at the right time. So timing is extremely important. And one, they lost a player where they probably shouldn't have lost him. We didn't see it, as you said. But 2, they also didn't really find the perfect timing to either play around the north of Paradise and play into the buildings, actually fighting against Uzbekistan, almost creating a second direction for Uzbekistan to fight against, or to fight around the south to actually contest the position of Mongolia. That position that Mongolia had in the end was open for way too long, and it could have been taken from any other team in the southern side. And I think Mongolia was almost a bit surprised how easily they could actually play around that side of the map and that there was nobody there which was likely, once again, and I don't want to be boring here, but it was likely due to the fact that Kazakhstan and Palestine fought so early and both lost so many players that no strong presence of one nation could be formed around the southern side of the circle. All of this would have been so different in a full lobby. All of this would have been so different. Also, the fact that Mongolia won that game after 5 rotation points with only 8 eliminations. Usually, you come out of that game with 18 eliminations in a normal lobby. So everything's a bit different today.
I think it goes to show all of these teams, and I think that's what we're going to see in the next couple of games as well. How important it is to have all 4 players stay alive under all conditions. If you do have to fight, make it all in, because honestly, you won't necessarily find much success with just 2 or 3 players in these late game stages, because you will have teams that will have a full squad. There will always be an edge where you don't necessarily have to fight your way in. So I think just keeping all 4 players alive under all conditions, that's what some of these teams will have realized. I think especially Bahrain and especially Uzbekistan as well, who had a very early knock against Mongolia in that late skirmish. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. We're still holding out for these overall match stats. We're going to take a look at in a second to see who's really where, because I said Kazakhstan, sure, they had a lot of frags, but I don't think they're necessarily, just because of the placements, I don't think necessarily they will be at the very top. I think you said 11 points, I think 8 eliminations and maybe like 3 placements is what they've gotten. Mongolia had 18 points, just as a reference, so we're going to have to wait and see.
But Bahrain only had 6 or 7, I think. I think they only they ended up 3rd, but will have less points than Kazakhstan, for example. And that once again shows how many how many elimination points 8 actually are in a lobby where there's only, I would say, maybe 32 or 33 up for the taking, because there's always going to be some survivors in the end, right? So if you have 36 players, there's going to be 32, 33, 34 elimination points. And if you have 8 of them, that's actually pretty close to a quarter of all of the eliminations that you can get in a round. And that's pretty good, given that we have 9 teams. So I think Kazakhstan is going to end up most likely, maybe even 2nd, but very, very likely 3rd on the overall leaderboard. By the way, everything you have just said is going to be double the case when we move forward to Erangel. But let's first have a look. And it's actually the 2nd place with those 8 eliminations.
What? Okay, I thought Uzbekistan had... Wait a minute.
They only had 1 elimination.
Uzbekistan only had a single elimination? Are you kidding me? That is crazy. That is crazy.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, you have 16 out of the 33 possible eliminations in 2nd and 1st place, right? So you have 7 other teams, given that UAE did not join that first game, who fight for 16 eliminations in total. So these 8 eliminations of Kazakhstan cannot be understated.
That is, I am completely shook right now. I thought Kazakhstan didn't really have that great of a game with 11 placements, because, yeah, honestly, I thought more so the late stage teams will have gathered plenty of these points. But then again, yeah, as you said, Uzbekistan only with a single elimination point. I want to see Tajikistan, 10 points as well, ladies and gentlemen. Tajikistan coming off to a great start. I think that was more for them. I feel like they should have taken the position of Bahrain in the end. They had 4 players left alive. They had a great entry. They literally only needed to rotate in. But somehow Bahrain, we didn't really get to see that fight in detail, but somehow Bahrain really somehow made it work with the 2 or 3 players they had left alive rotating out of the resort. So I'm excited to see Tajikistan again and make up for the mistake they had on the last one, because, yeah, I think they had massive potential that they've shown us.
I mean, obviously nothing is decided here, and there are a couple of specifics that will likely not end up happening in every single map of this qualifier. But for now, it's super interesting to see that the 2 teams that definitely had to fight and rotate the most are the 2 teams up top. Because Mongolia had to rotate so much, Kazakhstan had to rotate and fight so much, and they end up with 18 and 11 points. And I mean, that just once again shows that your predictions for the individual team strengths were spot on, because you had both of them in the top 3. So first of all, kudos to you for catching that. But at the end, this was also very impressive. And number one, I don't really think they could have done that in a lobby with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more teams. Obviously, it's going to be drastically different when we jump into Group B, 100%. But still, this was a great achievement of those 2 teams.
I feel like I want to ask the underdog question again, because we've now seen some of these teams play. And honestly, I had an underdog, or actually your underdog pick, I think it was Turkmenistan, correct?
My underdog pick was Turkmenistan. I'm gonna change it now, though, if you ask me again. But yeah, finish your sentence first.
Yeah, it was. Look, that first fight, unfortunately, really didn't look that strong, and I hope that was a one-time thing, because the way they handled that fight, I feel like they were scared.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't change, that's a very, very bad indication for how the next games could potentially be. And yes, in my opinion, it is an indicator. If you start off a tournament with a lack in self-esteem, with a lack in self-confidence, then that might just carry on through the entirety of the tournament. Turkmenistan needs to change that. I felt like Klaus especially was the last one in that original fight that we saw. Instead of trying to make something happen, instead of trying to take initiative, he kind of prone between these rocks, and I feel like, once again, I might just be completely wrong in that assumption, but I feel like that was just not enough confidence. And yeah, once again, if that changes, I think I have hope for them again. But that's why I was going to ask you again, whether or not that's changed, because that's just, I don't know, not a good feeling so far.
I'm actually gonna, while we're taking a look at the match MVP of Kazakhstan, makes total sense. I'm just gonna project what you just said on two other teams. I think the same, and it's gonna be quite interesting because one of them literally got second in that game. I think Uzbekistan also playing a little bit scared. Jordan also playing a little bit scared. And as you said, if you're going into a best of a 12, into a 12 map qualifier, where only the top 2 seeds actually get what everyone is playing for, you can absolutely not jump into that tournament being scared. And I think you could see it. I'm gonna repeat it. I said it before. You could see it in Uzbekistan. Fragger gets 2 knocks, and they don't at least try to throw some nades in that direction. They don't at least try to get that eastern side, that so valuable eastern side of the remaining circle for themselves. And I think that shows a little bit of them being scared as well. My main issue is, if I take these 3 out as my underdog picks, and we say that Bahrain, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia are the top dogs, I pretty much once again have Lebanon left. And I would say my underdog, while that is a pretty, it's not really an underdog pick, but I'm gonna stick with Lebanon for now.
That's a fair pick. I quickly want to touch on Becca, because we just saw him as an MVP. We thought now he was going to play in the full lineup. Apparently they don't. Becca from Major Pride is going to be standing in here, who is the 5th in that Kazakhstan lineup, and he's standing in, he's already got the MVP. I'm just saying, he's standing in, he's already got the MVP. I'm just saying, Kazakhstan really, at least in the fighting spirit, off to a very, very strong start. We will be heading into the next game very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We won't even head into a break, as the next one is already in starting conditions, and the players have already deemed themselves ready. So quickly want to touch on that leaderboard once again. 12 matches will be played for each of these groups. It will be today, it will be tomorrow, the day after, and then the next day after tomorrow. So over the next 3 days, do stay tuned at these channels from Iesf. We have the Asian regional qualifiers going on. In case you don't know what the structure is, we have 2 groups. We have Group A, we have Group B. Group A is 10 teams with the top 2 qualifying for the WEC in Riyadh, and we have Group B with 18 teams with the top 3 qualifying for Riyadh. So just to give you guys a perspective, as we head into the next game, Sanhok is done and dusted. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be Erangel for the next 3 matches.
And obviously, my first observation here is going to be, is UAE in now, or will we play with 9 nations, with 9 teams for the entirety of this Group A of the qualifier? We have no information for you as to why they did not join in the first game, so we cannot provide you with that. But at the same time, did I just already spot? I think I spotted their flag. So yes, we're going to be in with 40 players, very likely, as UAE are jumping into the direction of 70, and they are heading for an early fight against Bahrain, which might not be the best decision.
Might not be. And then again, all of these teams should have an easy spot to dodge for. If we've only got 10 teams, honestly, there should always be another loose spot you can potentially take, especially with this playing path. Even Zaki might be an option, even though that is too late for the majority of them right now. Rozog is being taken, Pachinki is being taken, North Georgia Pole as well. Just Yasnaya being free. That to me is the only really surprising spot, as we have an Eastern Circle. Great stuff for your favorite team, for Lebanon, as they will be in the very center of the circle.
Definitely. Lebanon and Uzbekistan, the latter once again having the highest priority on really good spots in the zone. They will have to rotate a little bit this time, but they should be able to know that they get a lot of these, or can get a lot of these really good compounds in the middle of the current zone for free, simply because there's nobody on the map, pretty much. We at least have 39 players now. UAE is joining us with 3 of their players for now. Let's hope they will be able to join with a full squad soon, at least in the 3rd map. This is too much of a chance. This is too much of an opportunity to not at least try and fight for it. They already have a very strong uphill battle to fight, given that they are joining with 0 points. And that gets even worse when you think about that one of the likely 3 best lineups is facing them early on in 70 in this game.
On the other hand, for Bahrain, that is a prime spot now to pick up 3 potential eliminations. They will surely know as soon as they get the first knock, or maybe if UAE finds the first knock, they will surely know that it is only a 3-man team on the other side. And that no matter who gets the first knock, they will always be in a man advantage. They've taken the majority of the city already as well. Oh, he needs to be a little bit careful. First knock is coming on through, and at the very latest, now it is known. It is only 2 players left alive. And for YD, we just saw there, having the cross towards church with an absolute massive position, finds the first knock. Really good positioning, where he catches UAE off guard.
This was... I mean, we didn't see the movement of the UAE player that got knocked, but from this perspective, it looks as if they played it almost a bit reckless. That knock was taken really close towards the church in 70. Great nade, by the way. Almost getting the second knock and basically finishing the team fight immediately. But Bahrain have to keep it slow, have to keep it on their side. Have to take it a bit slower here. Going for their own revive as one of their players got knocked. It's still a 4v3. They will still know that. And now that they have invaded the quadrant of 70 that UAE has chosen to loot, this is a fight that cannot be dodged anymore.
No, we can't. Flash goes through as the last 2 plays from UAE are now stuck in that building right in front of the Bahrain players. And they have nowhere else to go. They will just have to hide and hope that somehow one of these players is going to run into their DBS. Now we saw on DR. And now the first one is coming on through. Is there a nade being popped? Do they know where Pubgm is? I think they do, but the nade doesn't hit its target. Nexi now, closing the distance as well. There's the first knock coming on through. It is a 2v4 down to a 1v4 now. DBS in hand. Let's hope Bahrain, for any Bahrain fan, is not going to lose a player. First knock, though, goes the way of UAE. Doesn't matter. Next is there to trade it out. And Bahrain, with a very easy pickup of 3 eliminations here in their own city, will surely fight this in the next couple of games as well.
I don't want to kick anyone that's already on the ground, but I would say there was room for another DBS knock there. There was definitely enough time. Both players didn't really hit their shots here for a couple of seconds. But then again, does the second knock really make a difference? Does he ever have the time to go for a flush? Probably not. UAE leaving map 1 with 0 points as they hadn't joined. And then also leaving map 2 with 0 points. And we sadly have to say it. This is a 12 map qualifying group. And having 0 points on average after 2 of them, the chances are not great.
No. The chances actually are incredibly slim for you to come back. But however slim they might be, to give your nation some amount of honor, some amount of, to some degree, legacy as well, you surely want to try. Just for the off chance that you do come back. And I think what we all hope to see is them coming back with a full 4-man, especially. Because there's a 3-man in this lobby. that amount of teams and that amount of isolated fights, it's going to be very tough for them to get anything going.
Honestly, I think it's so interesting that Lebanon is the only team that chose to rotate further towards the center of the zone. I'm stunned that Uzbekistan didn't decide to go at least a bit more central, a bit more towards these high priority, partly even high ground spots around Yasnaya. It's interesting that they chose to stay where they looted once more. I think in Paradise it made perfect sense. In this game, I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of not rotating more towards the center. Maybe they're anticipating some hard shifts here. Maybe they are really, really scared, what we just pointed out. Maybe they just don't want to be involved in these early game shenanigans of some teams fighting really aggressively, such as Kazakhstan, team that we're looking at right now. But I'm surprised at how free the center of this second or soon to be second zone still is.
Kazakhstan, we just saw them fight very early on. Let's see if that happens again. I'm not too sure with this circle. There's plenty of positions to be played, but despite that, I want to say less splits than I would have anticipated when I originally knew it was going to be a 10-team lobby, or even 9-team lobby in this case, for the second time from Phase 1 onwards. I thought it was going to be more space being taken by plenty of these teams, but then again, maybe that's my fault for thinking that way, because that also opens you up to a lot of potential breaches, and maybe space isn't even what you need. Maybe it's all about the players, and we've said that before. I think the one thing that some of these teams will be taking away from the first game is keep all 4 players alive, and that's what we see so far.
If it's your fault, we're both at fault here. I'm gonna say that. I also anticipated more teams. As I would have thought Lebanon and Uzbekistan would at least play a 2-2 split here in some sorts of compounds that can easily defend each other against a breach. But honestly, if I was the IGL of one of these squads, I would simply say I don't anticipate any breach in the first 12 minutes of the game. I just don't think it's gonna happen, because every team knows that the main objective, the main thing that you can never do in this lobby is die too early. You simply cannot play a 0-point round. So I would aggressively defend 2 strong points. And especially, I mean, not especially in this zone, but also in these eastern circles, there are these high ground spots that are so strong and that often lead to high kill point games that I thought more teams would opt into taking them. But yeah, maybe we're both wrong. And maybe these teams have the perfect recipe to play super slow from the outside of the zone and simply rotate aggressively into the 4th and 5th circle.
You can see players and fans from Turkmenistan hyped equally as you do head on to the next fight is Tajikistan against Uzbekistan. That is a quick knock against Tajikistan, if I saw that correctly. The flush has already gone through as well. Uzbekistan really wants to get more out of this situation. That's a good nade coming in, but it's not going to deal too much damage as he's still looking for him. He's got his 2 players as support on the ridge line right behind him. That's a really good setup. Makes it almost impossible for Uzbekistan to make any sort of move. But then again, they are a player down. I quickly have to touch on the super chat that we have in the chat. A7 donates $5, and that just says Turkmenistan. That's I said it in the beginning of this. This is one of these scenes that you don't actually expect to be super PUBG Mobile. You know, have a super high PUBG Mobile affinity, but they do. There's a big community in Turkmenistan. So shout out to you guys. And I guess thank you for supporting our Iesf.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to add one more thing, and then I'm going to stop. The fact that Uzbekistan opted in to not taking a more central compound in this game, which they could have done, actually ended up with them being breached early on. Because they stayed more towards the edge of the circle, where obviously a lot of teams are gonna come in, especially given that it was the western side of the circle in an eastern circle, so basically the side where everybody has to come in. And so it's like double counterintuitive, basically. Yeah. So if they stayed on the eastern side, the side that is always gonna be more free, I could understand them staying. But on the western side, I'm not the biggest fan. I think it was to be expected that they would have actually they wanted to play it defensively. You could see it in their actions, but in playing defensive, they opened themselves up for more aggressive moves against their squad. And that's going to be the last thing that I'm going to say about it. Let's focus on the play-by-play action for now. But I thought that was a really interesting observation.
Good notice on your part. Palestine, next team rotating in over there. Very same match that we just talked about. Coming in through the deep western side. Straight across the field, rotates into Iesf. The one city that I touched on in phase 1, not being looted at all. Not a single team opted to go for Iesf. I think partly due to the fact that everyone else thought it was going to be taken. Because honestly, it's a great city. You get enough car spawns. Usually you do. And with 9 teams, or even 10 teams in a lobby, you can opt for some of these compounds towards the eastern, like we see in the distance, Bevan compounds, or maybe even towards the bridge to get some additional cars if you do not have enough. Which, once again, sometimes can be the only thing that kind of is a problem in Iesf. But either way, now, on the other hand, it is 2 phases onwards. We have 2 teams, maybe even 3 teams in Iesf. That's going to be an interesting scenario. Our job goes down. And if I were any of these teams in Iesf, I would definitely go for that one.
I think this is one aspect of the game that is going to change more and more the more maps we're going to see from the same map. So if we're going to see Erangel a second time, it's quite likely that there's going to be a team in Iesf, if the plane allows for it, obviously. If we're going to see it a third time, probably loot spots will once again change. And then when we see this group for the second time, I guess the loot spot meta will be much more condensed. It will be much more clear who's going to go where. Right now, it was probably pretty hard to anticipate who was going to loot where, simply because you only have 2 or 3 full teams where you know their preferred loot spots. And so everything was free for the taking pretty much. But we're taking a look at the team that won the first round, Mongolia, taking one of these smaller spots to defend now that the circle is getting closer and closer. And once again, they find themselves in a comparable situation, I would say, to the Sanhok game, where they have to play into every single circle.
Yeah. Nice knock for Uzbekistan. They're still holding down the southwestern circle edge. It is a pretty good edge depending on how the next circle shifts. If we do have an ending in the open fields, there is plenty of spots, thanks to PUBG Mobile always being fast and the map changes. There's plenty of spots that you can play in the open field, especially if there's not as many teams as usually around these parts. And you can see, this is the combat that I'm talking about. You have great vision on towards the field, so you can kind of keep anyone else from taking the positions in front of you. And that's what's really important. So Uzbekistan, for now, stacking up on everything they need, especially utility. If it does come to play in an open field ending, that's what they're going to need.
I'm very happy that everything I said about the position of Uzbekistan, or basically keeping their position, ended up being wrong. It ended up being the perfect trap. They picked up 2 easy frags, easy additional loot for a strong late game. The position also, now that we know where the 4th circle went, is really, really strong right now. You're basically the last compound before that huge open area, which is always great to be in. So they gambled a little bit, but they now are at a huge advantage because of it.
Next knocks are coming on through as Palestine is fighting off Jordan. Very tough to differentiate these two with the flags that they have. Maybe if UAE is chiming in as well, that would be complete chaos. But as we've got the color, Clever peeks out the corner. Unfortunately, looks the other way. And that knock is going the way of Jordan. Trade is happening, though, as Palestine... Excuse me, not a trade. I think actually Jordan lost both these players as Palestine is converging on them. And there's only one player left. And that position, I do believe, is known as well. And Palestine is already running towards it. Shots are being traded back and forth. And it might just be the complete clean pickup by Palestine as Miracle finds himself all alone in that one single room. And there it is. 3 flags, maybe even 4 frags going the way of Jordan, and that is how you want to do it.
And that is the #1 issue of the DBS. If you get juked once and you shot twice, everybody knows that there's a little window of opportunity, that little second that is so often enough to take you out, and that happens here. Super clean team fight. Very well played. Maybe we'll have to talk about different underdogs once again after this game. For now, we're just looking at players picking up some style points. Bahrain, once again, strong on the kill point side. Not once again, actually. They picked up only 2 in that first round, but now they already have 6 of them. So they've had some successful fights for now. Mongolia also still in it. Uzbekistan still in it. We're closing in on almost the same end game as in that first round.
Yeah. Let's see if Bahrain can make something work this round with 4 players in the late game. They've already gotten 7 frags, which is what we expected from them coming into the second match as well. That's what they were missing in the last game. Then again, they didn't really have the opportunity to do so. Be reminded that is the full lineup coming in from Brute Force, the ones that literally just took home $70,000 in the PMSL EMEA qualifier. That's the kind of amount of experienced players that you have in an Iesf Asian regional qualifier. And there we have them on the screen again. Frizzer, one of the absolute top fraggers for all this team, always very dangerous as they engage the second team up towards the top of the hill. More nades are coming on through. It looks like it's a pretty isolated fight again, which is exactly where Bahrain has their advantages. Oh. Alizations of the team eliminated. Lebanon goes out as well, down to 7 teams as Bahrain clears out that east side. And Palestine trying to make their way in, but even they will be caught off guard by not only Kazakhstan, Bahrain, but also the rest of the teams playing in gas.
Bahrain in a difficult spot right now. It's a bit better considering that there's a knock player to their north, but they will have to somehow make it out of here against a team that is very efficient in not letting that happen. Kazakhstan is on the hunt for Bahrain, repositioning the vehicles here for a moment to dodge potential nades coming in. They never came though, because Kazakhstan is on the way towards the edge of the circle. Really nice smoke play here, covering himself on the roof against the potential snipers out of Yasnaya. And that gives him the option to rain fire on Wassam and everybody else who's also immediately dodging away. So many potential fights not happening just until now though, because Bahrain has now walked into the trap of Kazakhstan and they are still not safe. They can they even go for this rest? Blue zone already moving. I think it's gonna be just fine. No, actually stopping it again. No, he's gonna carry him. All right. Okay. But where to go from here though?
Wow, look at this. Kazakhstan. They might just play this aggressively. They don't want to let Bahrain get this knockoff. I'm back up on their feet. You can see Punch already grabbing angles, which is kind of dangerous to some degree because, sure, maybe you deny them the rest, which they didn't in the first place, but also if Punch does get traded, and that is a good opportunity for Bahrain to actually get that fight going, then he's not going to get picked back up, right? The rest of the team is already in the compound, so Puncher has to be very, very careful of being spotted here. Yes, he's got a good angle, but don't be overconfident. We said it before. If you do want to close out these games, and they've got 0 frags so far, you need all 4 players left alive.
Puncher took one down. That's the perfect start to this fight. Immediately gets the flush as well. And there's the next one. Bahrain without any chances in this situation. Ooh. Only one of their players left. Things went south really quickly as they went north. And this is probably going to be the end for their game. They're going to take home quite a few elimination points, but not too many placement points. At least as it seems for now. One little retaliation knock coming in, but after that, immediately Bahrain goes out. And Palestine, they actually smell the blood and the water. They know that there's one player from Kazakhstan knocked, and they are pulling the trigger heavily. But I don't think it's gonna end up great for them. Kazakhstan was just too ready in this situation. That Molotov, not really perfectly placed. The grenade, however, gets an immediate second knock. And Palestine only has 1 player left in this compound. They have another one, but he's playing outside. It's the same for Kazakhstan though.
Yeah, look at this. Palestine though with the opportunity to revive their teammates. Now the breach is coming in, but he's already driving back and realizing 2 of these players from Palestine have made their way inside the compound already, and they are getting the resters back up. So man, what a breach coming out from Palestine. That is massive plays being dealt by them. Good shots from the distance. Puncher, though. Now the breach comes on through. They don't want to give up their teammates. Immediately gets the first knock. One player dies towards the blue zone as well. And it's only Vasyam in this compound. Suddenly the situation has turned around again. But honestly, none of these teams are going to win this round now. They've literally eliminated each other because of this fight. Wazim still tries to make it work. Out of ammunition. Hops through the car. Oh, that is one hell of a play, but he still gets taken down by Puncher with a DBS. The shotgun reigns once again as man. That was one hell of a play, and Palestine almost make it work.
Oh, and we jumped straight to the remaining 1v1 of this fight in the end that Kazakhstan actually won. That was surprising. They changed their idea twice in the process of just the end of that team fight. Palestine coming into the compound with their last player. Kazakhstan also coming to the rescue, driving away again, coming back, and still ending up winning that fight. I can only imagine what would have happened had they been a little more decisive in their first attempt. I think they could have maybe gotten out even stronger. But, I mean, they are still 3-man strong. So they still somehow managed to get those reses through. Must have been just in time with the blue zone closing in. And now they are in the final 5 teams of the game. And once again, Uzbekistan is also there.
I thought that net was going to be perfect for a second, but doesn't even matter. He's going to bleed out anyway as Klaus gets another one. And there we have it, your underdogs, Turkmenistan, making it into late game as well. Even as a 2-man, they might still be dangerous. There's only a solo right behind them. If they know of him, if they can clear him out, they've almost secured a top 3 placement as safely as anyone. Because I think Uzbekistan is not going to make it in. I think Mongolia is going to have trouble against Kazakhstan rotating on in as well. But that's really going to depend on the next circle shift. Because for now, they've got the best position. So it's all going to come down to, as I said, the next one. Because I usually have the circle shift. I kind of want to say it goes back north.
Look at those live rankings where we immediately see how close all of this obviously still is, given that this is only map number 2. It might actually remain like this for quite a long time. Uzbekistan has the perfect chance to get very close, if not actually to that first place position, depending on how well Mongolia are doing. I just love the fact that it's once again Uzbekistan and Mongolia being alive. And once again, both teams with a very, very good chance of actually making it to the top 2. They, I would say, have the 2 best spots right now. And on top of that, they are 4 and 3 men strong, which are the strongest teams that we still have in terms of manpower. So might actually be a rematch. And this time Uzbekistan might go into it with the advantage.
Yeah. I'm surprised not to see Bahrain now in this one. I thought surely this time around they're going to use that man advantage that they've so desperately needed in this round and make it happen, but they unfortunately didn't. So that's once again going to give Kazakhstan, especially Uzbekistan, the time to act and execute the revenge that they've wanted to make happen in the last game. IHC, aka Mongolia, still standing towards the southern side. Let's see how that circle is going to shift, because it is going to decide a lot, and it is relatively centralized. I think one of the Mongolia players almost already inside. You can see the dip right in front of them. That is playable, but at the moment, it isn't, because Uzbekistan is still alive. So, difficult scenario for Mongolia. That's what I was talking about. Both these teams have to kind of fight each other in order to get a spot in the next one.
Yeah, this was actually a really good shift for Mongolia, because Uzbekistan basically has only one choice, and that is trying to play into Mongolia now. Mongolia, they can stay within these dips that we're seeing right now, while Uzbekistan could basically only drive into the middle of the open field to play around their cars and smokes. And that's apparently not something they want to do just yet, given the amount of energy they are putting into this aggressive attack against Zyle. Looks as if they noticed that it's going to be way too difficult to fight there. So they are driving back. But as we can see, there's only open field for them here. Oh, are they going to try it up north? Are they going to try a different route into the zone? Maybe they just stay defensive. Maybe there's a slight chance that pretty much nothing happens in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, really depends on if Uzbekistan finds a spot. It feels like they have with 2 players. That is one good shot, though. Pancha goes and takes out one of the Turkmenistan players. The same goes for Uzbekistan and Mongolia, with Demo hitting a nasty shot, and I think a second one as well. Yeah, that's a second one as well. That kind of just threw it away for Uzbekistan. Wow! Yes. Demo absolutely sitting down some of these players on that eastern side. There's a really aggressive push coming on through. Has to be careful. And look at this Mongolia. They don't want to wait. They want to act on this knock that they've just gathered. And they're flush as well. Because Uzbekistan, they are down to 3 players, as we said. And they are damaged as well. And they've taken the ridgelines close to them to potentially make something work. Now it comes on through. But so far, nothing really happening.
And there could not be a better visualization of what we've just spoken about in the break between Game 1 and Game 2. It is once again Uzbekistan simply being too afraid of pulling the trigger, even though they know they have the advantage, and even though they know that all the other choices, other than fighting against Mongolia, are worse than fighting against Mongolia. And they get punished for it so hard. Mongolia actually just taking them apart right now. Uzbekistan with 0 good positions to play. And they are out right now. And they only got the 3rd place, even though they were the last 4-player team remaining. And we can once again speak about playing too scared. And this is a perfect example for that.
But also, Mongolia playing almost too aggressive, but it still works out for them. What a push! They originally had a knock and a flush, and that was all they really had to make this work. And they did it. Such a tough push to actually rotate around there and just fight them head-on, despite them not even having anything to work with. There was a single tip in front of them, nothing else. Mongolia still decides to breach that edge, knowing they cannot coexist. And look at this. As a result of that, they clear out the edge, they get eliminations, and also most likely secure the round.
One last player, Puncher of Kazakhstan, who did a really good job being the last man standing. But no chance in the end. And it is Mongolia all over again. And I can only repeat, if you go into a best of 12 scenario where only the top teams make it through, you better come out the gate guns blazing. And they sure did. They had to fight so much again. They had to rotate in so many different instances once again. And they made it all work out in the end. 17 points added on top of the 18 that they had already. We don't have to wait for the full match statistics here to tell you that that will equal 35 points. It's not gonna be enough at all, obviously, to secure them anything just yet. But this is the start that every team needed and only Mongolia got.
Oh yes, that is a showing as well. I want to touch on that very last kind of winning play they did against Uzbekistan, because wow, if that doesn't go to show you that these guys have not only the confidence to win this tournament and potentially make something happen even after that, but also in terms of respect for the enemies. I don't think they have any at the moment. They were in a disadvantage to make that push. Then Demo comes in not only with a knock but a flush as well, and then to decide, hey, we don't even have anything to pull up on. We have a single dip, that's it. I'm still going to rotate there. I'm still going to take the only one, and to pressure them out of the zone. That is something that you don't really see that often. They really took initiative of the round and took control of it. So heads off to Mongolia at the moment. By far the strongest team. I know it's very early in the tournament, but so far, I mean, wow, even if they wouldn't have secured their round, even if they would have been taken out against Uzbekistan, I still would have said that is one showing from Mongolia.
It's impressive. It's just impressive, and it was pretty much an exact replay of the Sanhok game, because also once again Kazakhstan had to play so proactive, and they once again did it so well and so successfully, and they will remain rank 1 and rank 2 for a reason. We're seeing their fight here against the remaining players of Palestine, which was a bit funny. This situation in particular with the
that was nasty.
Like,
that would have worked.
Yeah. But it was a nice little dance. It was a nice little dance around the car and actually through the car at times. And then the last player of Kazakhstan actually making it to the top 2 for his squad once again was also really strong. Here we can see, I'm so sad for Uzbekistan, almost. Even though they brought this all onto themselves by simply not playing proactive enough, it's a bit sad for them, and I can only imagine how unhappy they are with their performance, given that they had pole positions, 4 wins twice in a row now, and fumbled the ball even more in the second game than in the first.
Yeah, it's gotta hurt, it's gotta sting, as you said. Knowing you could be in the position that Mongolia is in right now in terms of points, sure. No matter if they would have run the round or not, I think we still would have said Mongolia looks a little bit stronger, because sometimes you don't even need to necessarily close out these games, because there's so many small variables that you can't really control to still be the best team. right? And we said the same thing about Bahrain or Kazakhstan, surely at some point in the qualifiers that we've seen so far. But for Uzbekistan especially, since we know they're not necessarily coming into this game as favorites.
Yeah.
And that's the big part. You only get a certain amount of chances at a win. And these were two massive chances, and they unfortunately just couldn't do it. And that's the sad part. Who knows what the rest of the games today will show us for them, but these zones have given them a lot to work with, and they've played them perfectly so far. So let's see if the late game is going to be more kind to them in the remaining 4.
Sometimes you don't have to close these games out, but it's sure better if you do. And I would argue that Mongolia now got 2 wins that they shouldn't have gotten, while Uzbekistan gave away 2 that they potentially should have taken down. Well, they will have some time to recover from this, and we will give you just that time as well, as we're heading for a short break.
Mongolia with a second win of the day. It is absolutely crazy how consistent and how dangerous they are. Even positions where they shouldn't win the game. Gideon, walk me through that last game. If that wasn't PUBG Mobile action, I don't know what is.
Yeah, definitely. I am surprised at how much fighting we are actually seeing. It might be a bit due to the fact that some teams apparently know very well that they have an edge, and quite an edge that is, on some of these other teams. So yeah, that game basically was, I would say, to walk you through it, Uzbekistan and Lebanon having a really strong grasp at the first circle, both teams deciding to stay pretty much in the places that they looted, so the center being open entirely. Nobody picking up Yasnaya in the beginning, which ended up having 4 teams in Yasnaya fighting to be the last team out, which I think Palestine actually ended up being. And then we had 4 different teams from 4 different corners of the circle, basically, or 4 different sides of the circle, closing in towards each other. So that was Palestine, then Kazakhstan from the eastern side, Mongolia from the south, and Uzbekistan from the west. And in the end, we spoke about this quite a bit, so I'm going to keep it short. In my opinion, Uzbekistan should have won it. They were way too indecisive, way too passive. They did not understand that playing straight into the circle in the open field was not something they can do, given that these dips, these 2 dips that Mongolia still had, were simply way too good at finding them underneath their cars or on the side of their cars or throwing nades at them. And yeah, that's how Mongolia picked it up once again. They read the circle well, they read the map really, really well, fought better, even though they were at a man disadvantage. So they picked up the back-to-back win in map 1 and 2. And I am scared to see what happens when they actually get a good first, second, and third circle.
Yeah. All right, that was a lighthearted question. You just explained the entire game, so I don't even know if there's anything more to add. That was a perfect analysis. I can't even add anything more to that. So yeah, I think I want to touch on that last point. The thing is, as you said, that wasn't even, like, these 2 games weren't even supposed to be Mongolia wins. That was kind of supposed to be Uzbekistan wins. Rotating in as a full 4-man, having the advantage most of the times. I kind of want to say 1.5 games, because honestly, that resort, just based off of the fact that they should have gate-kept Mongolia earlier, I think that's why they should have won that game, but not necessarily because of the very late game stages. When it came down to them having that 4v4 in resort down towards the southern side, I think that was already when it was too late. But if they would have gate-kept Mongolia earlier, I think then, yes, it would have been a second game. But yeah, as you said, despite that, it's going to be interesting. I also want to touch on Kyrgyzstan. Not Kyrgyzstan, excuse me, Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan is the actual reigning champion, by the way. I want to touch on Kazakhstan because such a strong lineup, and we've only seen them fight up until like phase 5, phase 6. These guys want to fight, you can tell. But in this instance, in this very last game, you could tell they didn't necessarily want to. They got breached and they got pushed into that fight. And that's when I felt like Kazakhstan, unfortunately, does have its troubles. They're normally a very aggressive team. They're very a team that likes to take initiative, that likes to pick fights, but they're not used to getting pushed into fights themselves. So I think Palestine did something incredibly smart. They pushed them out of their compound, and it worked perfectly. So I think Kazakhstan has to be careful for not getting put into this situation again, and maybe focusing more so on keeping all 4 players alive and having positions they can make into late game, because then they will shine. We know how strong this team is, and I'm at the moment just a tiny bit worried for them, because they keep on making these small mistakes. Yeah, it's going to add up, and as you said, it's only a top 2 scenario. You cannot go out of some of these rounds earlier on than what you should be, and Kazakhstan, as an absolute favorite, has to play for these top rankings.
So to first say something positive about them, and something very positive. Number 1, I assume they will still be number 2 on the leaderboard right now. And they also were able, number 2, to first defend against Bahrain, and then still, in the end, very, very closely, but still win the second fight against Palestine. And Palestine was super smart to attack in the moment that they attacked in. But on the other hand, I fully agree with your statement. It looked a bit wonky, especially that they got breached. They took way too long. Kazakhstan is the team that I'm talking about right now. They took way too long to actually form a strong defense against the breach. And then they re-breached their own compound, drove away, and then did it a second time, and that did cost them so many seconds. So that shows that their thought process was either blocked by something else, or it simply took way too long to make a final decision that fighting for that compound was the right decision. still, their solo player managed to outlast 4 other squads in the end and still got second. So they have a lot of individual strength. They have a super strong team that they brought to the table here. But yes, I didn't really like that moment either.
Top 2 only from this group is advancing. We've already played 2 out of 12 games. And we have Mongolia with a big difference towards a non-qualification spot. I wanna already ask you for predictions because I feel like now is an interesting time. We've seen all of these teams play for at least 2 times, especially except UAE, but especially on 2 very different circles. So I want to throw that question that we originally asked ourselves back to you. Bahrain, Mongolia, Kazakhstan.
Mm-hmm.
Which of you, and I feel like it's going to be a very obvious question, which of you do we not see in the top 2 at the moment?
It's going to be Bahrain. It has to be Bahrain. But I
Really?
want to say, but I want to say before that it is extremely, extremely, extremely close. But I have now seen in 2 individual instances that Bahrain was not able to make the aggressive move that they had to make early enough to have a chance of really closing the game out. It started out at Paradise Resort where they got a really strong 3rd place, but they would have had a chance to, once again, I said it half an hour back basically, attack either Paradise Resort from the north when Uzbekistan was a little bit occupied with Mongolia. They could have seen that opening and taken it. Or, once again, Mongolia, they could have attacked them in the south a little bit earlier. But they waited until the very last moment where basically the blue zone edge shifted them straight into the open firing arms of Mongolia that in the end took them down. And they did it again here, I think. They once again stayed in that eastern dip for super, super long and then had to go over the road on foot through a couple of smokes, which obviously is going to be something that is super easily punishable in a lobby of this strength when Palestine fights at you from one side, Kazakhstan fights at you from the other side. No chance you ever make it out there. So they are playing not for the win, but they are playing to survive right now, which is not bad in a battle royale scenario, and it's definitely not bad if the top 6 make it through in a 16-team lobby. But it's not good when the top 2 make it through in a 10-team lobby. So I'm gonna say Kazakhstan and Mongolia for now, but I'm gonna be happy if they convince us that they actually have what it takes in these next couple of maps.
I also quickly want to touch on interesting analysis, first of all, because I thought you were surely going to take Bahrain. I thought over the course of the next 10 games, maybe a team that doesn't necessarily play as risky as another might have the advantage. But yeah, you made perfect sense. Actually, I'm going to have to retract my base statement as well. I think, but now that you put it like that, I feel like Bahrain, yes, is missing that spark of aggressiveness. But then again, we will have a pause of an entire day in between the group stage matches today and the next group stage matches of Group A, right? So tomorrow is going to be Group B, so we have these in changing order. So maybe that's going to help them, and maybe they will find out that what they're missing is that single spark. And I think to some degree they know already. That's what I feel like, because I feel like that was already a big change from the very first game that we saw in the second one. But let's take a look at the match standings. Mongolia still with 17 points after we sat at the very top. Not surprising. Kazakhstan still holding strong with 13 in that second match. And Bahrain still with 9. Palestine, though, that one team that really surprised me positively the most. Their fight, not only inside Iesf, but also that breach against Kazakhstan, especially. That was one that really was not only needed, but also was done perfectly. And I feel like they could have gotten more out of it.
Yes.
When it came down to the very last one we won from Kazakhstan, sure, they had another play somewhere else, but essentially that last one we won for that compound, I feel like they should have won it. I feel like they had plenty of chances, and it was kind of just down to that pressure and jumping in and out of cars. But honestly, I feel like he had the advantage. The player from Kazakhstan, I'm not sure he was at that point. He missed a shotgun shot, and he still wasn't able to take him down. So Palestine, there was more for them in this game, and they still got 9 points. So excited to see them playing the remaining ones.
You're once again taking my words out of my mouth, basically. I think the reason that Palestine did not win that fight was that they didn't throw it all into the fight. They kept a player outside that had zero impact, given that the entire fight took place in between buildings where their players simply had no angle on. So if they had actually breached the compound at full force, I think they could have just easily taken out both Kazakhstanian players and then just rotated out of the compound again with cars that likely would have still been usable. But, well, they did not, so we're coming to these overall standings. And, I mean, the three teams that we've just spoken about a lot are obviously at the top. Mongolia, back-to-back wins. No surprise to see them with 35 points on top of the leaderboard. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, very, very proactive play style. Same amount of eliminations, actually, as Mongolia has, but 11 less placement points. So, obviously, an 11-point gap between first and second place. And then we have Bahrain, and with them the top three teams, and also the three most likely to make it out of this group. Uzbekistan, funny enough, almost feel like the biggest loser of the lobby, and I don't mean that in any way derogatory, while they are in fourth place.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Honestly, we said it a million times, they should have at least won one of these games. And you can see plenty of Uzbekistan fans in the chat, by the way. So shout out to all the Uzbekistan fans that are cheering on this team at the moment. But you guys surely at home, I know some of you are disappointed, as much as we are, and as much as the players are as well. Because, yeah, who knows if they're going to have as good of a chance in the remaining 4 games as they've had so far. So, interesting to see. Once again, not an unexperienced lineup as well. Just not necessarily the kind of favorites that we had in mind, you know, with Fragrant Heartboy, especially Tarplog, having played in international stages, but just not as consistently as a Brute Force in recent times.
Another question that opens itself up in this situation is, what do you do if you're Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, even Palestine, who had a really great fight against Jordan in this game, managed to walk out of that fight with all 4 players alive? What do you do? Because it feels, even after only 2 maps, as if there's clearly 2 different groups of play within this group of play, within this group A. What can they do? Do you actually end up being... Do you throw more Hail Marys? Or do you throw none at all and just hope that somehow there will be an opening that you can use? There must come a moment, and it must come early if you only have 2 days, only have 12 maps, where you have to think about what you can do. Because these are all competitors on the highest level, basically. These are all athletes that want to be on the highest level. That's probably a better analysis of the situation. And they must somehow find at least a way that can have a slight chance of them being in the top 2. And I really wonder what Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, for example, could do to make that happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was asking myself the same thing. How would I play if I was in the same scenario and I saw how the lobby has been played so far? Would I adapt to it? Would I over-adapt, maybe even, or should I just play my own game? So interesting topic, especially since, once again, this is the situation that most of these teams haven't really been in, 10-team lobby. And the same thing is going to be happening in game number 3 as well. We finally have one big change, though, and that is the UAE joining us with a full 4-man roster. So maybe now it's a little bit of a change again, but I think in 9 or 10 teams, it's not really that big of a difference. Lots of people in the chat, to quickly touch on that, have been asking, what is the price pool? The price pool is tickets to the Iesf World Esports Championship. In November, it is going to be hosted in Riyadh. It's going to be flight tickets, hotel, everything you need for the World Esports Championship. And you can obviously represent your nation as well. And there's going to be a massive prize pool, over $100,000, way over $100,000 actually, for the Pubgm Mobile Championship in Riyadh, as we said, at the end of the year. So that's what they're fighting for, and that's what these teams should be fighting for as well.
And while we let all of that sink in, this wonderful number, 40,000 USD for first, by the way, in that tournament, I cannot help myself with being a little bit astonished to see this exact situation. But all right, all of the astonishment has vanished because we luckily see UAE opting out of the fight. They are just jumping for vehicles. They are just jumping for the Crossroads compound, actually taking some shots and hitting a couple of those, I think, at Bahrain. Yes, we can see it here. Very low on HP, some of these Bahraini players, but They made it out. They made it out alive. There's not going to be a second hot drop here. And to be honest, I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. You shouldn't not join the first game, then hot drop the second one and lose the hot drop, and then hot drop again. Because then basically you can just stop playing the tournament. You can just stop competing because there's no chance. If you have 0 points after 3 maps, even back-to-back wins will not put you into the top 2.
Yeah. And that's that's the story of Uzbekistan that we have right here. The team that, unfortunately, needed these 2 chances to have a really, really good shot at the very top. Tajikistan, one of the teams that surprised me the most so far. Positively surprised me. As much as Mongolia did in that first game, so did they in terms of winning a game. In terms of chances of winning a game, I should say. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it work. I'm hoping we're going to see them with another chance today, because I feel like from what I've seen so far, I might have underestimated them. They took great positions. They rotated very cleanly as well. And I feel like that was one of the first teams that really understood how important it is to keep all 4 players alive.
Looking into the chat, we seem to also have quite a lot of fans of Mongolia, which obviously makes total sense. Some even questioning whether Mongolia shouldn't have been directly invited to the final of this tournament, given the strength of their lineup and the success of their lineup, which is fair. Saw a couple of Mongolia is cooking in the chat, and I assume whatever their national dish may be, it tastes even better right now. So yeah, keep it up, everyone in the chat. And if you're a Mongolia fan, right now is a very, very good time to join our broadcast. I would say if they continue on the trajectory that they are on right now. But I have a feeling that they will be. Palestine and Uzbekistan meeting briefly here with a very, very quick drive-by that ends with 0 casualties. Uzbekistan actually super fast split this time. They are playing such a different style this time. 2 players in school, 1 even on the eastern side of the apartments, and 1 basically towards that big central hill on Erangel. So here, that would be the 1. Such a big split. They changed their playstyle a lot compared to the last 2 games.
Yeah. I'm not so sure if that is just something that we see because of the change in the zone, or if it's actually like a wanted, a direct change. We'll have to wait and see for the remaining games. Uzbekistan trying to find any kind of opening towards the Palestine players. At this point, it's become quite obvious that they are looking for it. So they've positioned themselves towards the western and towards the southern side of the apartment. But Timon is there, and he is aware of it. Pops out the shots, makes his presence known, and so far, no real danger. Just has to be careful on the very top of the hill. There is Tapok. If he finds him, oh my goodness, there is no way. Actually, Uzbekistan is being pulled up on Palestine. They're surprising me time and time again. They're doing to Uzbekistan what they've done to Kazakhstan in the last game. And that is a perfect pull. Vazim unfortunately gets taken down, but he marks the team, and you can see his crosshair repositioning there. As Tapok does have a little bit more time to wait for his teammates, but Dream is rotating on in, and he's got no shotgun, unfortunately. He's only got the car. The Scar pre-fire comes on through, and he takes him down. But Uzbekistan is immediately there with the support. And where's the rest of the teammates? He pocks up the shotgun, and he takes him down. Oh my goodness, Palestine! What have you just done with them? He will be traded, but that was one hell of a knock.
I love the fight, but I hate the fact that Palestine have basically repeated the exact same mistake of the recent Erangel game. Why on earth are you sending one player straight into the fight and the rest just trickles in one by one, and they can crouch around on the ground all the time they want right now, because they have definitely lost 2, if not 3 players in this situation. Going for the rest here to at least get one of them back on his feet. But the execution was just not good enough. They can still win the fight, and they actually do end up winning the fight. All right. They saved themselves in the end a little bit. But all of this, seeing that there's an isolated Uzbekistan player attacking him, super smart, 200 IQ moment. But why are you sending one alone? Why are you not sending both of them straight into the enemy? He would have had 0 chance. Did not love the execution, love the idea, and I'm happy that it ended up good for them, but just barely ended up good for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Palestine is going to look back at this, and 100% they're going to go through these games after those group days finished, and they will know, hey, well, it depends on how, honestly, depends on how the rest of this game goes, but they will know, hey, we could have done more if we wouldn't have lost that player. And that was completely avoidable.
And it was
so,
also...
despite these great shots. No, go ahead.
They only won that because of this second knock, right? If that player goes down right away, it's a lost fight for Palestine. So, basically, a free elimination point in the beginning of the game. There's no other way of saying it. A free elimination point in the beginning of the game ended up almost costing them the game. And it's very easy to now say, well, they won the fight, it was a great play, but it definitely wasn't. This was so short from super big disaster, and it ended up being huge disaster for Uzbekistan, by the way. So because now they not only didn't win 2 games, they were eliminated early on.
Next gets the 4th frag against the UAE. It is a complete squad. Well, give it up for Nex in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Bahrain has once again cleared out the Emirates. And unfortunately for them, it is going to be another game with absolutely 0 points. At this point, they might just need a small miracle, because I'm not sure how you're going to come back. I don't know, 3 out of 12? Is it too late? I'm going to pop that question to you. Is it too late already? 3 rounds with 0 points?
I would say, from an analysis perspective, I would say yes. Are they ever allowed to adapt that opinion of mine? I would say no. If you want to be an athlete in the realm of PUBG Mobile Esports, you can never stop playing until it's the very last map. I mean, that's not technically true. In PUBG Mobile Esports, there are situations, if you're down by 60 points and you have 1 more map to play, you can give up, obviously. But if you have 9 more maps to play, you can always hope that you will somehow manage to win the next 3 and actually end the day on a very positive note to fight again in 2 days for the actual spots. But from an analysis perspective, I would say yes, it's too late. No chance. Top 2 with 0 points after 3 maps? No way.
Yeah, also, I only have very limited information towards the roster from the UAE, so I couldn't even tell you how experienced these guys are and how often they've been in the same scenario, because it's always the same kind of thing. If you're down very early on in a tournament, what you need is belief. Believe in yourself. And if you've done it already once, and we saw the time and time again with lots of rosters, the old Na'Vi roster being, or like now GG roster being a prime example of it. If you have the strict belief in yourself that you can still come back because you've done it before, if there's not a single doubt in your mind, that's when you will actually perform. So,
I mean, every single time I casted those guys, they started up with like a 22 elimination chicken dinner. So I can't really speak to them playing from behind. But yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. Obviously,
well, in the globals, they did have plenty of scenarios where they just start off that strong and maybe even didn't finish that well, but they got very close to it.
I just remember the 2 of us casting them twice, and they both times started out with like 30 points.
The European Championship was just farming for them.
Was incredible. But let's return back to this game because we have another fight brewing up. It's once again Kazakhstan driving straight into a situation that they did not anticipate. Lebanon is camping their rotation, and Kazakhstan is willingly taking the fight. Puncher with a first perfectly spot-on grenade takes out the first knock against Lebanon. Straight away flushed with the second nade. Nade elimination here secured for Puncher. And Kazakhstan, they smell blood and they want more. Gringo, he's gonna have to play this position perfectly because he has the last really good angle for his team. But, well, he is deciding to be the last one out. He's the last one surviving, and he's gonna not continue the fight, at least for now.
No. Not a chance. Won't even be able to help his teammates. And honestly, at this point, I kind of want him to make a move on that knock, but it's already too late now. So he's gonna have to wait and see if he finds any opportunity elsewhere. I don't even think he has a car at this point, and he sure as hell can't enter it with the rest of the players being that close to him anyways, but yeah, I'm not sure. I always feel like in this scenario, with only 8 teams remaining, the chances of you really making something as a solo are probably less than you trying to engage in it. So, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how it's gonna turn out for them. But I would have loved for him to see him try something.
I love what you just said. I love what you just said. I want to make sure that this cast does not become too analytical, but I fully agree. I think the chance of him actually turning that fight into at least 1 elimination point, if not 2, is infinitely higher than him getting somehow into like 4th position to get some placement point. I don't think that's ever really going to happen in this scenario, and we've seen that in the first couple of maps. And I agree, given that this is a scenario where he exactly knows where the knock is positioned, he should rather proactively play for the flush and a potential 2nd kill than running away. But, well, let's jump back into the live action as Palestine and Jordan once again meet in a huge city, but it's not Yasnaya, it's Pubgm this time around.
Always a really strong spot on top of the church. Lots of information that you can gather. And lots of positions that you can deny as well. You can see how open Clever can play just based off of the position of his teammates. No one can really shoot at him. And they're very deep in the center as well. So that's what I really like what they're doing. Jordan in a great position to make something happen. We see these circles tend to shift around church as well. So most of the times you don't even need cars anymore from phase 3 onwards, because most of the times you will be able to walk the rest of the distances that we have from phase 3 onwards. Let's see, Kazakhstan though, in the meanwhile, clearing out another edge. It is going to be the 4th frag for them, and there we have it. That's the last play from Lebanon. That's the fight they started, and they will finish it off as well.
And here you go, 0 additional points, only got that 1 point that they get for being eliminated in 8th place. So once again, would have loved some more proactivity there. Also, even though that is an entirely strategical point right now, I once again love the approach of Mongolia. We haven't seen them at all in this game, but they are all the way in the western side of the map. They approach the circle from the side where you can scout the most individual spots and thereby know that you're not going to run into any trappy situations. And given how well their methodically aggressive playstyle has worked for them so far, I see a really good game coming up again, simply by their position and the opportunities that their position is going to create in stage 4 of this 3rd map.
Yeah, that might be good analysis. I'm not so sure if the same could be said about Bahrain. I feel like they've got a little bit of a tougher entry, but then again, if they do decide to fight early again, there is options for it. They've got a team right in front of them, that is Palestine on the edge of it, and they've lost a player as well. Especially since they've already gotten the compound just north of Pubgm for absolute free. And look at the space they have.
Yes,
even
look
on
at the
north
space.
side, almost everything is clear.
Look at the space in general. Look at this is a picture-perfect example of what this lobby looks like, even on the leaderboard. The 3 really strong teams, all playing a wide split, lots of individual spots from where you can scout and execute really well. Bahrain, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia, all 3 have map control for days. Bahrain sadly a bit punished with this circle shift. By the way, once again, it also happened to them in game number 2. While Mongolia and Kazakhstan have perfect spots to play from. But still, you can see, as we mentioned, you can see the strength of the individual teams. Even if you would take all of the logos and colors of the teams away, you could still understand which teams really know what they are doing here.
Yeah. 100%. Great observation. And it's going to be reflected in the total leaderboard situation as well. On how valuable these splits are. Let's see how Palestine is going to work their way out of it. Next phase is going to be a tough one for them. They will have to move out of these buildings, most likely. And there's a deep Easf shift is coming on through. And then navigating through these buildings can be a problem, especially since Jordan on the other side will be relatively ready for them. These two flags, by the way, are absolutely... This is like the worst nightmare for a caster. If we wouldn't know the player names and their respective countries, I would have no idea.
You mentioned it. Adding UAE into the mix would be the worst case scenario. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that all of our viewers who come from those countries are very easily able to distinguish these colors and these flags from each other. So, but we want to ask you for some kindness with us if we end up messing it up. I don't think we have so far. Also, one nice little thing to say is that Jordan actually has a really good chance for revenge here, as Palestine is now in the much worse position. They were in a really good spot last game in Yasnaya, but this time actually Palestine has to play into Jordan, and you just mentioned that is a really tough thing to do within a city such as Pochinki. But we have to move over to Bahrain, who are defending against Turkmenistan at the moment, destroying the vehicle first, getting a knock in the process. I don't see many good things for Chappie here.
No. Neos is still looking for another frag. He's almost found Chappie. Turkmenistan has had huge problems in finding any kind of opening in these rounds, any kind of space, and they haven't really made themselves space either. They've been relatively passive, relatively grouped up on top of each other, and if you meet a team like Mongolia or Bahrain on your edge, then that is going to be abused if you don't take space. That is going to be heavily abused. You can see right here. Chappie goes down as well. That's another team eliminated, and it's going to be Turkmenistan in 7th place. And that leaves 6 teams left alive, 6 countries, 6 nations fighting for some more points to potentially qualify for the WC at the end of the year.
You almost have to feel for Bahrain in this situation. They are being hot dropped, or at least sort of hot dropped once again. Win that hot drop clean. Then they have to rotate, set up a huge map presence, hard shift away from them. Set up a second huge map presence, hard shift away from them. Then they take out Turkmenistan, and they are still not in a good position in the next circle. They still have to proactively find another space, while Mongolia and Kazakhstan have a little bit of an easier game this time if you compare it to the first two. But well, that's what you have to play through. That's what you have to succumb to actually be able to make it into the top 2 here. But this is going to be another really tough challenge for Bahrain now. This next 3 to 4 minute period of the game, I'm surprised. Oh, no, not surprised. I'm interested in what they are going to end up choosing. They might go for that big hall in that one compound on the northern side that is still free, but that can also be a death trap. So it's going to be interesting to see where they end up, because they have to do something now.
Yeah, they do. I'm interested to see if Bahrain is going to engage on Jordan. That would be the perfect opportunity for Palestine to make something happen. Look at the split Lathe, one of the most experienced players in this roster, and even this lobby in general. Is standing back in the distance. That is dangerous. Clever might just be taken down. He's already getting shot in the back. Somehow makes it down the hillside. Oh, Dream, that would have been perfect for you. That would have been a massive opening for Palestine. Question is, do they know Lathe is there? I don't think so at the moment. Honestly, I as a player wouldn't expect him to be there either. So if Lathe plays this smart, he single-handedly could take out Palestine from making any progress in this lobby.
We just saw projectiles flying in from very far away. I think that is Kazakhstan actually taking a couple of shots into these fights that are happening in and around Pochinki. And yes, Bahrain actually executed just in the way you expected them to. The last couple of players are going to come in at this moment, and Mongolia, they're actually immediately, just seconds after noticing, opening up several angles, and that's going to be once again so tough. Look at the positioning of Bahrain. They are dead on the edge of the circle. If that next zone does not go their way, I have no idea how they're going to play their way out of it.
Yeah, I don't know either, to be honest. It's going to be really tough. They might just try and find an isolated fight at the warehouse, but other than that, it's a tough edge, 100%. I think late at this point it's been spotted out, and that means Palestine can't really cross any further, and I think they know it at this point as well. But at least Dream has still got one more spot to potentially shoot the Jordan players at, from especially when they rotate down the hillside. Are they going to make it? No knock so far. So it looks like Jordan has made it inside that building. That was the one chance that I gave Palestine of making something happen in this round. Sure, they might survive another team, depending on that northwestern edge and who's going to fight and when they're going to fight, but I think it's going to be happening right now. But other than that, yeah, I don't know how they're going to cross this. I feel like there's no way of crossing towards that compound or towards that building running from them without being completely annihilated.
That fifth circle will make all of that even worse, by the way. Not for Bahrain at this moment. They might actually be just in, but I don't know. I don't actually think so. Those smokes indicate that they want to make a move. Yeah, they think that they are not in well enough. They are throwing smokes, indicating that they are making a move. That nade might be disastrous, but it's not. Ends up knocking 0 players from Bahrain, but they want to fight this. They want to move into the next buildings that will be free in the zone. But still, that circle was not only bad for Bahrain, it was bad for pretty much everyone because there's no free real estate at all. There's not a single building, only open country, open land to be seen. And now we're jumping straight into the fight between Tajikistan and Bahrain.
Oh, yeah, so look at this. Tajikistan with immediately 2 knocks. And that is disastrous for them. They've lost the first building almost entirely. There was one nade going the way of Tajikistan, but as I say that, it's only a knock. I think it's only a knock and not a flash. Bahrain still has got the massive man's advantage. Golden now knows he has to clear out this fight. They want to make something off of this knock. And it is a 3v2 at the moment. First knock goes that way. Second one potentially as well. No, it's only hard, I believe. And Neos somehow still gets that initial knock despite being shot from both sides. And Bahrain, they will survive, and this is perfect. This is good for Mongolia as well. They used the space this fight created to move downwards from this here.
But given their tendency to basically attack everything in the first 2 games, I'm almost surprised that they are not trying to actually breach this compound, that they're actually trying to benefit from these 100%. Many knocks that are in there right now. Maybe they didn't really notice.
I thought they would.
Yeah, and maybe they actually are already in a position where they can't start driving again because they are too scared of getting knocked. I'm also not sure if they haven't lost any players in the process. We will only know when we see a bit of a bigger perspective on the map. They have 2 right now that we can see. I think they lost players. I think that's why.
They must have. Jordan now in the most centralized position. Mongolia, as you said, very surprisingly not opting to go for that breach. I think they were too preoccupied with moving down the hillside and somehow surviving. And at that point, it was already too late to commit to any other call than just rotating down the hillside. I think that's kind of the main problem they had. Still not out of it, though. You can never count Mongolia out of any round as long as they have a player standing. That's the one thing that we've learned so far. And in with these 2 players, they will be very close to the next zone. Somehow, Palestine in this circle still inside. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They will survive for another zone.
This is one of those situations where I would like to see the full confrontation between Palestine and Jordan. Just very briefly, very quickly, because I think Jordan must have done something wrong, right? Because they had such a commanding hold. They had all of the good buildings, and Palestine still managed to somehow move past them. But I still think, no, actually we can see it now. Jordan decided to use that one last really nice building that actually has a flat top where you can fight from. And I think that's probably the right decision. They just postponed the fight against Palestine and told them, well, you can have those bad buildings. We just want the good one. And so that's a fight that's going to take place in the next couple of minutes as well.
Yeah. I think there was a problem with them being potentially contested by Bahrain on that eastern side, or on rather northeastern, maybe even northwestern side, as Bahrain kind of crept up on them. But and as soon as they saw Jordan playing on top of the church and, you know, them being pretty much in control of it, I think Bahrain opted to go for that deep western rotation that we see right now. So I think that was what kind of made trouble for Jordan. Rotate comes in now. Bahrain moves across the open field, somehow trying to get themselves any kind of position they can find. For now, it's not really too deep, and it's not really too secure either. Mongolia probably has sights on them in just a couple of moments. But why they shoot towards the southern side of this Palestine? Trying to make
double knock. Both nades end up dealing exactly 0 damage, though. I thought this was going to end in a very drastically different way. But stint. Jordan still with a commanding position in this fight, and everybody now notices that it's not really great to be in a zone where one team has the high ground, where you basically cannot be knocked and flushed, and everybody else has to leave their positions. Nades flying around everywhere. Mongolia actually doing a pretty decent job considering that they were in a 2v4, now in a 1v4 situation against Bahrain. Alex still alive though, and still able to potentially catch some additional points. And I have no idea, by the way, what Palestine is going to do when they have to leave this position. Well, they are doing it right now.
Oh, they already tried. I thought they gave up on all the utility that they had on that initial try when Jordan shot at the players from Bahrain rotating in, but everyone's got so much utility. I don't even know how. How big are their pockets? Nate still raining back and forth. There's another one going in, and it's Clavak being taken down, but Timon as well. And it's a quick 1-1 trade. Ragnarok finds another player closing the distance, and it's only one player left alive. I think it's Dream just behind the tree against 3 angry players from Bahrain, and he will be cleared out. Excuse me, not Bahrain, Jordan, as he is being taken out. In the meanwhile, you see Mongolia finally not winning a game, to be honest, finally for everyone else in this lobby. Out in 4th place, Palestine out in 3rd place. They will secure another placement point because of this, as we have a 3-on-4.
And once again, we see how important it is to quickly get rid of trouble in the later stages of the game. If Jordan had not eliminated Palestine so quickly in this round, they would have had a huge problem with Bahraini players already basically firing at their direction the entire time. Now they have time. Now they have room to actually decide how they want to play this final fight, this final confrontation against Bahrain, who are playing in the open field. Another nade. How do they still have nades? And that one
completely
was
absurd.
Not too great. Couple of damage points on Neos, but by far not enough to get a knock. And that should have been the last damage utility they have. They are trying to play around their smokes. No, they have another one.
What?
They have another one. And 2 Molotovs, actually. All right, Bahrain has a problem.
Wow. Yeah, Bahrain does have a problem, but on the other side, so does Jordan, honestly. The zone heavily favors Bahrain, and to be reminded, it is a 3-on-3 at the moment. Ragnarok has been taken down. He tried to make a move towards the west side. Didn't work out. And so Bahrain... Did he just get knocked by the Molotov?
Yes, he threw it perfectly.
Wow, I thought the Molotov wasn't going to be good enough.
He actually made it to the rest position, so they will be 4 up very soon again. It's going to be a 4v2 situation. The flush actually came through with the same Molotov, so Neos is taking... They have another nade! And that's perfect! What? And it's perfect! Just one more player. Jordan, that is so well executed.
That is absolutely nasty, and look at this, Jordan, with a performance of a lifetime, will secure the win, and they just wipe the map with Bahrain. What a map, ladies and gentlemen. Mongolia for the first time not securing the chicken dinner. Instead, a very well executed win from Jordan, who just can't seem to run out of utility.
And that's what happens when you have...
Wins this. Despite them losing the initial knock, despite them, you said it, even in the middle of the game, despite them not really playing well together, honestly. Peeking one by one, taking fights one by one, and not really trading off of each other. They still win it, and then make their way into Pochinki to still get placement points and more eliminations in this game. So hats off to Palestine, making the best out of this.
I just quickly Google translated, I am really sorry for being so mean to the Uzbekistani language, and after seeing what it reads, I chose not to say it, but I'm still gonna say I'm really sorry for punching down on the team a little bit. But once again, that beginning of the game was just not it. This team had so many good opportunities, and we saw it again in the replay there. Also, I'm gonna say it as well, Palestine, not great how they played it, but the fact that they got they must have gotten 3rd, right? Mongolia was eliminated just a second earlier. Getting 3rd after that beginning is so good. They played it so well, but still, I feel for some of these teams so much.
Yeah, you can see it was like a second. Mongolia literally done, maybe even half a second. Mongolia literally got taken out maybe half a second before they did. So hats off to Palestine. Man, I thought it was going to shift out of the city earlier. If that would have happened, it would have gone a little bit more south. I want to say Mongolia would have had a great chance again. Let's not kid ourselves here. That wasn't a bad game from Mongolia, despite everything going on. The one thing I do want to touch on, though, that was surprising, and you immediately realized it, Gideon. they didn't breach that building when the initial fight with Bahrain happened. And I thought that was so weird because Bahrain breaching it was 3 knocks there, 3 knocks here at one point in time. And Mongolia at the same time decided to rotate on down. They could have just adapted on that call and driven further, but I feel like they just didn't want to change that call. They thought it was going to go deeper south, and maybe that's why they didn't opt to go for that breach. But in hindsight, maybe it would have been the better call.
Yeah, we're missing a couple of information pieces here. I'm also not sure how much the last bits of the fight against Kazakhstan made an impact on that decision, but I fully agree it would have been so in sync with their recent play style to actually breach into that compound and to say, well, we either get 5th or we win it again, basically. Yes. And they didn't. We also didn't see how they lost their 2 players. Maybe that played a role. But yes, I was surprised as well. And I'm also going to say it. If that circle goes just a tad more southern, a bit earlier, Jordan has a basically 4-fold, 5-fold harder game in their hands.
Yes.
This one played itself a little bit, but still their defense against Palestine was amazing. And those nades in the late game and that Molotov, awesome.
Where did they come from?
Yeah.
Where the hell did all these nades come from? I think they were able to loot some of these Palestine's bodies, but even Palestine shouldn't even have had any nades anymore to begin with, right? That fight started maybe 30-40 seconds before they actually got eliminated, because they originally tried to push. There was a knock here, there was a knock there. They kind of slowed things down. Then they threw all of their nades, and they still had like 10, maybe 12 nades left in that entire rest of the game. So yeah, I'm not sure. Jordan maybe had some good instincts when the original looting phase happened, because that's also a management question, right?
Yeah.
How many nades do I actually pick up in the first place? How sure am I that it's gonna finish somewhere around here where I don't necessarily need all the ammunition, where I don't necessarily need all the health stuff that I have, because I have a pretty good positions in the first place. So you kind of just, it's a trait that you have to some degree agree on. So yeah, good forward thinking coming in from John. That's not a coincidence, I think.
That's actually another really good point that we haven't spoken about yet. If you only have 10 teams in the lobby, how far do you go with reducing the amount of ammunition compared to your usual loadout that you take with you? Do you just take 50 bullets less and just a lot more nades? That makes total sense. That makes total sense, actually, for me. And especially if you find yourself, we have 3. I just still love that map. I think I'll always love it. If I'm 50 one day, I'm just still going to play Erangel rounds and enjoy it.
It's the longevity of the map is something that we see very rarely in battle royale games, right?
Yeah.
Even looking at other titles, you can tell they try to change stuff very often. And sure, Erangel had its changes as well, but the core concept of the map really hasn't changed ever. And look how long the time has gone from when a change was needed was incredibly long. Even in an esports sense, in a casual sense, I didn't think there was anything too wrong to begin with. We could probably still play the original map. So yeah, absolutely crazy. Erangel still at the very top of the esports maps in my opinion. Once again, we have 2 more maps coming up. After that, we have Miramar twice to finish off the day. There's 6 matches in total. So 3 times Erangel, 2 times Miramar, and 1 time Sanhok. So Sanhok does it for today. Let's take a look at the head-to-head statistics for that match 3. There's Jordan against Bahrain, the last 2 teams standing, and Bahrain still had 11 eliminations in this one. That is surprising to me. I thought that it would be a little bit less with how much Neos was able to gather on his lonesome, but yeah, they still got 11 eliminations. That's going to put them in a very good spot for contention at the top of the leaderboard.
I wonder who that last player was. So they got their first 4 against UAE. They got the next 4 against Tajikistan in that compound fight. And then they eliminated the 2 remaining Mongolian players. I have no idea. Maybe they even got a 3rd Mongolian player. But yes, that would then bring them up to 11. That means that this was also a very, very important match for them. I'm so interested to see how the situation will shift on the overall leaderboard after this game. How far up will Jordan be? Will Bahrain already surpass Kazakhstan, or will they still be below them? Because there was quite a gap between those 2 teams. And how will it all change when we go into the next map anyway? So no situation is going to stay the same after this game, other than Mongolia still beat being in first place. That's definitely going to be the case because they got a couple of points once again with their fourth place here, still staying strong. And as you mentioned, we're going to head into another round of Erangel very, very soon. But first, let's have a look at the two top performers, which are Miracle from Jordan and Neos, who got the MVP title in the end. Pretty linear, right? 3 eliminations, half of the damage. 2 times the assists, though. And they both survived almost the exact same time.
Yeah.
Own too long, basically. And that is a trap that many of these teams in PUBG Mobile Esport fall into every now and then, where simply if you get too many good circles and you're never actually pressured into playing proactively, the moment when that the teams adapted slightly, that their playstyle adapted, the loot spots adapted, the speed in which they rotated adapted, and also a couple of traps being set up here and there. And I think that's just going to get even better in the next game. I'm also going to say another thing here. I'm really, really surprised at how well it works having 10 teams in the lobby. I thought the early game would be so much slower for like 8, 9, 10 minutes, and then we would just have a domino day of team fights, simply just third party after third party after third party. But that's not the case. Teams are still playing pretty much close to how they play in a full lobby, and that's surprising. I'm still not sure if it's the best approach, but it's still surprising and very, very nice to watch.
Oh, we have seen the first 3 games now. I don't want to get back to predictions because I know we've done it so much. But it feels like Mongolia is in a position right now that is just different to everyone else, and I gotta touch on this. The way they've rotated in the first 3-4 phases, and if you take a look at these games that we've seen so far, I feel like they're the only team actively not engaging in any single possible situation where they could lose a player. They're in this one as well. They very actively rotated away from their western side, despite them knowing that Bahrain and all the other teams coming in from the northern side might rotate their way. They didn't make any kind of action towards closing down their rotation path. And I think if they continue to do this and still play great late game, I think they're not going to be contested. I think that's the one thing that we haven't seen from any of the top teams so far. Bahrain is open to getting these fights. I know we said it didn't look like it after the first initial game, but I feel like now they are. Kazakhstan, same goes for them. I feel like even more so than Bahrain. They want to fight. They want to fight in the first 3 phases, but it also brings the risks, obviously, that are involved with this. So yeah, all of these top teams, to me, kind of indifferent to Mongolia at the moment. And I gotta say this: if they continue playing this way, and all the other teams will not adapt, I don't see a way for them to drop out of this, just based off of these 3 games.
Exactly. The way that the Mongolians were able to play the full Scots in Braveheart mode, simply throwing themselves into every single confrontation they could find, but always doing it in a smart way, always having the upper hand, always until maybe that last map where they didn't win in the end, but still they fought so many situations, and they open up right when they get an opening, and they close down their team and bring themselves closer together again when they don't have an opening anymore. You could see that when Bahrain actually breached Tajikistan. They were right on that ridge 5 seconds later, trying to get some pop shots at them. That was so perfectly executed. I fully agree. Also, don't want to get into any further suggestions how this whole thing might end up, because I just said Kazakhstan and then Bahrain got 17 points, as we can see in the match standings. Yeah. But still, I think the Mongolians are the team to beat right now, with a very, very good reason and a very, very big margin. And I'm so interested to see how they will continue here. I don't even want to start with a storyline, oh, they only got 4th place this time, because they still got first and 4th. And once again, they did not have a heavily favoring them circle in the end game of a single match. Every single time they had to play for it in Circle 5, Circle 6, and sometimes even Circle 7, and they still managed to be victorious. So I just want to see them standing on a hill firing at everyone at this point.
Yeah, quite indifferent to Kazakhstan, who didn't get any zones whatsoever. And I gotta say, if there's one team I expect to pop off for the rest of the tournament, starting now, it is Kazakhstan. Their players are just too strong not to have the performance that we expect them to. They are fraggers, all of them. I expect all of them to win aim fights against almost any player in this lobby. And I think I think now they realized, hey, we need to fix something. Because sometimes it takes a little bit to get to adapt to this tournament. And we said it at the first round, maybe now it's happened. I said it at the second round, maybe now it's happened. But I feel like now it's enough. It's enough. Kazakhstan, you guys are so experienced. Show us what you're made of. And please show us that you can also play passively in the beginning of the rounds. And show us that despite the circus not working in your favor, you can pull off these big rounds in terms of placement points as well that we've been waiting for.
Given their position on the map right now and putting that into perspective with the plane path and the first circle, they will get a chance to fight. I can promise you that 100%. They have the second least priority for a good spot in this first circle. And if this ending on the map is going to be north of that river, they will have to fight so much. So they can definitely prove your suggestion right away in this game. The only team, surprise, surprise, that has it worse is Bahrain, which has been pretty much their motto as well for the entirety of the game. I love how this next plane path basically mixes everything up again. We have seen two very similar plane paths in game 2 and 3, but this one creates entirely new scenarios for game number 4.
Let's take a look at the overall standings. We haven't really shown them to you ever since game number 2, but I know you guys are excited out there, so here it is. Mongolia in first place, 45 points. Bahrain just behind them, 33, 12 points difference. Not to be underestimated. And we've only played 3 games so far. Kazakhstan, 30 points. Jordan in 4th place, 21. And Palestine right behind them. Both these teams with a great match in game number 3. Uzbekistan with 17 points. Tajikistan right behind them as well. So far, I think overperforming almost, despite them only having 16 points. We saw them being, proactive, taking initiative. Just that little bit of luck has not gone their way so far. Turkmenistan was 7, Lebanon was 7, underperforming heavily so far, and the United Arab Emirates with 0 points in the 2 games that they've played. But then again, they've only played 1 game as a full format and have gone out in phase 1, so maybe that's about to change.
And if you're surprised looking at the top left of the screen, once again seeing only 9 teams in the lobby, we cannot tell you the reason for it, but Tajikistan is not playing this game, so that's why there's 1 team missing. If you're a Tajikistan fan, I hope honestly and sincerely that they will return when it's time for the deserts of Miramar in game number 5. For now, we will have to do with these 9 teams, out of which 1 is Palestine, and they are on the hunt, attacking the team Uzbekistan that is currently looting in Rozhok.
Could be perfect for them if he rotates with the vehicle towards the street, or maybe I don't even think he needs to take out the play in the vehicle. I think he could look for Hardboy. I think that might just be an easier frag, but yeah, we cannot underestimate the distance. It doesn't look that far, but we've all stood up here and tried to spray down there, and it is, it takes incredibly amount of skill to take the gyroscope and spray that distance with the DP, so
100%.
I'm not so sure if he's even going to try without his teammates.
I mean, the main issue here also is that Uzbekistan is always going to rotate north, so away from Palestine. There's no way that they will ever rotate into them, because this is the map that we have right now. And they most likely want to cross that river right now, given that there's like a 60-40, 70-30 chance that the game is going to end north of that river. And Uzbekistan, simply being in the middle of the pack right now, have to play for these chances. They have to play thinking that this will most likely end north. And given the plane path, and that's the last thing that they will basically have to have in mind here, given the plane path, they know that there's nobody up north. They simply know that they have a whole wide free map ahead of them if they rotate quickly. And they are doing so right now, I think. The first buggy is moving.
Yeah. Rotation timing is also something I haven't really spoken about. Changes heavily with the amount varies heavily with the amount of teams that you have. Oh, maybe now? Oh, Hotboy. Oh, I think he spotted them. I think Hotboy spotted them now. Yeah, he did. So he knows he has to be careful. Should still get into his vehicle relatively safely. Yeah, there he goes. But yeah, rotation timing is also something that changes with the amount of teams you have. Usually I'd say you as players, you can pick up centralized spots easier with less teams involved, and you can rotate later, which is kind of an advantage on both sides. While I dodged that thought as we have 2 Palestine players rotating around the city, pulling up on Uzbekistan. They really want to fight this. I'm surprised because there's not really a necessity to fight this, but they want to do so anyways. HLS up in the warehouse. First initial shots going his way, but he has to be careful. There's no immediate support right around him.
Please don't deny my visa if I ever want to visit you. I don't mean this personally anyway, but I don't understand why they didn't rotate again. It's the same thing as in game number 2, where they had so much room. And isn't the North just so much better? I understand wanting to keep Rozhok potentially because you have access to both sides of the river from here. But still, the position, if you fight from Rozhok up north, it's not great. It's much better to be there right away. But they seem to be so keen on simply staying in their position to avoid danger at all costs, and they always do because of it. Well, if you fight with your UMP like that, it doesn't really matter. Is he gonna get a second knock? No, just barely does not get it. Team unsuccessful. And now Uzbekistan is gonna lose a player early on once again, and they don't even get this flush for it. I'm not a favor of the favorite of their playstyle. I don't really enjoy them not rotating.
Yeah. Nade coming in. Timon has to be careful. He's not caught with that nade though. That means it's going to stay in that 4v4. But the way Hamzi is positioned, I don't think there's a way for Palestine out of this, and I don't think there's a way for Uzbekistan either. It all comes down to Hamzi now getting that first initial knock. Oh, Tapuk not exiting the building on that side. Denies him the chance of getting that initial entry. But I'm pretty sure he's not going to be spotted, and he's going to get that frag. Now Tepog drops down, and the first entry has been found, and that is Palestine against Uzbekistan, finding the first one. It is so unfortunate. Uzbekistan once again being caught in crossfires in a positions where you don't expect them to necessarily have to engage in a fight, right? You're just looting here. You don't necessarily think of a foreman just randomly pulling up on you, but they will. And being caught off by that, the same way Kazakhstan has been pulled off by Palestine before. They will lose not only 1 but 2 players in the result of that.
There's a whole other team pulling up right now. And this time it is Palestine who notice quite quickly that UAE has come to the party. They are in here right now, and I think finally picking up their first elimination points, and by that, their first points overall. Uzbekistan limited to only Hardboy at this point in time. And from being the team with the best position relative to the first circle to being the first team out most likely is obviously not great. Gonna repeat it. I would love to see them winning a game, but I honestly think the only thing they have to do in order to massively step up their game is to simply find a way out of their loot spot towards the center of the first zone much quicker than they do right now.
Yeah. Wholeheartedly agreed. One more nade is flying over. Little do they know it is only Hardboy. And one of the players already being disconnected. I don't want to say why that is because we don't know. But that's never a good sign. And honestly, if I were in his shoes, I'd be tilted as well. So if that is because of tilt, which I don't think it is right now, these guys are professionals, I would still very much sympathize with him. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected Palestine to pull up on me like that. And then to get the frags as well. That first initial confrontation was spotted so early and didn't result in any knock that you would think Uzbekistan could save it. But unfortunately, they couldn't just because of how dynamic Palestine played and how smart Hamzi has played this whole scenario as well. So shout out once again to Palestine. I'm surprised by what they play.
And once again, also because Palestine is playing those fights very closely together, very dense in those scenarios, while Uzbekistan tends to get the first knock, but then can't really capitalize on it. Well, let's stop kicking those who are down already, and let's just hope for good Miramar rounds from them while we take a look at the next fight, which is, in fact, that prolonged fight of UAE against Palestine. Palestine is fighting so well here. They are getting a third flush, a third confirmed elimination, and they only lost 1 player in the process.
Hamzi is playing the game of his life right now. He might just find another one. Punches rotating straight towards him. Misses the shots, though. That is normally the perfect lineup. You see a buggy driving straight towards you. You've got the DP. Pretty much only need to spray, but it was downhill, and it was downhill sideways, so that makes it even tougher to kind of predict his pathing. So not going to be happening. Kazakhstan now trying to close the distance, and no, Kazakhstan knows as well, again, that they can coexist in Razak. It's very hard to rotate out, and you leave a lot of variables open if you don't fight these teams head-on and early on as well. So that's why you can see Kazakhstan trying to close the distance, trying to get into this fight. Just have to be careful. So far, they've been third-partied in positions where they shouldn't necessarily be third-party to begin with, but they have. So if it happens again in this game, late game, once more is not going to be in the cards. And at this point, we're all just waiting for it to happen. We're just waiting for this lineup to finally reach late game to show their true potential.
I love these situations that aren't necessarily super interesting in terms of watching a great fight, but in terms of understanding the strategy of the teams and the strategic intelligence. And we just saw a player just rotating with a buggy in a small circle for 10 seconds. But what there was just making sure that the entire Kazakhstan squad, well, 3/4 of it, would rotate directly close to each other so they could quickly react if they ran into any sort of trap here on the eastern side. Also, we see it now. Zone goes towards the north of the river, which means that the entire fight, not only Uzbekistan, also Palestine and UAE in Rozhok, was basically useless. It also made Kazakhstan not being able to rotate as quick as they would have loved to, I think. So this whole situation is something that I think the coaches and the analysts of the team could have a quick look at and potentially resolve for the remainder of this tournament. But it can't be resolved in this game, as the blue zone's going to do it for them.
Yeah. That's where the coaching comes in. Yeah, tough circuit for them now. I'm very surprised lots of these teams proactively put themselves in worse positions than if they would have just rotated. Even Kazakhstan, even Palestine now, despite them finding the frags, are not really in prime position to make anything happen. Despite it only being phase 3 and 8 teams, you would expect there to be entries. Lots of them.
I agree when it comes to Palestine.
Circle, it's tough.
I fully agree when it comes to Palestine. I think Kazakhstan simply couldn't rotate. I think Kazakhstan expected Rozhok to simply be free. Once again, they came from Milta and they rotated after like 8 minutes. I think they just thought Rozhok is 100% gonna be free, or at least there won't be 3 teams there, right? So you oftentimes go for this Rozhok bridge because it's usually the first one that is freed up, because it is so tough to get out of there once you let a second team in. And that's why usually people tend to leave it before a second team even joins. But this time there were 3, so Kazakhstan couldn't really rotate. They are in the circle now because the north obviously is entirely free if nobody rotates early. They are meeting up with a contender, though. It's going to be Kazakhstan against Lebanon, and that is a rematch of Game 3 again.
Oh, yes, it is. And I think both of these teams will try to fight their way in against each other. So far, it is just auto scooter being played. Everyone's got a car and plenty of buggies as well, but Lebanon is now driven away from the hillside. They will find themselves this position in the very far northest corner of the current safe zone, which is a pretty good spot to play from. You've got the high ground, you can play downwards, but doesn't secure you a nice game either. Lebanon, we've said, one of the most underperforming teams right now. We've got high expectations. Zakaria, more experienced than plenty of the other teams. For example, some of the players that we have from Palestine playing, and still so far only got 7 points for his team. So they need to step up. And with Kazakhstan rotating in, it's not going to get any easier.
And Lebanon is doing a pretty good job here at pressuring Kazakhstan into rotating into less safe spots in the middle of the current circle. Kazakhstan quickly noticed that taking a fight here on the edge of the circle was not what they wanted to do. And they simply pull up behind Lebanon right now. So Lebanon will likely be the last team fighting into the circle, which is something that a lot of these teams enjoy. Simply knowing that you cannot be third-partied from behind, putting pressure on the teams in front of you, something is a playstyle that a lot of these teams tend to like. And there are a couple of those teams in a similar situation right now. Is there another team going to challenge? Is it going to be Palestine? Are they going to challenge Lebanon? They might actually.
I think they will. What we've seen so far from Palestine is this very aggressive approach. And they do not shy away from breaching your position if there is need be. But I think this position is unbreachable, honestly. If they breach this, I think even for Palestine, who've shown us great potential in breaches, there's not a way. First of all, it's going to be Kazakhstan, though, being Yeah, actually losing a player. Asa got taken down. I'm not sure what happened there. More breaches are being caught off guard here as, wow, Becca, the sub that we've seen, the MVP in the previous rounds, is being traded out, and suddenly it's just Puncher. He is close by, though. He could make something happen, but he needs to perform against not only one, but 3 players. As you can see, Palestine is right above him.
It all comes down to whether Palestine knows what happened here, knows that it's right around the corner. Well, we find out that it doesn't actually matter because Puncher is being taken down on long distance by Lebanon. And that means Kazakhstan, after considerable amount of eliminations, I think. I guess they will have like 6 or 7, so this is definitely far from a bad round for them. Let's have a look. It's 6 eliminations, so still not a bad round, but they open the gate, or actually they open the chances for Bahrain to create an even wider gap between current placement number 2 and 3 on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, Lebanon, they might just overstep their boundaries as they rotate into Kazakhstan, I believe, Bahrain. On that southern side, just based southern side of their compound, obviously. And Bahrain falling back as well, though. None of these 2 players that literally just crashed against each other. Exit the vehicle. Now the first one comes in, though. Prapo takes down Mezen. And that's the knock they needed. And Bahrain, honestly, from what we've seen so far, will clean this up absolutely brilliantly. Neos with another one. Who would have thought? Because at the moment, he's just cleaning out this lobby all by his lonesome. Zakaria being taken down as well. As Haidu drops the nade right in front of his forehead. And it's just 1 player left now. Lebanon, they've had such a great spot. It all fell apart in a matter of seconds when they overstepped that ridgeline.
One thing that we know by now is that you definitely never want to give Bahrain an easy opening in a fight of this sort. It will not serve you well, and it has not in this situation. But there is a second contender. Palestine wants a piece, and they started out much better with the early knock of Wassem, almost getting Neos, the MVP of the previous round, dodging the car with a beautiful jump here. Palestine is actually moving up on the leaderboard, and they are actually popping off right now, getting this elimination because Bahrain notices, all right, there's no point in continuing this confrontation. Our position is way too open, way too bad. Wassam has the high ground, and they feared that he could actually take down even more players of their team. So Palestine can go for the rest and actually play on as 3.
Massive stuff. Absolutely massive stuff. I'm incredibly surprised by the way Palestine plays. They are fearless. They are absolutely fearless. And you got to give them credit for it. As we see Bahrain rotating off. They still got 3 players. They only lost 1 off of that skirmish with Palestine. But even that 1 player might just be enough to kind of gatekeep them from winning this one. Because they're in a really bad spot now. Just down below off of Palestine, who's got the high ground. Not a safe spot for both of these teams. And I think it's going to come down to a 3v3. I don't think they will coexist either.
It's not going to happen. If Palestine doesn't decide to rotate once again further west, where they would then meet another team, and I assume they know this is a confrontation that has to take place. This, by the way, being the main position that could give Bahrain upper edge in that fight. That long distance angle that can basically see the entire ridgeline is going to help them so much, because he can constantly call the positions of the Palestinian players and thereby help his duo in front of him to maybe bring some very nice nades into the right positions. That vehicle is empty, my friend. No need to take any further shots at it. Wow! Okay, it was Neos in the end. I thought that was a perfect knock through the smoke, but Neos, he saw someone up close and knocked him.
What a play, though. He moves out of the safe zone again. He knows they have to take out Palestine if they just wait for the blue zone to move. Palestine has got all the time in the world to take them out 1 by 1. So they take the initiative. They take the advantage that the zone has given them and push out of it and try to fight them up the hill. And it works out perfectly. 2 knocks immediately being gathered. It's only 1 player left alive. Neos, despite his teammates doing the majority of the work, has got a massive angle now. The last player, Hamze, moves out of the zone. Oh, he does massive amounts of damage, not only to Frizzer, but to Neos as well. And that means he's going to have to fall back, at least for the time being. It is still a 2v1, as Bahrain has got Frizzer down. But with that nade, if that comes good, it doesn't. It might just look different. But no, for the time being, Palestine still being that solo.
How exactly did the last player, who is that solo there? Is that the last player? Okay, it's the last of Palestine. It's Hamzi. Actually chose to prone down. Notice that there's Turkmenistan coming from the other side. Love to see how proactive they are playing this. They notice there's a fight up north. They didn't stay still. They have the commanding lead when it comes to player strength and amount of players in this game, simply being the last team that is 4-man strong. Mongolia, on the other end, is still playing super proactively. Nice nades coming out here. They want to secure basically every side of the circle right now. They have one up north, one in the west, and one on the southern side. Mongolia is just everywhere.
Wow. Well, that's what we expect from Mongolia as well. They want to take all the space they can. They want to deny you the opportunity to grab control of the circle. And now we're getting to a stage where high ground, due to the fact that you can really view the high ground nicely from the positions that you've got from the low ground, is not really that much of an advantage anymore. And now Mongolia realizes, they realize, hey, the more positions we take, the more we can pressure everyone else, the rest of the 4 teams, they don't know that, but we do, into fighting each other instead of fighting us. And that's that. Yeah, it's working perfectly so far. Look at this. Klausdog gets taken out. Hamzi just continues his killing spree. Absolutely massive stuff coming out from the Zolo out of Palestine. Might even fight Legenda. Legenda shoots back, tries to find him around the left side of the tree. But no, he hasn't just yet. Nate gets popped as he gets more shots out from Mongolia. You can see that's what I was talking about. That's so tough for Palestine now. Pretty much everyone else, for Turkmenistan as well, to fight on these edges because everyone else got vision on you.
There's a nade coming out, and it's gonna be the end of that last player of Palestine. Actually, the first elimination point for Turkmenistan? How did they end up only getting that one? I thought they were fighting for quite a long time, but no. They only have one elimination right now. Bahrain and Mongolia. It is their playground once again. Mongolia so hyper-aggressive. By the way, the last player from Uzbekistan is still alive. And we just saw him flying by this buggy.
Look at this. Demo, I don't think he knows it. I don't think he knows it at all. Hot boy. He's right behind him. Maybe if the chance opens up for him. Maybe if there's going to be a good trade coming in from Bahrain against the ongoing onslaught from Mongolia, then he's got a chance to make something miraculously happen here, as he is unknown as it stands right now. Alex, taken down to around 30 HP. Medkit comes through though, and it's going to continue being there through the... I'm very surprised Turkmenistan is not doing more with this, because Mongolia has completely given up their west-hand side, so he should be fine in these positions.
Bahrain and Mongolia just kicking it off on the eastern side. They would both have way enough room to not fight right now. But they are just like, all right, we are the top dogs anyway, so let's decide who gets all of the points in this one. Many nades being thrown back and forth here. Demo, that one is way too far. Neo still alive. 2 players of Bahrain against 2 players of Mongolia. Trying it with the car, yeah, and he gets that knock. That was important. Where there's a car, there's a way that Neos finds to get a knock with it. This is just insanity. 9 eliminations for Bahrain, and they just took Mongolia out in 4th place once again, back to back.
Massive stuff coming out from Bahrain and Mongolia, throwing away this round. I felt like they had the massive advantage, but just couldn't close it out. And Turkmenistan, same goes for them. How do you not capitalize on the 2 knocks that Bahrain had, or at least the 1 knock? I feel like you needed to. You knew that your side was probably going to be clear.
I'm so with you. Why are they still here? Hearing all of this going on, not moving in closer, throwing a couple of nades. They're being ready before the already stronger enemy, at least that's what it feels like, had time to regenerate themselves, and that's how they suffer from it. Chappie getting taken down, and now it's a 3v1v1 that Bahrain almost cannot lose, and Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan are playing for 2nd place, and honestly, playing for tiny bits and pieces right now. The 1 elimination on the team of Turkmenistan, even if they get 2nd, this is still not a point-heavy enough game to do anything for them on the leaderboard.
No, we said it in the beginning of the day. You need these big rounds, and if you have the chance to take them, you should grab them. Because it is only 12 matches, and there's only 2 spots. And if you have strong teams like Mongolia, starting off a day like this, then it's almost down to a single spot. And at this point, if you don't grab these chances, then yeah, 6 placement points in a frag might be nice, and you're not going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard, but you're not going to get these top 2 spots that you want with all the flights and hotels and everything attached, and you representing your nation in Riyadh for the World Esports Championship. So, man, you gotta put this into perspective, as you said, perfectly analyzed. If you have the chance, go for something big. I can't really blame Uzbekistan as much, I feel like, as I can Turkmenistan, but Turkmenistan definitely had the option to do so.
There's also nothing to be won here if you play it defensively. It's like being 0-4 down and subbing in another defender. It's just not gonna do anything for you if you don't play it proactively, and even if you lose faster, there's still the point that you will never win if you don't play proactively. Well, let's watch the end of this game. It's gonna be Uzbekistan actually taking second place after this incredible fight in Rozhok in the beginning. But the story is in white and red. Bahrain are winning this game after coming so close on map number 3, and this time they take it down with a dominant performance, fighting against Mongolia, the previous top dogs, when they didn't actually have to, and then in the end just picking up the last ones of Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, and they end up with 22 points.
Massive stuff. 22 points is going to catapult them up the leaderboard, and I think at the moment we do have our 2 favorites. As it stands off right now, Mongolia and Bahrain, they just cannot be conquered. I gotta say though, Mongolia, they did have a chance in this one as well. They did have a big chance in this one, and it could have all gone very differently if they would have won this round. But let's take a look at some of these highlights, especially Palestine, who once again surprised us massively. Again, I think I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm speaking for you as well. These guys are aggressive. These guys are agile. These guys want to make something happen. They're taking initiative as well. And in a tournament of this caliber, to have some of these players that haven't played in the competitive scene for 2 years almost still perform at this level is massive. So Palestine, hats off to them. They seem very dangerous and unpredictable to some degree as well, which is what you need in this type of lobby.
Love their play style all the way. They know that if you would have an analysis on paper, they would definitely not be put in the top 2 in this lobby. No chance. But they are playing as if they were, aggressively attacking everyone, taking every fight, rotating faster than many teams before them, constantly putting them into better positions. I'm still gonna say that in a couple of these situations, they are picking fights in a way that could be done much better. I mean, the game before where they almost fumbled it in the beginning, but still, they are somehow ending up on top, and until a nade of this kind comes along where you simply have no chance. But still, Palestine is playing so strong.
Yeah. Good stuff once again from Nios. I feel like that driving frag was one of the most important ones as well. It kind of just sealed the deal for them. So Nios, we're going to take a look who's going to get the MVP, but I feel like it's going to be Nios again. Winning team, most important frags in the team fights, and I think he picked up 3 or 4 for his team in total as well. So massive stuff from them. That cleanup also. Bahrain, they're just not scared anymore. They've realized this lobby is theirs to conquer, depending on who's right in front of them. If it isn't necessarily Mongolia or Kazakhstan, then they do not need to be afraid. That's what we've been seeing so far, and that's what they know at this point as well. And sometimes that confidence, whether or not it's true, because we do have other strong teams in this one, let's not kid ourselves, whether or not it's true is sometimes more important than the truth itself.
Him jumping into a sports car right there was basically the perfect solution to the thinking outside the box question in an IQ test. That was just so amazing. Both sides taking shots the entire time, and him like, okay, what can I do to solve this quickly with as little danger as possible? And then it's all right, let's take this car, run him over. I'm just going to do it perfectly, time it perfectly, drive out of that smoke and just catch him off guard. I just love it. These are the moments that esports is made for, I think, and this is why so many people are watching. So awesome moment, and doing that in a situation like this where it's so important to do everything perfectly also shows the kind of player you are, right? Because so many people would be so stressed in that situation that they wouldn't even think of that solution.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, especially if you're in a round, you've played for 20, 25 minutes, and now you're getting to the late stages. Maybe you've already had 2 or 3 team fights. You still need to be creative in your decision making. You still need to take And that's the beauty of esports. There's a million decisions, especially in PUBG Mobile, that you need to take and you need to take correctly every single step, every single phase of a game. So these 1,000 decisions, maybe 500 of them won't really have any impact whether or not you do them wrong, but maybe there's 10 of these thousands that you just necessarily need to do correctly, and he just does them, and he seems to not fumble under pressure, and that's kind of these micro decisions that a lot of people struggle with in late game, and I feel like Turkmenistan is a perfect example of this. You could see him, but Rain kind of drove straight towards him. He realized, okay, he's going to have trouble. The first thing he did is shoot. I feel like a player that wouldn't necessarily have much trouble or pressure, maybe would have expected that move to happen and repositioned himself differently. And then, while that whole fight on the northern side would have been going on. So I feel like they're struggling with this.
I fully agree. And then this move by Neos might actually look like an amateur play, and he might just be taken down super easily if the enemy is expected. Yeah. So obviously these situations need to work in order to look so fantastic. And many times he's just gonna miss the enemy with his car anyways, and it's just gonna look a little bit weird. But honestly, who cares? Because it worked this time. It looked great, and there's no criticism to be had if it works, right? Especially in such an under pressure situation where every point is important, and where this game of Bahrain and that specific move within the game of Bahrain might just be what ends up winning them a ticket to that wonderful tournament.
Yeah, who knows? As we said, it's only 2 spots. For anyone still asking in the chat, there's only 2 spots in Group A that will be going off to represent their nation at the Iesf 2024 World Esports Championship. That's what we're here for. That is the path. That is the Asian qualifiers, by the way, in case you've just tuned in. The Asian and Oceanic regional qualifiers. It is a tough name. It's a very long one. Iesf World Esports. But yes, so once again, 2 spots from Group A. That's the 10 teams that we are playing today. Tomorrow we will see Group B. Once again, Group A and B in changing order. And for the next 4 days, this whole tournament will be going on. And then 3 teams from Group B as well. But we'll get all into that tomorrow. 3 teams from Group B will head towards Riyadh as well at the end of the year. Almost at the end of the year to represent their nation. And then potentially take home a very big prize pool as well. So do stay tuned. I feel like so far, yes, a couple of teams have dropped out of the race in Group A. I think it's fair to say that maybe UAE needs to pick up 2 wins today to even have a chance. But for the rest of them,
and you want to have situations that you can reproduce game after game after game, and Kazakhstan can almost be happy that they got that 1 second place on the Yasnaya Fields in game number 2, because without that, the gap to Bahrain would actually be huge right now.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a look at these player statistics really quickly, because I think it's so interesting. I talked about Becca and him being originally the 5th player for Kazakhstan, and I was very surprised to see him today, but he's still the one that we gotta take a look at. He's been one of the most consistent players for Kazakhstan right now, and he's been one to make key frags as well in the fights that we've seen so far. So 3 eliminations for him, as opposed to Prep, who's had the 4. Also, one insanely, Preppo77, everyone knows him, one insanely skilled player. He's got over 35,000 in prize pool. He's, by the way, same age as me, so a very young player, as I may say. And I can only repeat this a million times, he's just come off of not only winning the PMSL in MIA Spring, but also the PMNC MIA Wildcard 2024. So he's won both these tournaments with his team Brute Force. These guys are coming off of an absolute high. He's been fragging out for literally the entire year in the EMEA scene. So I expect this to change even further. I think Bahrain is just getting started now. That's to say something. Especially since we've seen Mongolia with such a strong start. But I think at the end of the day, we're definitely going to see Bahrain at the very top. And if these last 2 games were an indication of that, I don't know what is.
If he's just an incredibly talented, just as old as you player, why aren't you playing?
I'm washed now. That's a question I don't have an answer for. Stop
All
it.
right, let's move towards the match summary in terms of some key statistics. We once again had a game where Smokes and Nades actually played a rather big role. They always do. I mean, already that last elimination against the last player of Palestine, super key situation. You don't think about it that way when you watch it from the sidelines, but having that player out quickly so you can actually refocus on the other important tasks ahead is super, super vital in these games. So super important. But actually, I would say, and it is quite well represented in the number. In the recent game that we saw, the 3rd one, where Nades and Smokes were basically guaranteeing wins in fights and in the end, the win of the game, we had 200 smokes and nades thrown. In this one, that felt a lot more fight focused and less utility focused. We only had 142. That's a full third less. So that actually makes a lot of sense. And I love these stats. I know some people just want to see those fights, and I understand, and they are awesome. But I also love the strategic component behind PUBG.
Yeah.
And it was very, very noticeable for me in this game.
Yeah, that's Gideon for you. I remember you analyzing each and every statistic of the PUBG Mobile National Championships and so on and so forth with all the total knocks and nades and who threw the most amount of nades and stuff. But I actually think one thing I do have to say, and I think a lot of people underestimate this, one of the first things I've always looked through when we had player statistics, and I'm going to do this after the first day as well if you have access to these, is nades thrown and smokes thrown. And you can always tell these are the most experienced players. The most experienced players, the players that have played the most amount at the top of the international scene. Oldboy, for example, was one that just last year at the Iesf World Championship threw the most amount of nades. And I don't have to tell you guys how long he's been in the scene, literally since the very beginning, like 2020, 2018, 2019. These guys are most of the times always the best performing ones as well. So there is a certain correlation between certain statistics that don't necessarily have any impact on frags or points, but just on an overall macro scape in terms of results. So very interesting for you guys to note as well. And also something to just realize for your own gameplay. Integrate nades, integrate smokes as much as you can. You will find that it helps you and benefits you massively. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have another statistics for you, and that is the match standings with Bahrain topping it with 22 points.
And that's a gap. That's a big, big gap. 22 points, and the next team in line getting 8. That is a 14-point advantage against the entire field that Bahrain has played out in this fourth map of the day. Uzbekistan actually, with that wonderful snake play of the last player, fetching 7 points. As we mentioned, it's not going to change a whole lot, given that only 2 teams will make it through. But the one thing that is going to change a whole lot in that regard is that Kazakhstan has only gotten 7 points for themselves in this game. So 15 points less, and Bahrain were already ahead of them. So Kazakhstan has a lot to make up on Miramar in these 2 final games for the day.
Let's take a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. It is Bahrain with 55 points, standing at the very top of the food chain. Mongolia just behind them with 50. I honestly expected the difference to be bigger. It is only 5 points at the moment. You can see placement points and eliminations being switched around here. 22 for Bahrain, 22 Alems on the other side for Mongolia. So Bahrain definitely fragging out a little bit more. Obviously, due to the fact that Mongolia has won the first 2 rounds. And then just behind them, it is Kazakhstan. But a little bit of a bigger difference. 13 points, I think nothing that we have to be afraid of as a Kazakhstan fan at the moment. But then again, we don't know how the next 2 games are going to go. A 13 point, maybe even, as we have here, maybe more than that difference can be bigger if you don't make it now, obviously. And at that point, it does become big of a problem, because time and time again, these tournaments have shown if you are a top team in the first couple of rounds, and we've not only played 1 now, we've played 4, most of the time, that's going to go through the entirety of the tournament. So these guys most likely will not stop. And we have seen Bahrain and Mongolia. There's no reason for them to stop at this point. They are dominating this lobby. They are dominating these fights as well. So I don't expect it to change.
Especially in a situation where you only have 10 teams, right? Because if you had more, maybe the RNG factor would be bigger, but the less teams you have, the more it becomes clear that a dominant team will stay dominant, most likely. While we are looking at this wonderful plane going straight into game number 5 of the day, greetings to our production and also to the admins behind the scenes, because this has been an amazing day so far when it comes to getting into those games perfectly on time. I would like to pick it up on a point that you just left off, trying to make an explanation why certain players that are really, really good constantly usually are the ones throwing the most nades and smokes. Because I think it actually comes with a certain skill that simply not every competitor has. And that is being on top of your game mentally at all moments in the game. Even on a level of this, and even on a level higher than this, you will find a lot of players that somewhere, somehow, during a game will switch the autopilot mode on. And that is the moment where you get eliminated while you're still holding 4 smokes, 3 nades, 2 molotovs whatsoever. And the best of the best, they always have the ability to take a step back and to think, all right, what are the 3 to 4 solutions that I have for this situation and which one is the best? And so many times utility actually is a really good one of those, which is something that other players simply don't think about. And that's why we have those players that somehow always survive 2, 3, 4 minutes longer using their utility in a wise way, while we have so many players, even on this level, well, that get taken out with a full belt of nades.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Even though I listened, I couldn't help but get excited for Miramar. I couldn't get excited for Miramar because honestly, I feel like with 10 teams, that's something I've never seen before. Even the recent, fairly recent Iesf qualifiers that have been so far up until this point, I think a 10-team lobby has not been something that I've seen. And Miramar especially, I think that's going to be extra interesting. There's even less third-party potential in my opinion. There's even more opportunity to take isolated fights. And that in turn should, in theory, I don't know how it's going to happen, but that in turn, in theory, should give an advantage to the more fighting heavy and also experienced teams that we have at the top right now, which is Bahrain, which is Mongolia, which also is Kazakhstan. So do be reminded, my prediction so far is that Kazakhstan is going to win at least one round of day one, and I think it is going to be Miramar. So we have them here. Remind my words, I might be wrong, obviously I can be, but if I am, I do want applause.
I think you're right. I think you're right, and I'm going to try to actually steelman your case right now, because map control and making tiny mistakes in terms of how you're positioned on the map is a little less important on Miramar. It's still an incredibly important skill. It's still incredibly important to do it really well. But in terms of rotating pixel perfect precisely to the exact same spot at the same time with all your teammates right close to you, it's not as important on this map because usually there are more positions to be taken. So if you make a tiny mistake and you almost drive into someone, you have another ridge 20 meters further away and you can just take that one, which is not the case on Erangel. On Erangel, there are these points where you can simply take a whole square kilometer, you can just control it and nobody could ever rotate past you or into you without you taking 1 or 2 of those players out. That is not the case on this map, at least not in every single position of the map. So I agree, if there's a map that Kazakhstan can take down, given the issues that they've had previously, it would be Miramar.
Couldn't agree more. As we see Tajikistan picking up the first 2 frags in this one. It is Jobobo. We've talked about Tajikistan to begin with. A rather unexperienced lineup, and a lineup that has been changed as well, coming in from the Tajikistan qualifier. We originally expected Lottenhart and Golden to be there. We do have them, Mites as well. Just Jodobo is surprising to me. I thought Quarry was going to be there, or maybe even the coach, Sataya, but apparently it is Jodobo. I'll have to wait and see whether or not that changes in the remaining day that they have, but for today, I don't expect there to be any more changes. I don't think they're allowed to.
It also seems to have been a good decision, right? Seems to have been a good decision in this map, at least with those 2 eliminations that they got quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to only look at results, obviously, but still, nice start to the game. Also had a really nice set of wheels for this map with his monster truck that he previously drove. He switched for the buggy now.
Oh, yes.
He had a beautiful, huge car. Let's take a look at the map.
Never argue with success.
Let's take a look at the map and have a look at where players and teams are currently positioned. We have Kazakhstan with a beautiful situation to pick it up where we left it, because they have so much room free ahead of them and they can play from high ground to high ground to high ground to scout spot, which many teams are good at in this lobby, but I think Kazakhstan should be one of the better ones where they just simply perfectly place their vehicles every single time and then just go from hilltop to hilltop, and that's what they want to do from the west here. While we have a couple of teams, Palestine ahead of all of them, going for those center spots, looking for those strong compounds, and that one crossroads, like T crossroads compound that their first player, I can't really see who it is, has taken. That is just such a good compound, right dead center in the first circle. Is it Jordan actually and not Palestine? God damn it.
Look, I just wanted to say I think it is.
Yeah, Palestine is all the way up north. All right. Yeah, it was Jordan.
Yes. So for anyone out there trying to put this on us, I dare you to to do this without reading the players' names. At this point, I think with that small map that we've seen, I think you're excused. I think that is almost impossible, but either way, we have the first team rotating on in from northern side as well. Actually, both of these teams, Mongolia and Bahrain, the two reigning 1 and 2s at the overall standings, will be rotating in and coming in. I'm surprised we see such... Okay, I'll take it all back. Give me a second. Neos is jumping out of his vehicle. Oh my lord, he takes down Alex. UMP in hand. And fear is just nothing this guy knows. He does get traded out, and that might be a problem because he's on the other side of the road while all the rest of his players are on the west side of it. And look at this. Neos now all open inside two of the Mongolia players. And sure, Alex has been taken down, but it doesn't even matter because Sayol is getting the flush as opposed to Alex. He can still get rest. And look at this. His teammates have perfect cover for him. But Bahrain might just lose a player for absolutely nothing.
And while this would be the most horrible Hollywood script for an awesome Oscar-winning movie, where you simply don't want Neo and Mr. Anderson to face off in the first 2 minutes, it's amazing to see it right now. It's so great to see these two heavy hitters battling it out in the first minutes of this map. Bahrain might actually end up just driving away, because I don't see much more to be won here. If Frizzer can actually take a knock from the sidelines, they might actually go for it. I would still love to see it. I just don't think it's that smart. Both teams could actually just opt out of this fight, and it would be perfectly understandable. Zyle actually throwing himself some smokes to get away. Is there a chase going on? No, I think it's just coincidence. No, it's actually a chase. It's actually a car chase. They want to go for these shots.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, and look at this. He even hit some pretty good shots. Pre-pod, we were just talking about him. We didn't expect him to come out swinging like he has so far, and yeah, does Prizes gonna take him down? I thought he did, but he was reloading. How the hell did that happen? If we took a look at the kill feed, yeah, he has been taken out. So Demo, problem. A second problem, actually. After Alex, second big problem for Mongolia. Question is, and that's the interesting part, I don't think they would have fought if they would have known who was on the other side.
Yeah.
You cannot tell me that Neos is going to exit his vehicle in the middle of nowhere if he doesn't know that that's Mongolia, because that's literally the only team that you don't need to fight. You don't need to take down the second place if you're on the top two already. That's the one team you can just, you know, put to the side and let them do their thing as long as you do yours. So that makes it extra interesting. On the other hand, you said it before, as a viewer, you can all go and scream as loud as you can because that's the most perfect scenario ever. If you have the top two teams fighting at the beginning of match 4, excuse me, at the beginning of match 5, it doesn't get better than this.
Perfect point. It's sometimes hard to avoid, obviously, but even though that is not allowed and we don't want to see it, the best thing that Bahrain and Mongolia could be doing could be turning into some sort of a gentleman's agreement, just hunting rank 3 and 4 the entire time. And they would almost guarantee themselves spots. That's obviously impossible to do because every team is going to be in a different position based on every map and every plane path on every map and so on. But still, fighting against each other just opens up the gates for other teams to actually catch you in your process of making it to the main tournament.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So very interesting to see that all these teams, very obviously, not going to have a problem with continuing to fight this. And also, look, they knew it was going to be Mongolia, and they still tried to catch them. That's the crazy part. Despite them knowing they didn't stop at all, Bahrain still continued to put pressure on Mongolia, even after that first initial knock. And that's the kind of confidence that you need, that they are not putting off, despite them, once again, being the only team that they don't need to necessarily fight. Let's go back to Tajikistan. I went Jodo Ball, finding the first 2 frags in this match. That might just be a good omen, but he has to be careful. As you can see, Jordan, not to be confused with Palestine, flag-wise, is just above them on the hill. And if they are not careful enough, a good spray, maybe from 1 or 2 of his teammates together, could just secure them a knock here. It is a big distance, though. And none of these teams really have any need to move. There it is. Ooh, if you would have had a teammate there, that would have surely been a knock.
Almost. The confidence of staying prone there for such a long time It's also quite admirable, to be honest. I would always be scared to be knocked from like 200 meters away on the next hill. But Clever was quite certain that he could stay prone and go for those amazing shots. Managed to almost get the knock. At the same time, that's a knock that you will pretty certainly never be able to flush. But if you have nothing else to do, why not weaken a team that you will likely fight again in the later stages of the game, given how close they are to you right now. So I love it. Making the best out of every second is the key to success in this sport. And apparently we've had a shift that forced Jordan to rotate once again. Once we have a look at that, we will see how many opportunities they actually have to rotate and what the teams will be that they will face on their way.
Ooh. Okay, Tajikistan, they want to get into the heat, chasing Lebanon just down towards the southern side. Needs to be careful, though. There's another team in the distance, and that's, I do believe, Jordan still. As the shots are raining in. First knock goes the way of Tajikistan, if I saw that correctly. No, never mind. Goes the way of Lebanon. Altuhad gets taken down as Gringo is being found as well. So I do believe it is a 1-1 trade. Tajikistan still being put into a very bad spot. That is a good breach, but I'm not sure if it was worth it. But I also think they couldn't have known that Jordan was right behind them.
Yeah,
so
that is...
I understand.
I agree. Very, very bad spot. You could also call it death trap. They are so in the open with angles of so many teams onto them. And I also don't see them really jumping into their cars once again and rotating any further, because they would just immediately be picked up and taken out. So curious to see how good their position in the zone is right now, because if they can stay there for a couple of zones, it might actually not be that bad. But look at that. Both the buggy and the UAZ, they are both so in the open. They have one car, I think, within that compound, but I guess that's it. We're gonna see in the later stages how good that decision was. For now, they are safe. For now, they are in the zone. But yeah, here we see it. Ragnarok, perfect angle against both of those cars.
Don't expect that fight to happen now, but I think I expect it to happen in the next phase. And that's the thing. The question is Jordan, that's always the kind of dilemma. When do you take these fights? I think that's the most important thing, actually, 9-10 team lobby. Because if you know you have to fight them next phase, do you fight them when you have less space, or do you fight them when you have more space, but potentially give up on placement points? I feel like in their spot, if they know they can easily breach this building and they have an advantage to, maybe they should do it now. I feel like Jordan should do it now, actually. And they know it's a 3-man only over there, and that's probably as good as it gets in terms of other fights, but we'll see.
Yeah, they want to wait for these next 10 seconds to go by. They want to know if they actually have to fight this, or if potentially the circle goes super far away. I'm going to try to keep my eyes on that mini-map to see where that circle likely is going to move to. Yeah, they are both still in. They're both still in. We would have to ideally, definitely know where these two teams are on the leaderboard right now, and then we could start all sorts of mathematical calculations if that fight would make sense, because it gives them a better edge at winning the game potentially, and given that they have to make 20 points anyways. No. But I think for now, both teams will just wait. When it comes down to the end, I think both teams will just wait until the next stage before they do anything.
Kazakhstan and Mongolia both will not have as good of a game as they probably would have hoped for. Look at this, Palestine. Man, I just gotta say it. Man, I love Palestine's playstyle. I know we've given them so much props today, but they are just fearless. They are absolutely fearless. No matter where you meet them, they will breach you. They will get into your dangerous space, and they will try to flush you out. This time around, it might not be perfect. Godless just got a pretty good angle on him. He will take him down as well, but he gets traded immediately. Dream with a nade from the very deep depths of the hillside just behind him. And you could see Palestine, they needed to get the second frag going as well. Otherwise, they just won't be able to make the cross. And the first one did go their way, but the second one didn't. So that just leaves Dream in a 1v1. Mongolia, never mind. He tried to run across, but he realized, no, I'm going to have to take this 1v1 first of all.
That's the point. It's a 1v1. And that means that also Mongolia only has Zyle in this situation. He's gonna get that next knock. It wasn't actually a 1v1. It was basically a 1v1, because the last player of Palestine is simply too far away to really jump into this situation. And if he had run across the bridge, he would have been immediately picked up by Zyle. So Mongolia still has a player alive. They have a 5 elimination point. So once again, making the best out of a horrible game. However, this is once again a scenario where they might drop off even further, and that would open the gates for Kazakhstan to. And I thought Kazakhstan would surpass Bahrain, but they might actually catch Mongolia in the end.
Yeah. Still not too. Honestly, I'm still not too convinced that Jordan made the right decision in not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they should have played this more proactive. We'll have to wait and see. The circuit right now is still fairly big. There's still lots of options for it to shift their way. But then again, it's so much water in there. You could see the zone towards the bridge is still barely closing in. So it's probably, if I had to guess for an ending, probably going to end around somewhere to the east of Bahrain. And that's not going to make it easy for them. Because all the teams down south crossing upwards is so tough in this very specific instance. So yeah, I don't want to look ahead too far, but I think Bahrain is in a pretty good spot, and Kazakhstan really isn't, because yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, I don't see them crossing it easily if Bahrain is able to grab all the space they can up there.
It depends on the circles, obviously, and it also depends on whether they will find a moment in time where the teams that could actually rain fire on them are occupied with other tasks ahead. Because it's a narrow road. On the other side of the road, there's immediately a little rock formation waiting where you can actually hide once again and then fight kind of well against the high ground. Fighting against the high ground is always not that great, but I'm going to tell you, with that zone shift, Kazakhstan is all of a sudden actually not in that bad position, because they can use that ridge towards the water to simply go further and further and further. The main issue there, however, is that Jordan is going to be able to probably take shots at them almost the entire time. From this angle, actually. Wow, production, thank you so much.
Yeah. Pretty good, isn't it? Well, yes, honestly, I didn't expect it to shift that far south again. I think we still have part of the island towards the southern part even inside. Even though that probably not going to matter to Mongolia. No, they should still go out fairly soon. That means lots of water, and yeah, maybe that ending zone is going to be different. I still think Kazakhstan is not in a good spot, because honestly, where do you walk? I think there is a way where if there's more than 2 teams playing around Jordan, there is a way for Kazakhstan to play just below the hillside, like on the street, but almost directly on the street, because no one can really look at each other. If someone is above you and someone is towards the ridgeline south of you, they will kind of cover each other, but no one can really look downwards towards the street. But only if there's 2 teams, and we'll have to wait and see how aggressive Tajikistan plays this against Jordan, or also Bahrain, how aggressive they played down towards the southern side, because there's still lots of teams around them. If they have to focus on all the teams around them first, then they can't look down towards the street, and maybe Jordan is going to be able to pick up the frags against Kazakhstan then. So dangerous scenario for Kazakhstan, despite them being in the circle, and a dangerous circle in general, I want to say. Very few positions outside of the hardcover spots and the compounds that we have that are able to be played.
Exactly. Which is... Well, there are a couple of hardcover spots, though, which will basically create the perfect endgame regarding what we started to discuss in the beginning of the map. It's gonna be who fights the best, unless it ends on the compound of Jordan. If it ends on the compound of Jordan, it's gonna be a gifted win. But if not, there's gonna be some heavy fighting going on. It's not even one of those very amazing ridge after ridge after ridge ends of Miramar, where there are so many positions to give us these endings. You're right, there are 1 or 2 compounds that are really strong. And honestly, it's funny that we spoke about that this fight between Jordan and Tajikistan should have been taken earlier. And the way the shifts ended up happening, I would say, well, good for both teams that they didn't, right? Because they are both still in awesome positions.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I'm interested to see if Mongolia is actually going to make it across. Somehow, no one's really looking at it right now. I don't think Tajikistan even... No, they should know they're over there, but at least no one's actively looking for it. And if he makes it across, maybe there's some placement points to be gathered. Because as much as I know it's not going to enter the water, it could very much, with the amount of water we have in right now, it could very well still be at least close to the water in the next zone as well. I don't think it's going to, it doesn't necessarily, what I'm trying to say is it doesn't necessarily need to be a hard no shit at this given point in time. So we're going to have to wait and see. Tajikistan, do remind, it has lost a player or two out very early on in their compound breach. If that wouldn't have happened, I think it would have given them way bigger chances than they have right now. But with a circle shift, I'll take it all back. Very possible. Only a Mongolia player and a duel right behind them.
What a demonic shift. This was the one time where many teams actually rooted for a hard shift, meaning a shift that has an edge very close to the edge of the previous shift. Because right now, Jordan is just in... I sadly don't know that word in English, but do you know the English word for Tontauben schießen? Because that's what they're gonna do. They're just gonna shoot left and right. Everybody's gonna be open to them. It's just a shooting gallery. Exactly. It's just gonna be amazing for them. Because there are almost no spots that they can't see. Given how this next circle went, and that's quite crazy. I also think this is the latest stage of any game where we have seen 8 squads alive. It's no longer 8, it's 7 now, but it used to be 8 30 seconds ago. And I think stage 6 with 8 teams is something that we hadn't seen before today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm anxious to see how Bahrain is going to play this, because they need to leave the hillside for the very first time, and they haven't cleared out the east of it, which I thought they would. By the time they will have to leave, I thought they would have cleared the east side. They didn't by now. I think that's due to the fact that they lost 2 players already. They did have 3 earlier on, so the opportunity was there, but maybe even 3 wasn't quite enough for them, and they wanted to go for more placement kind of style. You can see Fryza is now splitting it. He's staying up top, while Prepot has already moved downwards. And the next thing they will have to fight is going to be undoubtedly Uzbekistan. They've got a full 4-man. We've seen them struggle time and time again. They've lost players left, right, and center whenever it came down to the absolute wire. So maybe this time around, for the very first time, it's not going to happen. I'm cheering for them. We all want to see Uzbekistan with a good game to start things off. They have got the experience between the players as well. It just, unfortunately, wasn't good enough just yet.
I can actually confirm that it is clay pigeon shooting, by the way. So it's literally 1 by 1, the same words. And it is perfectly fitting for this situation in terms of them being so close to the water. They're just feeling as if they were clay pigeon shooting on a wonderful cruise ship right now. No harm coming their way, other than a little knock maybe. But even that knock is not scary because they can just go for the rest. Nobody's going to execute on them. Kazakhstan is never going to execute. It would be such a bad decision. At the same time, up north, nobody can execute because Uzbekistan is fighting Bahrain and they are also fighting a 3rd team in the mix. So Jordan is just out of harm's way and able to send out harm in everybody else's way.
Oh, yes. And I think Bahrain is going to be the first team to feel that force. Still standing strong. Fragger now has to be careful. Rotates down. Might say is going to pick him up. And that's one frag that just shouldn't have happened. We were talking about Uzbekistan throwing away some of these rounds, and this is the beginning of it. We've seen it before. It just cannot happen again. This would be so demoralizing for them if once again brought 4 players into the late game scenario. They finally need to actually take advantage of it. No, there goes Tapok as well. Bahrain actually, out of all the teams, Bahrain has found themselves this massive dip. A dip that Uzbekistan, with all the vehicles they've had, could have taken, honestly, I want to say hours ago. But they just didn't. That's the map knowledge Bahrain has. And the experience between these players coming off of absolutely the very top of the international EMEA scene. And look at the split as well. It's not going to get easier for Uzbekistan. Despite them having the man advantage, I'm not even sure if they know that Fryza is still up the hill and could shoot him in the back any second.
We can confirm that we once again have seen a central shift. And yes, any second, not only this fight is going to break out, it's going to be a lot more altercations that are going to happen. No! Hardboy just barely evading the end of his round, and that's so crucial at this point in time. Uzbekistan has no other choice than to play the road in this next zone, but they can't do it early. Kazakhstan has Erangel, the last Bahrainian player who has been taken out now, I think. Do they have another one? I think, yeah, they were eliminated. He's no longer a factor, but as we can see, Kazakhstan definitely still is. Puncher is trying to take out Fragger. But Punch is in a really, really bad position.
Maybe he's got a chance at this one before someone else picks him up. And yes, he does. Fragger's going to take down Puncher. And Uzbekistan, despite all the challenges, makes it down with 3 players left standing. Ragnarok takes down the last player from Mongolia. It's been time for him to go out. And he's still somehow got a 4th place.
Yeah.
Despite him literally being the solo for the last 15 minutes. So crazy stuff coming out from Mongolia, making it across. And that means also one more frag going the way of Jordan. There's Uzbekistan, 3 players left alive. Has got the high ground for the time being.
Mongolia has been 4th for the 3rd map in a row now. And the only other 2 games they played, they won the game. So they've been first, 4th, and 4th, which is impressive by itself. If they hadn't so many elimination points on top of that. But let's focus on Uzbekistan for now, because we have given them quite a lot of criticism over the day. And I want to make sure that we focus when they are finally playing super productively, super proactively. 7 eliminations already. They have the high ground to play, and they have another elimination coming their way because Hardboy found another enemy easily to pick him up. Jordan, on the other hand, has been successful in knocking another player from Uzbekistan, and Clever wants to get the confirmations here, wants to save Ragnarok. This could all be over soon for Uzbekistan. Will they be able to defend? No, they are not, both of them. Even Hardboy is being found, so it's only Fragger. He tries it with the shotgun. He's successful with it, and he wins potentially this fight. At least he turns it into a 1v1v1 for the win on this map. Will he be able to win this? Will he? No, he won't! He won't be able to! Fragger! Oh my god, in the end, just can't do it. And Jordan is still on the hunt for this win.
This is sensational. If he would have hit that first shot, Jordan would have been taken out in Uzbekistan, would have had another chance at this one. But instead, it's not going to happen. And it's going to be down to a 2v1 somehow. Joboda, we've talked about him. He's the sub for this lineup. Didn't make any move just yet. Very surprising to me, especially since he should have known there were 2 knocks against the Jordan players, and it was down to a 1v1. He couldn't really get there in time, unfortunately. Now, any second, he's going to be fighting against, I want to say 3 players, but he immediately gets that first knock. Lathe goes down. Ragnarok is known as well. He's got the first aid, but he's only got 1 of them. I think Ragnarok hasn't even got a single one. So that might just give him the health advantage, but he needs to hit the shots as well. He's got the smoke to play with. He sees Miracle. Maybe he can take him down through the smoke. Not just yet. It is back to a 2v1.
And that 2v1 should be more than enough, but still, we have a chance that the player who got the first 2 eliminations in this game might actually be the one who gets the last 2. Joe Bobo, the one that we didn't even see playing today, might be able to create a miracle. Is he able? He gets it! The 1v2 in the end! First 2 eliminations, last 2 eliminations. That fits together perfectly for this wonderful winner.
Oh my goodness, Tajikistan somehow close out this game, and I thought he missed this opportunity, this window of opportunity, this small one, 15 seconds, where all the rest of the players got rest back to life, and at one point all 3 were standing when he somehow hits the shots, and then in the end the 1v2 with the UMP. My goodness, as he just carries Tajikistan to this win, and you can see 18 frags. That is something that they so desperately need. We're going to take a look at the standings, but first of all, the highlights once again for you, ladies and gentlemen, while we make sure to calm off this high that we've just seen. 1v2, that is so rare to begin with, and then in such a crucial stage of the tournament as well for Tajikistan to close out this one. Man, that must feel good as a player.
That must feel so good. I saw Jordan printed basically in high resolution on this chicken dinner all the way. I saw them winning this so easily, but hell no, not with Tajikistan, who I never saw winning a game today, to be very honest. I just want to be honest here, but man, that last spray transfer was just perfect, perfect. Starting out the map strong, ending the map strong. That was just amazing to witness, and that will bring you exactly what you need when you're currently rather low on the leaderboard. That's exactly what you need. Yeah. That moment will just vitalize the entire squad.
Couldn't agree more. More shots, as we saw from Uzbekistan up there. I felt like Uzbekistan I don't want to say should, but due to the fact that his enemy missed so many shots. I'm going to take a look at who that actually was. Okay, so it was Miracle. He missed so many shots with that shotgun. And also, you have the opportunity to go for the first aid. He was safe behind the car. You had your opportunity to go for the first aid, and then afterwards, he probably would have had the health advantage as well. But that wouldn't even have mattered if he would have just hit the shotgun shot. So I feel like Uzbekistan, perfect situation to just showcase what they've been struggling with. Right?
Again.
Closing out the most important fights in this game. They had the opportunity again for the third time in a row. They were in a prime spot. They had the man advantage. They fought themselves in so very nicely, but they just give it up because they can't hit that one single shot that was needed. And ultimately, I mean, also we got to give it to Tajikistan. Wow. Just wow.
All right,
what a game. Gideon, what a game.
What a game.
Wow.
Honestly, what a game. And we were both hyped for Miramar. We were both hyped for it. We both said we are especially hyped for the map because these situations occur on the map, right? These close quarter fights, multiple teams, little room to work with, but a lot of safe room to work with. And therefore, we got exactly what we asked for, and we got exactly what we wanted. We just got these amazing fights. And I agree, Uzbekistan, they could have had it again. It's the third time. I just don't want to bring up this point again because I want the Uzbekian people to still like us. So let's focus on Tajikistan instead. They got not only the win, but also the match MVP. And Jobobo with his 6 eliminations, once again starting out the game strong and then getting another 2-piece in the end. Just perfect. Just perfect. And yes, if you think about the other names in this lobby, that was just a masterclass by him.
Yeah, brilliant. Also, I always said Jodobo, so I'm very sorry in case you hear this, Jodobo. I am very sorry. I don't have your name on my list. So there's that. Tajikistan was pronounced with a different roster, and he just makes it work as a stand-in anyways. With I want to say not necessarily a super experienced roster, but they have players like Anonym, who's played in the PEMA South, Central and South Asia spring season this year. So he's obviously able to hold his ground, despite not maybe being the most experienced player even in that roster in and of itself. So shout out to Jobobo. I think amazing so far, not only with that first 2 initial frags, he was the first one to Tajikistan in general in this round to find 2 frags, but also with that 1v2, I gotta look back at it as well again, because that's so rare that we see a 1v2 going the way of the solo player if both these players are straight up sprinting at you. But he played it perfectly with the rich line he had. He kind of tried to isolate the right player by walking downwards towards the left side while shooting the first one. So unbelievable. 877 damage on top of these 6 eliminations as well. Goes to show you these weren't kill steals. Not at all. These were actual eliminations he had to put up and he had to fight for, and he did.
It's highly likely that he could have actually had another elimination. So 877 damage gives room for actually 7 eliminations, I would say. If you're really efficient and never shooting at anyone that you would never be able to flush, you could even get 8 squeezed into that. But yeah, I agree. This was just perfection. 877 damage is what several teams will not deal in some of these games. So yes, perfectly done. Let's compare actually Tajikistan and Uzbekistan in this situation. Tajikistan 8 eliminations, Uzbekistan actually extremely elimination heavy in this game, which gives me hope for them because fights were what they struggled with in the first 2 games that they could have both taken down. This time they fight well, but somehow they still don't get the win in the end. But nonetheless, this will at least keep them theoretically in the run, while they will need a really strong Tuesday to make it happen.
Oh yes, they yeah, it's not going to happen today anymore, unfortunately. It's just not going to be enough time to make something happen. We only have 2 Miramar rounds. We've seen the first one, and it leaves only 1 more for this Group A. Do be reminded, we have 3 more days of action here at the Asian and Oceanic qualifier for the Iesf World Esports Championship. The top 2 of Group A will be going to Riyadh, and the top 3 of Group B will do the same to represent their nations at the official World Esports Championship. So, massive stakes at hand. That's where the big money is being brought out by Iesf as well in Riyadh. So most of these teams will be aiming at that qualification spot, if not everyone.
And most of them will be aiming to obviously have a trip of a lifetime on top of a tournament of a lifetime. So yeah, that's definitely something. I also think that a lot of these players will take great pride in representing their nation rather than their organization, while obviously the latter is also amazing, but it's just a different experience. It's just something that comes around even rarer than having a tournament where you represent your organization, which obviously is a bit more common. So I love these formats a lot. I actually enjoy them quite a bit. Let's have a quick look at these stats, and they once again show perfectly that this was once again a very fight-heavy game, more than a utility-heavy game. We can compare it to game number 2 and 3, which actually had a lot more smokes and nades thrown than game 4 and 5, which were a little bit more combat-heavy. Also, very early on this time, we had the fight from Mongolia against Bahrain. We had the fight from Mongolia once again against Palestine, which was amazing to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would like to point that out again, actually. I also really love their playstyle. Palestine is bringing us a lot of fun to watch.
It's the most dangerous playstyle in terms of how big the risk affinity is. Like, yeah, first of all, it's tough to play because there's so many stuff that can go wrong. It's always when you play proactive and you play overly aggressive, there's more stuff that can go wrong than just playing defensively and playing for zone and stuff like that, which is why I also always prefer to play zone because it's easier to some degree. But if you do have the individuals for it, it's probably the playstyle that in the end gives you more potential. And so far, Palestine has shown that potential. Sure, they haven't won a round yet, but they've always, whenever we've seen them on the stream, shown us that they just want to get right into the action, and they most of the times do the correct decisions as individuals as well. They realize that they can play aggressive because there's more space around them. There's less teams that can third-party them, and they win the aim fights as well. So honestly, so far, the only thing that's missing is staying alive as 4.
Yeah.
Whenever they fight, they somehow tend to get into these aggressive fights when they've already lost the play to begin with. If they would pick these fights more carefully, I feel like they would have had a way better shot of qualifying. So far, it's getting into a dangerous territory where, yes, we probably will see another couple of good games, but is it going to be enough for a top 2? I don't think so.
It's exactly the point. I think so too. I think they are really good at playing proactively, and I think playing proactively, if you can do it, is actually the right way, because you bring the challenge and you bring the issue into the hands of your enemy rather than having it yourself the entire time and having to solve problems the entire time. But the problem is, the more proactive you play, the more faultless you have to perform the entire time. And if you play proactively again and again and again, you will be prone to mistakes again and again and again. And that's sadly what happened to them. And if they would play it just a bit better, they would probably just shoot their way to an entire lobby, potentially creating the most elimination strong game that we've seen today, which is, I think, 22 points or 12 eliminations at this point. There's actually room for a 13 elimination game, 13 or 14 elimination game. I mean, that's half of the lobby almost, but I still think it would be possible.
Could be possible, definitely. Quick shout out to everyone in the chat who's been at Romania for the last Iesf Esports World Championship. Massive event at this point. I'm probably the craziest event I've ever been with. Massive crowd, and obviously one of the reasons why this event carries so much prestige, why some of these players want to qualify under any and every circumstance, because you always know Iesf events are going out with a big bag. So yeah, greetings to all of you guys that I've met. I've seen a couple in the chat. There's a couple of guys that have been involved with PUBG Mobile, especially at the last Iesf World Esports Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the last Miramar game shortly. Quickly want to touch on predictions again, because I know these have been kind of changing throughout the entirety of the day. I started off saying Kazakhstan was going to have a big chance. Now, I don't think we've seen them in the top 4 a single time, despite them being in the top 3 almost I think, except for the last 2 games. But after that, I think they've been in the top 3 overall standings the entire time, just based off of how many frags they've gathered. Do you agree with me that if they don't get a win today and they start off weak tomorrow, maybe it's already done and dusted for them because just of how strong Mongolia and Bahrain are playing?
Yeah, I would add on top of that, if they don't get a win today and if they start a week tomorrow, it's most likely done and dusted for everyone, because then it's just going to be the other 2. I am not certain how many points Jordan and Lebanon, I would say, have right now. Maybe also Uzbekistan. I need to see the overall leaderboard before making a final assumption. But it's probable. It might be that it's not enough. I mean, both Bahrain and Mongolia actually didn't get too many points in this game, right? So they will have lost a little bit of their edge point-wise against everybody else, but they had a huge gap before, right? It was huge. So they will probably still be 15, 20 points ahead, but 15 to 20 points is actually surpassable on one individual day. I just don't see them stopping their dominant performance, and I just think this was an extremely difficult circle to play from the outside. I think if there's a game that these two teams, meaning Bahrain and Mongolia, can fail a little bit and they still got points, it was this one, because the circle couldn't have been further away from their loot spots. The circle shifts couldn't have been more central, which is always highly favoring the teams that are already there. Hard shifts open the opportunities for teams from the outside. Central shifts always benefit the teams that are already there. So this was one of those games where even the better teams can just give away a couple of points sometimes. But once there's a bit more of a conservative round again, I'm sure we will see them popping off again.
I'm looking at the chat. It is heartwarming to see all of you guys supporting your teams. So keep on spamming these flags. Once again, we had a moment in time where Turkmenistan, despite them not performing miraculously so far, let's be honest, they haven't performed so far. The whole chat was full of Turkmenistan. So shout out to the whole fan base. I said at the very beginning, Turkmenistan does have its PUBG Mobile fan base, despite them, as I said, not having the biggest international players, or I do believe not anyone who's ever qualified for a global championship. But you know what the future brings. We all don't know what the future holds. So maybe Turkmenistan is going to be the region of the future. So shout out to all of you guys, obviously Uzbekistan as well. I've seen you guys, Bahrain, even lots of people from Bahrain being in the chat supporting. But yeah, interesting that you say that about the last game. I wanted to touch on that.
But still, they are in the race. They are in the run with these 14 points. And it's crazy that Mongolia still got 9 points here, by the way. It's crazy. Bahrain, 6 as well. It felt as if they were taken out almost immediately compared to the rest of the lobby. But they got so many eliminations again that they still sort of played a role points-wise.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The fact that Mongolia, even this round, a round where the circles continuously shifted away from them, they had to start from the very deep southern part, even because they didn't find an entry, still pick up 9 points is amazing. Same goes for Uzbekistan. I honestly didn't expect them to have that many eliminations in the end. They actually had the most amount of eliminations out of all these teams that we saw in match number 5. So for them to still pick up as many points as they have, despite kind of throwing away the round again, is miraculous. So I'm gonna have to wait and see for the overall standings. I'm so excited. I want to see if anyone has still got a chance to catch Bahrain and Mongolia at this point. I think Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan still do. Kazakhstan, yes, only 5 points, but I think it's gonna be enough to at least be able to close the gap with a good game. I think that's the very least they should be able to. But yeah, once again, I'm gonna have the overall standings ready in just a minute. I'm gonna have to wait and see. Also, Tajikistan, did you remember where they were before? I think it was like 6th or 7th. I believe I said with 16 points, they are already almost overperforming. And now they're actually, the next game that I say that, they're actually winning it. So what are they now? If they've already been overperforming before that, I don't even know what that is at this point. They're exceeding every expectation, in my opinion.
There will be a gap. I don't know if that gap is going to be so huge, because Jordan also now has won a game and placed second in another one, right? They won the first Erangel game. So, no, I'm sorry. They actually won the second Erangel game. So they won game number 3. I don't know where Jordan is going to be placed. So I think Uzbekistan is definitely still in the race. Kazakhstan will 100% be still in the race. So Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Jordan, I would say, are likely the 3 teams that have the best chances. And you just brought up Tajikistan. They might also have good points. I guess it's going to be, and we're going to see it now. No, we're just actually going to have a look at it while we're in the last game. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight in perfectly on time into game number 6 of the day. It's obviously going to be the desert of Miramar once more. And after that amazing, probably the best day of the game number 5, I'm so looking forward to this.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is the last match for today. And we've only got 6 matches after this one being played in the day after tomorrow in group number A. Don't be discouraged though, because there is another day tomorrow, and we will have matches as well. If not Group A, it is going to be Group B with 18 teams. It's going to be a big contrast. I think that's as much as we can say already. It's going to be a massive contrast. Let's take a look at the overall standings, though. The one result that we're all interested in is Bahrain and Mongolia. 61 points to 59. So both of these teams very close, despite Bahrain in recent games at least being significantly stronger than Mongolia has been. It's only 2 points different, but below that, it is almost 20 points, and that's the big part that we have to talk about. Kazakhstan and Jordan, as well as Uzbekistan being the runner-ups, all of these have a good opportunity to close the gap, but catching Mongolia and Bahrain, who are in the qualification spots right now, at least for today, is going to be almost impossible.
And now imagine Jordan had won that game, which they pretty much should have won and gotten another elimination and even more placement points. And I'm sorry, Uzbekistan, but Uzbekistan winning game 1 or game 2, just one of the two that they could have had, this would be so much closer. And it is definitely not done and dusted, especially if this last game now ends up with Bahrain and Mongolia once again only picking up single-digit points. Then the gap is going to be closed once more. So Tuesday is going to be important. Tuesday is going to be incredibly important. Mongolia and Bahrain will both go into Tuesday with a head start. The size of that head start will be decided right now, but it's still not going to be over, while obviously being over for Lebanon, Turkmenistan, the UAE, and most likely also for Palestine and Tajikistan if they don't make something happen right now.
Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to kind of talk about. We said that we don't expect the top teams that have performed so far. And sure, it's hard to talk about the teams that will potentially perform at the very start of it, but right now it's 5 matches in. We do have an idea of who's performed. And so far it is Bahrain and Mongolia. And we don't expect these teams, just from a historical kind of standpoint, we don't expect the teams to slow down. Teams that have dominated the start of a tournament like this, where the skill gap is very significant from the very best team to the very, I don't want to say worst team, but the less experienced teams. Like we have right now. We have some teams that have never played an international tournament, while we have some that literally just came off the very top of the scene in EMEA. And if that happens, most of the times, teams that are more experienced, if they do have a good start, that's not always the case, but if they do, like in this case, they won't stop. They will keep on performing like they have, because at this point, their game style already works, and they won't change it. And the lobby itself won't change either. So 100%. Yes, it does become very dangerous. And I think, unfortunately, at least one of the spots will probably go to Bahrain, Mongolia, even though it is very early to say. Then again, one good game, and that's the spirit of PUBG Mobile. One good game can shake up the whole leaderboard, and maybe this is going to be it.
I mean, it's gotten to a point where we talk about how, in very big quotation marks, bad a round for Bahrain and Mongolia was when they picked up 7 and 9 points, right? So it's like, it's still absolutely amazing what they are doing, and the amount of eliminations that they constantly get. They just don't have 0-point games. They just don't have it in them. Even if they face off against each other as first opponent in the game, they still pick up 7 and 9 points. So it's quite impressive. I agree. They will not both fall out. Never ever going to happen. The most likely scenario is those two teams will take the trip in the end of the year. And the second most likely scenario is one of the two following teams will just be able to just barely edge it out and surpass one of these two. But both of them? No, never.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's past the point already. The one thing I do want to see, though, and I don't care who qualifies, I want to see Kazakhstan get a win. This lineup is too talented, and I've met these guys personally actually on some of these events. These guys are so incredibly talented. These are such nice guys as well. I hope they're gonna grab this last Miramar dinner. Anything else is a disappointment to the experience that these guys have. Axel punch up 6, and sure, it's Becca today, but even Becca has been performing massively. So, yeah. I expect them to take at least one of the rounds. Might not be this one, but if it isn't, I'm going to be disappointed anyways.
Love the zone. Let's shift our focus towards the build-up of the final game of the day. Love it. Mongolia once again, by the way. Huge split in the center of the zone. You could just see all 4 country flags perfectly aside there. Tajikistan in an early fight against an opponent that we have seen not really shying away from these fights. Nate a little bit on the shorter side. Oh! And then he actually gets taken down in this direct confrontation. Jordan, they just want this fight. They want to get these points. It's important that they don't lose anyone. We just mentioned, if they play a really good round now, oh, they're gonna lose one right away. If they play a really good round now, they actually have a chance of making it on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's a tough fight, though. And Jordan really has to think about whether or not they want to commit this. We've said it before. I feel like in a best of 12 like this, don't give up your teammate. Under any and all circumstances, should you not give up your teammate. Make sure to engage this. Make sure to save him. Even if you lose a player because of it, it's still going to be better than just playing it off and playing as a 3-man onwards. So, yeah, I'm hoping that's going to happen. For now, the rest on the other side has been revived. Golden is back up on his feet, and the meanwhile, Ragnarok's still laying there. So it is a 3v4 for the time being. Does Tajikistan close the gap? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like they want to commit too much. Maise rotating off already in the distance, and he's not grabbing another angle, I think. I think he's genuinely rotating off. That means Jordan might just get the rest back off as well. And both of these teams will find themselves back as 4-mans, and especially back without any trouble. Yeah, looks like both are gonna disengage. Just to say that though, gotta be careful. Maybe someone's peeking across the ridge line. That gives Miracle the opportunity, but no. They are smart about it, and Tajikistan doesn't give them any opportunity for another knock.
Miracle's position, while not actually used in the end, was so important here. He's basically the savior. He's the person that guarantees that Tajikistan can't get too frisky with peeking over the ridges. And while he was not needed, he would have been perfect if that had occurred. All right, now we know it. Oh, actually not rotating away. I thought he was already halfway away, but hell no, he says not. And now Ragnarok actually finds his feet with the mini. Perfect utilization of that DMR. And Jordan is actually on the right track once again, has the upper hand in this fight, has the high ground in the fight. If they have a couple of good nades or molotovs now, this might actually end up being at least one elimination. No, a second one! Very likely now with this knock straight through the smoke grenades.
That's a pretty decent grenade. Let's see if anything else comes off of it. The main fragger for Tajikistan, unfortunately, isn't anywhere close, as Leif picks up another one. And yeah, that's it. I think we didn't even get to see the fourth frag, but it must have with someone towards the western side. Maybe it was Clever actually getting the last one. But they will wipe them off clean. And Jordan, yes, we were kind of worried for them for a moment. Jordan turns it around, wins all 4 players, and find themselves now in a good spot to close the distance.
For Jordan, this feels like instant karma, basically. The team that has just destroyed them, their chances of winning a super nice dinner, catching some amazing points in game number 5, has now been taken out by them in game number 6 for very important points. And now everything is back to possible right now. I mean, Bahrain still alive, Mongolia still alive, but Jordan now closed the gap by another 4 points on them. So it's gonna be even more interesting to see the final overall leaderboard of the day, while we have to take a look at another team that is in a very similar position right now when thinking about Jordan, which is obviously Uzbekistan. Hardboy trying his best with these long distance shots, just barely missing. And therefore, I think repositioning now, Uzbekistan has had enough of this fight.
Yeah. The fact that we have 2 teams fighting in phase 2 in the blue zone is kind of a weird thing in and of itself, especially since we have 8 teams in this lobby, and it's Miramar. So yeah, it feels like a 1 in a million kind of scenario. But both of these teams apparently being very content with it, despite the way it's gone. Both these teams actively decided for it instead of against it. And the outcome at the moment is clear. Both of these teams weakened, and Uzbekistan especially. Now with only 3 players left alive. Mongolia sees the team that we've just seen, Jordan, and just fought up the hill in the distance, is going to pressure them back towards the blue zone. They will have to find another way, which is probably going to be down towards the south. But judging by Demo's position, even that might not be possible. So Mongolia troubling 2 teams at the same time.
I love, however, that Jordan is facing this challenge now, because they just had one of the easier games that you can get in such a tournament. Yeah. They had the nicest zones possible, which is once again, I mean, if you get them, you take them. Every team would be stupid to drive away and say, no, this is way too easy. We definitely want a bigger challenge. But in this situation, I like that they have one rather easy game and one really hard game from the beginning, because if they manage to be successful in both, that solidifies their claim for the spot in the grand final of this event later down in the year. So I love it. I'm also very surprised by how well Jordan managed to play in the games where they excelled as a team. They also had 2 really poor games. Otherwise, they would be so much higher up in the standings. But still, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they work on this challenge while we take a peek at Mongolia facing Palestine. Couple of shots in the distance.
Oh, yeah, I mean, did you really expect to hit anything there? I don't think so. Neos, though. If there's anyone in this lobby so far that you should fear, it is Neos. Once again, massive, massive shots. They're not even acting on this, which is very surprising to me, because it seems like, well, these players would be relatively isolated. They don't want to go for it, but yeah, I gotta highlight Neos again. I think we've talked about him enough, but he keeps on putting up these numbers, and he's probably individually, at least the biggest part on why Bahrain has had such a great performance so far.
Mongolia just pressured Palestine into Bahrain. That's the worst scenario that you can have in this tournament right now. You drive away from one of the best teams and straight into the next one. Palestine somehow managed to survive with, I think, 3 players, though, because Bahrain never pulled the trigger on that check that Palestine chose for them. That also means, however, that Palestine is now 100% dependent on the upcoming zones. 2 hard shifts away from that check, and they will end up in 5th, 6th, maybe in the place that they are currently in 8th place. While Bahrain is... That's just crazy. I just want to see a Bahrain cam of every individual's player position on the map right now. Because they are so far away from each other. Look at the minimap. Yeah. Nobody can see his teammate on the minimap.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. It's kind of the same thing that we were talking about that Mongolia did. When they have the space to split, they do. We saw it in that Erangel game towards Pochinki. Yes, maybe it didn't really... That wasn't really anything that came out of it, but the matter of fact still stands. If they do have the space, they do. And I don't think there's a coincidence that both of these teams are at the very top of the leaderboard right now with the way they play. And this is so interesting because we both theorized maybe that's actually not the way to play this. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not splitting actually makes sense. And apparently it does, because both these teams have had pretty safe rotates into late game time and time again. So I'm excited to see that continuously being the case. This position, by the way, is one of the most... I want to say as a player, one of the most disgusting positions, because there's nothing you can do against it. And 4YDO knows this, and she shoots at everything he can.
He basically just pressured away the entire team of Kazakhstan by himself. As we're losing Turkmenistan, sadly in 8th position. That's going to seal the deal for them. It has been a super top-heavy tournament all the way along. Tuesday for them is going to be... I mean, I'm not going to count them out entirely, but without 3-1 maps, at least, they will not have a single chance. And based on everything we've seen today, I just think their team play is just not there all the way to still win it. I will be gladly proven wrong. I'm just going to say that over and over again, as Kazakhstan has actually found a pretty decent spot after being pressured away by Bahrain.
Yeah. Kazakhstan, the one hope for me, the one hope that I predicted time and time again to make something happen and still hasn't so far, at least in terms of top 3 placements. Now in a pretty good spot. They can play on foot out of this, and they should be able to play off of their strength, which is direct fighting, which is direct confrontations, which is supporting each other and fragging through these lobbies. All the sort of stuff that we haven't really seen so far, at least in the late game. And there it is, another frag on the way of Becca. Once again, the sub for this team, who's made big strides to stay in this roster for the upcoming group day as well. But the frag is not going to be secured by him. Instead, it is going to be Mongolia picking up another one.
But he couldn't have picked a better target because in the process, Kazakhstan has actually taken down Alex of Mongolia. So they are currently, and they noticed, and so they are now on the hunt actually. They noticed that this is Mongolia. They noticed that this is the team that they have to take out in order to at least close the gap towards that second place, or maybe even close it all the way today to have the perfect start on Tuesday. They cannot follow them carelessly though. So they are stopping in their tracks for now.
Massive stuff. Now we have it. The Lebanon players. 2 of these coming in from the heroic lineup. Straight off the EMEA spring. And we know how dangerous they can be. 17th place or 18th place it's been for them. Sure, it's not been the best of seasons. But they do have the experience, and that's what counts. Chazin now enters the building. Teammate on the other side. That's perfect time. Teammate goes down, though. Can he get the trade? Oh, my goodness. No, he can't. And Clever puts up one hell of a performance. Maybe even a third one. Player rushes in. No, it's his teammate. Excuse me on that one. And they will flush out these players together. Clever with a 1-on-2. And look at that. Things are turning around for Jordan.
Put Jordan into a good position, and they will just punish everyone. Just taking down the entirety of Lebanon, not letting these last players or this last player get away. They were straight on the hunt and were very successful in doing so. Jordan with 8 eliminations, 6th position in this game already right now, with potentially more to come as they have a more or less safe rotation into that next zone. Everything's going their way. Since we're playing Miramar. I mean, except for the final fights, obviously, but everything else is going their way.
Bahrain, 6 teams remaining, still standing strong. Let's see if Neos can be revived. I don't think they're going for him at the moment. They know Kazakhstan is too close. At this point, I can understand, right? This is a unthinkable scenario that they're gonna get him back up, because I was you know, kind of hating on teams that let their players bleed out. But at this point, it is late game. I don't think there's any chance to get him back up, even though I think one player is now driving towards him. And that is perfect timing!
Wow.
Because Predo has now taken down Pancha. And that might be the opening they need. They will lose another player, though, and that's on the other side. So even though they might save one, they might lose another. Dangerous scenario for Kazakhstan as well as it is for Bahrain.
But that immediate re-knock was so important. Oh no, and flipping a car here is the worst position. It's the worst situation you could imagine. He actually wanted to go for the save. He wanted to go for the res on a teammate that he will now have to actually let bleed out. So that's a free extra elimination for Kazakhstan. And that is actually most likely the fight in their hands. They could know. I think they don't know. I think they don't know that there's no other player on their southern side. They're actually sending somebody out now. Okay, they are getting proactive now, and this is the perfect timing. Oh, that vehicle flip is so bad.
Yeah, that's kind of the worst case scenario. These are the small kind of variables that you don't really have control over necessarily, and they well, you do have control over to some degree, but they just happen once in a while, right? There's not a single team in history that hasn't had problems like this every once in a while. But in the best of 12, that can break your neck. As we see, they did find another vehicle, though, and they will make it across. Question is, Kazakhstan, can they secure this as good as they want to? Because Friza is down. It leaves big space in between them, you can see. Can they rotate back? Can Bahrain rotate back somehow? And can Kazakhstan, as a result of that, maybe not make it down the road? Because that's what happens. If they make it across, Bahrain is in a perfect spot to gatekeep them off of that hill and entering into the city.
I don't think they're going to do it, though, because Kazakhstan is now just in a too good position. They found Friza in the meantime, who was all the way open to Kazakhstan. Simply didn't notice that the players from Kazakhstan were already so close to him. And I think it's just over right now for Bahrain. I honestly think it's not going to be possible to make it out of this situation. And I think Kazakhstan has finally found the kryptonite of both the players of Bahrain and Mongolia, at least in this final round of the day.
For audio, still the last one on that side. I think at this point it's just a matter of time until he gets found out as well by Kazakhstan. Even though, let's be honest, Repo has got the best kind of position you could possibly think of. It's not going to be enough to hold off 4 players from shooting at his teammates. You can see he gets into the vehicle. I think there's already a tire missing. No problem for Becca. He shoots him out. Headshot goes through. And that just leaves 1 player from Bahrain left alive. I did wish for a Kazakhstan, didn't I? I said, these guys, it would almost be... It is, I'll just put it like that, it is disappointing if they wouldn't take a dinner home with this kind of lineup in the very first day. So maybe they've finally heard my prayers, because they are in a pretty good spot right now, depending on how the next circle shifts. Usually they don't necessarily end inside the city, so as long as it shifts back out and they've got enough playing space, maybe even enough vehicles, they're in a pretty good spot.
And as I just saw it in the chat, for everybody wondering why Kyrgyzstan is actually not playing in this lobby, well, this would be their lobby to play in. They're invited to the main event due to their win in 2023. So they don't have to endure all of this struggle that we're so thoughtfully enjoying today, as they will just have a direct ticket to the main event, while all of these other teams have to fight for it. Kazakhstan, can they actually finally make it? Can they find this little snake player of Bahrain here, or will they run into their demise, where the first one will definitely do so? That was another disgusting spot, by the way. Bahrain seems to be very good at finding disgusting spots on this map.
I was thinking about whether or not Kazakhstan was going to find a better spot than what they had, but apparently they really want to make this work towards the western side. Wouldn't there be a better spot towards the south and southeastern side?
Yeah, I think so too.
I kind of feel like they got stuck chasing this last player from Bahrain.
Yes.
But honestly, I understand. I think that's all down to the fact that Bahrain is very, very high up on the leaderboard, and they knew this is their direct competition. It's only 12 matches. They need to take them out.
But on the same hand, if you take out this last player, that is 1 extra point, and that is 1 extra point. Well, there's another placement point to be had as well. So it's 2 extra points against Bahrain. And after that, I have a feeling that your game is just over, right? While on the more southern or southeastern side, I totally agree, there should be more room, and there should also be more eliminations to be found, because there are more teams that are playing through that round. So I understand that they want to have the last Bahrainian player out, but I don't think it will serve them well in this game.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's going to shift out of the city now, for the sake of all players.
Oh, he's got another one!
Oh my lord, no way. Bahrain! They make something out of absolutely nothing. And look at these shots raining in. They are so close to him. It's just 1 shot that's missing. It's just 1 single shot that is missing. And it just misses him by...
Kazakhstan is out!
Yeah, less than an inch, what feels like.
No! They also lost the last player that was already playing in the zone somehow.
That's just crazy. It's crazy. Look at how much space they would have on the southern part.
I'm so sorry for talking over you. I'm just flabbergasted right now.
No, it's
How
fine.
can that happen? Yeah. They could have just taken down the last players of Palestine and won the game from here with like 15 eliminations. And they chose to hunt 1 dude with a DBS, and they just lost everyone. Oh, yeah. Bahrain and Mongolia, they are both very happy to see that.
That's just gotta hurt. There's no way around this. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. Especially coming from, that's coming from someone who wanted Kazakhstan to win so very desperately. But if they play like this, unfortunately, they haven't made their way into the top 2 deservingly just yet. So, gonna have to wait and see if that changes on the day after tomorrow.
I mean, right now, I'm so happy for Kazakhstan that they actually have a day off tomorrow, because this one is going to be hard to stomach. This one's just going to be almost impossible to stomach, because they cannot analyze this in any other way than, wow, we really, really failed there. And that's just so sad to see. They had it all in their hands. There's high ground to be played on the southern side. There's a team that played a split. They are just now regrouping. You can see the green team that is Palestine as they are regrouping. This would have been a 4v2. This would have been a 4v2. And instead, they just went for the hunt and lost everyone. Oh, man, that is sad.
Yeah. The good thing is that's one of the teams they're still very much on the leaderboard. They're in a spot on the leaderboard where they can make these kind of mistakes. to some degree, because they have gathered a couple of points up until that point. If they would have gone out with 0 points here, then yes, I would have said, man, that might just be a deciding factor in whether or not they're going to qualify. But because they've played so well already, the opportunity is still very much there. I'm not too worried, but that's not a good sighting. We've seen them with easily 3 chances today throughout these 6 matches, with opportunities to win a game, and they just haven't been able to close things out. And once again, we only have 12 matches to play. So these matches are exactly why some teams qualify and are in the top 2, and why some teams are. Mongolia, for example, they took their 2 chances, and they took them very convincingly.
And on top of all of that you just said, Bahrain and Mongolia once again both in the top 4.
Yeah.
Granted that they are both on their last player, they are once again both in the top 4. That means that Mongolia has not had a single game today that was not at least a 4th place. Which is incredible. Even with only 10 teams in the lobby. That is still incredible.
Dream has secured that southern side with the rest of his teammates. They can't move into the circle just yet, but they don't need to. They can just wait for everyone else having to make a move out of the buildings, be sitting ducks for them up on that hillside. And that's going to be one side to behold. If I wanted to be any player in any of these rounds today, I would want to be one of the players from Palestine at the moment. Up on that hillside, it's going to be free gallery. Absolutely easy for them to shoot out some of these players rotating out now. Everyone has to leave the buildings. That's where PUBG Mobile gets fun. You just sit behind the ridge lines. You have nothing to worry about. You go down. Doesn't matter. Your teammate's going to revive you. And you know you've secured the round already.
Let's take a look at the live leaderboard, in which we now have the guarantee that Jordan is actually going to finish the day on rank number 3, which is amazing. Yeah. An amazing accomplishment in this lobby. They should be very happy with themselves. Right now, Bahrain is taken out, giving a couple of extra placement points to everybody that is left. Palestine is going to take this game home. Palestine is going to take it home. I want to say from the position that Kazakhstan should have had, but I'm just going to not say it. Palestine is just going to win it here. The question is Mongolia taken out first? And the answer is yes. So Jordan gets another 2nd place. Back-to-back 2nd places for Jordan. That's probably going to leave them with somewhere around 55, 56 points.
And also regret.
And regret.
Because let's be honest, they should have won the last game. And there we have it. Ragnarok, the last player, gets spotted out. Dream has to be careful. He's completely out in the open. Actually, there might have been an opportunity for Ragnarok, depending on how well that ridge line is. Good headshot coming out from Dream, though. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have another winner, and it is the Team Jordan. It is the nation that we haven't really had.
No, it's actually Team Palestine.
Palestine. It is Palestine, obviously, the team that we didn't really have on our sides. I was already thinking about the overall leaderboard. Jordan is going to move up towards 3, though. But yes, Palestine obviously winning that game. 16 points, 6 eliminations, and deservingly so. They have rewarded themselves after having such a tough couple of games. These last 5 ones, they've shown us initiative, they showed us potential, and we were talking about it at the beginning of this game as well. There's one team that has shown us time and time again that they can make aggressive moves, that they can make confident moves, and that they're self-aware of where they stand in this lobby. Then it is Palestine, and they do get rewarded because of it. I'm very happy for them. That's how it should be.
It's actually amazing that you literally said, I would say 32 minutes ago, that if Palestine started taking their fights a bit more cautiously, that they might actually be able to clutch out one of these games. And the next game, they played a bit more slow-paced. They took their time. They didn't necessarily take every single fight that they had to take. And
despite fighting in phase 1. Yeah, they fought in phase 1 and lost the one player they lost. If it's debatable whether or not they really did that. But yes, at least after that, they really took it down slow.
Yeah, and then they actually succeeded with it. Took home these 16 points that will be so helpful. And if it weren't for the fact that Mongolia and Bahrain both went 4th and 3rd again, this would actually be a super close race right now.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, Jordan is performing, Palestine is performing, Kazakhstan is performing despite throwing away that game. Kazakhstan, for any Kazakhstan fan, I'm so sorry. I know I see lots of flags in the chat right now supporting the Kazakhstan roster. So I am, there's nothing else I can say. Maybe the players should say sorry instead of me, because that was their game. That was their opportunity. And we saw that coming from miles away, that was going to go downhill if they keep on chasing that one player. It's not that stage of the tournament yet. If that was 2 games off of, the qualification phase ending, if we had 10 matches played, that's totally fine. Go chase these guys until the end of Earth, until the end of Miramar. Go cross the border if need be. But in this case, I am not so sure.
I mean, I guess the number one fans of Kazakhstan right now are Uzbekistan, because finally we're talking about somebody else not getting a match win that they should have gotten. So, yeah, you're welcome, Uzbekistan, I guess. All right. What a day. What a day, Felix. That was such a pleasure.
Crazy.
It all started out in a way where we thought, man, this could be decided very, very early on. And I am so delighted that that is actually not the case. I'm so delighted that Tuesday is going to be so interesting. And on top of that, for everybody watching and hyped for this tournament, tomorrow is going to be a whole nother thing with a lobby that almost has twice the amount of teams that are playing today.
Yeah, simply amazing. Simply amazing. Is that his second match MVP?
Is this the same one as last game, or did he no, they got taken out right away. This cannot be the correct graphic because Tajikistan got 0 eliminations in that game. So that must have been the same one of last game.
But I appreciate him being shown twice, because I think that's kind of the highlight of his career so
He
far.
was amazing.
You did play amazing round, and honestly, I'm down for replaying that 1v2 clash as well. I mean, that was kind of the craziest thing we've seen today, and we've seen lots of crazy stuff. So exciting games. While we sort out the statistics, quick information for you guys at home. Once again, we are getting right back into action. That is tomorrow. Tomorrow, Group B is starting. 18 teams. That is different. We had 10 today. We have 18 tomorrow. So that is completely different. We're going to see lots of chaos in the beginning of the rounds. We're going to see probably, I'm going to actually say 99% sure. We're going to see lots of contests as well. So the early phases are going to be exciting as well. And that means for you guys, tune in to the next 18 nations that are going to battle it out for the next 3 spots in Group B tomorrow and throughout the next 3 days in total.
I mean, imagine how Sanhok was with 10 teams, right? And now imagine 8 on top of that. That's going to be fun. I'm definitely going to tune in to listen to you and Kovo. But let's first have a look at Clever, the actual MVP of the final match of the day. In their back-to-back second places, Jordan has actually proven that they are a strong contender for the top 2 spots in this Group A in our wonderful qualifier. And Clever has actually shown that out of the Jordanian players, he was
early, but he did make 5 points for Jordan, which ultimately was one of the points that was needed to bump them up towards the 3rd place. At least so we think. We're going to take a look at the overall standings in a matter of minutes. So ultimately, what does that come down to tomorrow? Mongolia and Bahrain will probably still be in 1st, 2nd. Yes. But Kazakhstan, Jordan, and Uzbekistan have a opportunity to catch up. Is that correct? Palestine actually now more than Uzbekistan, right?
I would say that is probably the case. So the number 1 team in pursuit is going to be Jordan, 100%. No way around it. Let's first have a look at Palestine against Jordan, the 2 teams that battled it out for the win in the end. Granted, it wasn't a real battle. The last player of Jordan simply had no chance in a 1v3. But still, Palestine with 6 eliminations versus the 9 of Jordan. Almost all of them. No, that's actually not true. 4 of them quickly won against Tajikistan in the very beginning. And then 5 more eliminations picked up in the end in the big city of El Pozo. So they started out strong and ended strong once again. Jordan actually 2 2nd places and a dinner today. So very, very well played. But Palestine, they actually promoted themselves into a contender in the very end of the day. Half the damage, by the way, of Jordan.
Yeah, half the damage. But still grabbing 6 eliminations. And once again, that was so needed for Jordan, as you said. Let's take a look at these match summary statistics. 132 nades, kind of the average that we've seen so far. 33 total items, that makes total Zens, and 12 headshots. Not a single player was shot out of the vehicle. And I think that is a good indication of how this zone really showed us that maybe vehicle rotations very early on weren't really needed anymore. I think everyone except even Jordan knew relatively early on where this was going to go. It was going to go either inside the city or end towards the outskirts of it, and that's why we saw so many teams fighting towards the southern part of it as well. Good riddance, by the way, once again. Good stuff coming out from Mongolia. I quickly want to touch on. We saw someone in the chat debating about it as well. That split from up the hill through the complete west side. Almost, I want to say almost, worked out perfectly. If they wouldn't have lost the players here and there, they could have denied anyone else from taking any kind of position in the ridgeline. If they would have even had 2 players up there, I think that even would have been enough to kind of harass even a squad of 4. And if that would have happened, I don't think anyone else could have rotated in. Not Kazakhstan, not Bahrain, not anyone. So I think Mongolia kind of threw it away to a tiny degree as well.
If you are hyped about the intricacies of strategic play in PUBG Mobile, I just want to challenge you to simply only look at the freeze frames of every single zone-to-zone shift in games 1 to 6 today, and just have a look at Bahrain and at Mongolia and compare their positioning to everybody else. It is so different. It's incredible how much area they cover the entire time, and that was no different in that last game. Whenever they can take another 200 meters, they take it. Whenever they don't have to play condensed in one position, but rather can hold multiple positions, they do it. And on top of that, they so rarely lose players in that process, which makes them so good. And it is not a big surprise that they are once again in 3rd and 5th position in this lobby. But the big winners, obviously, are Palestine with 16 and Jordan with 15 points.
Yeah, no, absolutely no surprise. Once again, massive congrats to Palestine. 16 points, 15 points to Jordan. That was kind of the tiebreaker they needed. I didn't expect Jordan to perform that well again. You did at the very beginning, but then after the first initial confrontation, I think you kind of doubted yourself as well. And then they somehow brought it back. That was such an interesting fight against Tajikistan, by the way. Both of these teams clashing early on. I thought it was surely going to result in a 4-on-4 fight, but none of these teams, instead of setting any players close, none of these teams actually went for the straight-up confrontation. They all just said, hey, wait. Let our player crawl back. I've got the angle on him. We just get him back up and we leave. And that's what both of these teams did. That's a very rare thing to see. So it worked out for them. Unfortunately for Tajikistan, it worked out a little bit less than for Jordan. Obviously, 0 points as opposed to 15. But that's obviously due to the fact that they did play relatively aggressively on that eastern side. So good thing for them. We will take a look at the overall standings before we head into the next 6 games tomorrow with Group B. Overall standings there we have it. Bahrain starting the overall leaderboard with 68 points. Mongolia with 67 points. Both of these teams absolutely dominant performance today. They are the teams to watch for the next Group A match day. And obviously we do have to say as well, the difference is quite substantial. Do be reminded, Group A, this is Group A, 10 teams, only 2 will qualify for the World Esports Championship, so the top 2 will go to Riyadh at the end of the year.
Jordan is on the hunt. 11 points gap to Mongolia, 12 points gap to Bahrain. So that means both of these teams could technically be caught by Jordan. But then there's another 6-point gap. And obviously, 11, 12, and 6 points, it's not too much. But look at the point average of Bahrain and Mongolia and think about how likely it is that they will stop getting at least 6, 7, or 8 points per game again on Tuesday. And then think about how big the average amount of points would have to be that Jordan would have to get. They would have to get 11, 12 points on average per game. And then think about how likely that is. And I think it's possible. Yeah. But then think about how likely that is with Kazakhstan, Palestine, and Uzbekistan, which are, in my eyes, the only other 3 nations that even have a slight chance to make it. And pretty much only if either Bahrain or Mongolia start out super weak into the Tuesday and maybe get a couple of very low 1-digit point rounds with like 0 to 4 points. And they would not only need to have one of them, they would need 2 of them in order for Palestine and Uzbekistan to catch them.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it's going to be really, really tough. The more we go deep into the tournament, the more even a single point also means. And that's also why I think a 10-11 point difference right now, especially if 2 teams have that difference, is not to be underestimated. For you to catch one team is one thing, but then to catch the other one to be absolutely safe is almost impossible. One of these two teams, if we've learned anything from today, is gonna perform. So that's what makes this so hard. Props to Palestine and Jordan, in my opinion. These were the two underdogs I want to say that are currently in contention. I kind of want to say Uzbekistan as well, but especially Palestine and Jordan. These two teams, I didn't expect to be in the top 5. Gotta be honest, I didn't expect to be in the top 5, but they have convinced me. That it wasn't luck, it wasn't circle luck. It was straight up initiative, it was straight up amazing fighting, and it was good team play. So I'm excited to see. Honestly, I could... if Palestine, for example, especially Palestine, if they have another good game to start things off the day after tomorrow, man, I could see them qualifying even over Bahrain or Mongolia. Honestly, they've showed more consistency and more willingness, more fearlessness than Mongolia in the last 4 games.
And on top of that, it's so fun watching them. It's so fun watching their playstyle. It's one of those teams where you're happy when they have a good game because they just gift you with these amazing moments that are amazing to watch and amazing to follow. It's not that these points come their way, it's that they are sprinting towards the points, sometimes to their own demise, you have to say, sometimes. You must admit, but sometimes also very successfully. Everyone, it has been an amazing day. We've had the best start, the best intro into this tournament. For myself, this is going to be the only day that you will be seeing me. From tomorrow on, Kovo will be back to bring you the action together with Falix. So I want to start by saying out that I'm super thankful to have jumped into this broadcast today. It was a huge pleasure, Falix, as always. Casting with you is great. And seeing how incredibly positive the chat was, that was just fun. Also, thank you to everyone behind the curtains for basically hitting the time plan on the mark again and again. That's so amazing. That pretty much shows how amazing the management behind this is. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best tournament ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's much for me to add. Do tune in tomorrow. We have Group B, 18 teams battled out. If you thought today was chaos, if you thought today's 1v2 that was being won by absolute underdogs was not crazy enough, then be prepared for tomorrow. Be prepared for tomorrow. 18 teams, Group B, top 3 will go to the World Esports Championship from Iesf in Riyadh later this year. And that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see each other tomorrow.